everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Fairy tale, template. Take over magic. Synopsis. Unexpectedly transported to the world of fairy tale, he activates a card system. With the ability to draw and receive powers from deceased characters across anime. From there he begins to wield the strength of the fallen legends. Roger, Whitebeard, Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha. One by one, the powers of the strongest anime characters long dead now resurface in this world. Chapter 1 to 51, Chapter 1, Into Fairy Tale. Fiori Kingdom. Magnolia Town. Fairy Tale Guild. May I have your name, please? Kyan Blaze. Your age? 18. What kind of magic are you good at? Take over magic. Take over magic. Mirajane's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect the newcomer to use the same type of magic as her. Still, take over magic was fairly common. It wasn't strange for others to know it. Alright, registration complete. Kyan Blaze, where would you like your guild mark to be printed? Kyan placed his right hand on the counter. On the back of this hand. Choose a color you like. Red. Mirajane adjusted the stamp's color and pressed it onto the back of his hand. A crimson fairy tale emblem appeared on Kyan Blaze's right hand. Welcome to Fairy Tale. You're now an official member, Mirajane said with a bright, radiant smile. Thank you. Kyan looked down at the guild emblem on his hand, and a surge of excitement filled his chest. A member of Fairy Tale. He could hardly believe it. He knew that if dreams were cheap enough, anyone could afford to make them come true, but fantasy becoming reality. That was something he'd never heard of. Yet now, it was happening before his very eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host, for joining Fairy Tale. Would you like to bind this guild? A panel only he could see popped up before him. Bind. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, you've received a 10 draw. Would you like to pull now? Draw. Just as Kyan was about to press the button, he paused, suddenly turning to Mirajane. Mirajane, can you wish me good luck? Huh? She blinked, momentarily confused but then smiled warmly. Mr. Kyan, I wish you the best of luck. So cute. I'd love to marry her someday. With the goddess's blessing, Kyan Blaze lightly tapped the screen. 10 draw. Starlight shimmered across the screen, just like a gacha pull in Genshin Impact. Among the stars, a golden light burst forth. A gold pull. Kyan Blaze's heart leapt. He never expected his first 10 draw to give him a gold tier character. Soon, 10 character cards appeared before him. He ignored the others and focused on the first, the golden legend he had drawn. He didn't even need to read the name, one glance at the image was enough to recognize who it was. It's him. Short, messy black hair. Pale white skin. Emerald green eyes with dark green tear marks running down from beneath them. A white helmet with a horn covering the left half of his head. A slender frame clad in a white on black long-sleeved uniform resembling a kimono, a sword at his waist, elegant and composed. Alquiora cipher. One of the Espada, ranked number 4 under Aizen's command in Bleach. Bleach was one of Kyan Blaze's favorite anime, and Alquiora was one of his favorite characters. Although ranked only number 4 among the Espada, that ranking only reflected his first Resurrection form. His second Resurrection form dramatically boosted his power, many fans even believed Alquiora was the strongest Espada of all. Though he was ultimately defeated by Ichigo Kurosaki's Vasto Lord form, Ichigo's power by that point was already at the pinnacle of the series. It didn't diminish Alquiora's greatness one bit. This is amazing. Kyan couldn't help shouting in joy. He had actually pulled a gold tier legend, and it was Alquiora. A truly powerful ally. Everyone in the guild turned to stare at him. What's so amazing? Mirajane asked, puzzled by the strange behavior of the newcomer. Kyan Blaze blinked, realizing he'd just shouted out loud. I mean, joining Fairy Tail is amazing. Hearing that, Mirajane smiled knowingly. It wasn't unusual for mages who admired Fairy Tail to be overjoyed when joining. She felt a warm fondness for those who genuinely loved the guild. Let me show you around the guild. Sure, thank you. Mirajane led Kyan toward a large board. This is the request board. The missions posted here are submitted by clients. Guild members can take on any request that suits their ability. Once you complete a request, you'll receive a commission reward. That's how most mages make their living. The basement floor is a storage area, used mainly for guild supplies. What about the second floor? Kyan Blaze asked, glancing up. The second floor is the infirmary. Injured members go there for treatment. Normally, only S-class mages are allowed up there. Why? Because those missions are S-class or higher, every one of them is life-threatening. But the rewards are just as great. Only by becoming an S-class mage can you take them on. S-class mages, huh? Kyan Blaze nodded knowingly. S-class mages were the elite of the guild, far stronger than the average mage, the pillars that supported the guild's strength. And the beautiful, gentle woman in front of him, Mirajane, was one of Fairy Tail's own S-class mages. I'll definitely become an S-class mage one day, Kyan said softly, but with firm resolve. I wish you success. Mirajane replied with a warm smile. In Kyan, she saw her younger self, once just as passionate and full of dreams. But becoming S-class wasn't easy. She hoped Kyan could achieve it. After all, the stronger each member became, the stronger Fairy Tail would be. Chapter 2, First Mission. 1,322 words. Host, Kyan Blaze. Age, 18. Race, human. Magic power. Magic, take over magic, a soul of anime. Character card, Ulquiorra cipher. Seeing Ulquiorra's character card quietly resting on the system panel, Kyan felt his heart pounding with excitement. Kyan Blaze had once been an ordinary high school graduate on Earth. But half a month ago, an accident had sent him across worlds, into the world of Fairy Tail, and he had awakened a gacha system. That's right. The same system from before. The system allowed him to draw characters from anime characters who had already died. Once Kyan received them, he could use their powers to fight. Like playing Genshin Impact, really. However, the system required the host to bind with a guild. Once bound, aside from a fixed monthly draw, he could earn more draws by completing guild missions. Since he had arrived in the world of Fairy Tail, naturally, he had chosen to bind with the Fairy Tail Guild. After all, he knew this guild best, and liked its atmosphere the most. Moreover, Fairy Tail was the strongest guild in the kingdom of Fiori. Binding with them meant more missions and more opportunities. Kyan stood before the request board, scanning the rows of missions posted there. The first floor requests didn't have explicit ranks written on them, but the system panel showed their classifications clearly. Missions offering rewards over 1,000,000J were marked as A rank, completing one granted a draw. Missions between 500,000J and 1,000,000J were B rank, completing two of those also granted a draw. Missions between 100,000J and 500,000J were C rank, completing 10 would earn a draw. Anything below 100,000J wasn't even labeled. In short, to earn a draw, he needed to complete missions offering at least 100,000J. Kyan first checked the missions within that range. Eliminate the Snow Mountain Beast Vulcan, wipe out bandits, hunt forest monsters. In this world, 100,000J was roughly equivalent to 5,000 yuan. For a mage, that was a decent amount, but for an ordinary person. Even 20 trained soldiers might not be enough to defeat a single Vulcan. From that perspective, the pay suddenly felt meager. Kyan skimmed over these low-tier missions quickly, not because of the pay, but because completing 10 of them would only yield 1 draw. Each trip would take at least 2 or 3 days. 10 missions meant at least a month of non-stop work, just for a single draw. That meant 12 draws a year. Counting the system's 1 free monthly draw, that was only 24 in total. Way too few, he thought. If the guaranteed drop rate is 1 gold card every 100 draws, I'll be waiting forever before I get another gold one. No, he needed harder missions, better rewards. In his previous life, he'd been broke. In this one, he'd be rich. It didn't take long before Kyan picked out one. He grabbed the request slip and walked toward Mira Jane. Mira Jane, I want to take this job. Mira Jane blinked, surprised that Kyan had chosen one so quickly. Already? You could take some time to get familiar with the guild first. Kyan gave a wry smile and shook his head. No need. I'm already broke. If I don't work soon, I won't have money to eat. Ever since arriving in this world, life hadn't been easy. Without money for food, he'd been forced to camp outdoors. On his way to Fairy Tale, he'd even been attacked by bandits. If not for the system's free starter draw, which had given him a blue-tier chunin, he would have died before even reaching the guild. He'd looted a bit of cash from the bandits, but that was almost gone now. His hunger for money had never been stronger. Hee. Mira Jane laughed softly. Most fairy tale mages were the same, lazy until their wallets ran dry. Only when they were truly out of money did they remember to work. Let me see what kind of job it is, huh? Mira Jane's expression changed as she read the details. Wait, this isn't something I can approve. I'll need to ask the guild master. Please wait a moment, he'll be back soon. Guild master. Kyan hadn't met Makarov when he first arrived. Just then, the guild doors opened, and an old man in a yellow coat and jester's hat walked in, carrying a scroll. Master, you're back. Mira Jane quickly went to greet him. Makarov looked at Kyan beside her. A newcomer? Yes. My name's Kyan Blaze. It's an honor to meet you. Kyan bowed respectfully. The old man stood barely a meter tall, but Kyan knew that inside that small body was power enough to destroy mountains. Makarov's signature giant magic could enlarge him to the size of an island, and his ultimate spell, Fairy Law, could annihilate an entire army from the Alvarez Empire. And more than that, Makarov cared for every guild member as if they were his own children, something Kyan deeply admired. Makarov raised a hand cheerfully. Oh. A pleasure to meet you too. Then, hup. With a small grunt, Makarov bent his knees, and leapt up to the second-floor railing in a single bound. All eyes in the guild turned toward him. He lifted a thick stack of papers, his face dark. You've been causing trouble again, haven't you? Just look at all these reports the Magic Council sent me. First, Gray. Huh? A shirtless young man in nothing but boxers looked around blankly. He hadn't thought he'd done anything wrong. Mira Jane smiled sweetly. Gray, your clothes. Ah. Not again. Gray scrambled to find something to wear. You had no problem catching those bandits, Makarov continued, but after that, why were you wandering around town naked? And then you ran off wearing someone else's underwear from their balcony. Gray's face reddened. Yeah, that being naked wasn't great. Elfman muttered, then don't be naked. Makarov sighed and looked at him next. Elfman, I heard you used violence against your client. Elfman scratched his cheek sheepishly. He said I wasn't a real man. Kana. You went to your client's house for work, but ended up drinking their entire wine cellar. And then you watered it down so they wouldn't notice. Did they notice? Kana asked weakly. Loke. You flirted with Counselor Michello's granddaughter again. That one had cost him dearly. Michello, a member of the Magic Council, had scolded him endlessly last time. And Natsu destroyed roads while slaying monsters, burned down 6 houses while chasing fugitives, and when guarding a caravan, you burned the cargo. You even managed to torch the victim's property while hunting bandits. Listening to Makarov list Natsu's crimes, Kyan was stunned. He knew Natsu caused trouble, but this was ridiculous. Alzak, Levy, Krov, Biska. You lot always get me scolded by the council. Makarov tried to keep his anger in check, but the air still grew heavy. Then, suddenly, his tone softened. But to hell with those council fools. He snapped his fingers, and the stack of papers burst into flames. Listen well. All phenomena beyond reason are born from reason itself. Magic is not a miracle, it's the harmony between the energy within us and the energy of nature. Magic is the result of gathering one's will and soul into power. If you care too much about what the higher-ups think, the path of magic will never advance. Don't fear those idiots in the council, follow your own path. That's what it means to be a mage of fairy tale. Oh! The guild roared in unison. Though Kyan had only just joined, he couldn't help but be swept up in the emotion. He was one of them now, a member of Fairy Tale. Soon, the guild returned to its usual lively chaos, with laughter, drinking, and chatter filling the hall. Mirajane approached Makarov with the request slip. Master, Kyan wants to take on this mission. I couldn't approve it myself, so could you take a look? Oh? Let me see. Makarov took the paper. Eliminate the Phantom Thief Guild. Reward, 700,000J. Chapter 3, Kyan vs. Natsu. 1,209 words. What? Makarov's eyes widened in surprise. You brat, you're way too bold for a newcomer. How dare you accept this mission? No way, you'd better pick something else. Kyan said seriously, Master. I'm confident I can complete this mission. After all, he had drawn Ulquiorra. Even if his magic power was too low to unleash Ulquiorra's full strength, it was still more than enough to deal with small fry like these. Makarov shook his head. This isn't about confidence, it's about strength. I have the strength to complete it. You stubborn brat, why are you so hard-headed? Makarov slammed his hand on the table, visibly irritated. What's going on? Why's the master so angry? Looks like the new guy wants to take on a mission, but the master's not letting him. What kind of mission would the master refuse? It's the one to eliminate the Phantom Thief Guild. What? Everyone in the guild was shocked. The Phantom Thief Guild had risen to notoriety in recent times, a guild of mages who looted and pillaged without restraint. Their crimes were so vile that even the dark guilds disdained them. Dark guilds, though often taking shady commissions, at least completed their tasks and took their payment. But the Phantom Thief Guild? They used magic to rob and kill innocent civilians, completely breaking the unspoken code among mages. The Magic Council had been hunting them relentlessly, but the group was elusive, striking and vanishing without a trace every time, which only made them more infamous. According to victims' reports, the Phantom Thief Guild had 13 members, all mages. That made them about as powerful as a small guild. To handle such a group, a solo mage would need to be at least S-class level. Even someone like Natsu, one of Fairy Tale's top combatants, would need a partner to stand a real chance. For the average mage, it would take at least 5 people, and even then, it'd be dangerous. That's why the mission had been sitting there for days with no one daring to take it. And now Kyan, a complete newcomer, wanted to challenge it alone. It was practically suicide, reckless bravery at its finest. Master, I'm not being stubborn. I truly believe I can do it. Kyan didn't back down. His target was a B-rank mission worth at least 500,000J, and even if he tried to switch, Makarov probably wouldn't approve. If you can prove you're strong enough, I'll let you go. Seeing Kyan's determination, Makarov decided to let him hit a wall and learn reality the hard way. How do I prove it? I'll find someone in the guild. If you can beat him, you can take the job. All right. Kyan agreed immediately. Makarov glanced around the guild. He would have chosen Urza, but she was away on a mission, so he went for the next best thing. Natsu. Here. Natsu had been waiting eagerly ever since Makarov mentioned a duel. Hearing his name, he couldn't contain his excitement and jumped straight onto the table. The master actually picked Natsu. That newbie's in trouble now. Kyan turned to look at Natsu, the pink-haired protagonist of Fairy Tail. He'd seen him since joining the guild. It was hard not to notice that flaming pink head. He hadn't expected the master to pair him against Natsu himself. As the anime's main character, Natsu's strength in Fairy Tail was among the very best. He might lose to Urza in casual fights, but that was only because he held back against comrades. If he went all out, he was easily S-class. Still, Kyan couldn't help feeling excited. He didn't know whether his current strength could rival Natsu's, but he wanted to find out. Kana quickly pulled out a board, scribbling down the names Kyan vs Natsu, and shouted, "Place your bets. Newcomer Kyan vs Natsu. Bet on the newbie, payout 2-1. Bet on Natsu, 1-1. The guild burst into cheers as people rushed over to join the fun. I'm betting on Natsu. 2,000 J. Natsu for me. 3,000 J. Same here. 3,000 J. Almost everyone bet on Natsu, which made Kana nervous. Individually, the bets weren't huge, but with so many people backing Natsu, if he won, she might lose her entire month's drinking money. Hey! You can't all bet on Natsu. Someone bet on the newbie. If he wins, you'll double your money. Mikao laughed. Haha. Of course we're betting on Natsu. Who'd bet on the newbie? Wakaba joined in. Exactly. No contest. Betting on the newcomer was risky. Betting on Natsu was a sure win. Everyone knew where to put their money. I'll bet on the newcomer. 3,000 J. Everyone turned to see a girl with purple hair and glasses. Lucky, you sure? Droy said, surprised. That's Natsu he's up against. Lucky adjusted her glasses calmly. It's fine. It's just a day's meal money. Besides, it'd be sad if nobody supported the new guy. Kyan glanced at her. He remembered her vaguely. Lucky didn't appear much in the anime, usually unnoticed. But during Fairy Tail's darkest days, she was one of the few who stayed loyal, waiting in the guild until everyone returned from Tenru Island. That loyalty had left a deep impression on him. When Lucky noticed Kyan looking, she smiled. I'll bet on the newcomer too. Mira. It was Mira Jane who had spoken. I think if he's daring enough to accept that kind of mission, his strength can't be weak. He might actually win against Natsu. The others paused. She had a point. If Kyan was bold enough to take that mission, he probably wasn't weak. Soon, a few more people bet on Kyan, but most still supported Natsu. The crowd moved to the large open field behind the guild, with a lake stretching far into the distance. This was where people usually settled private disputes. Natsu and Gray, Mira and Urza, they'd all fought here countless times as kids. Go, Natsu. Show the newbie what Fairy Tail's about. Come on, newbie. My drinking money's on you. The crowd cheered loudly for both sides. Hey there, I'm Natsu. Let's have a good match. I'm Kyan. Likewise. The two greeted each other politely. Natsu asked curiously, what kind of magic do you use? Kyan replied, take over magic. Natsu's eyes lit up. Oh. Take over magic. In Fairy Tail, the ones who used take over magic were the siblings Mira Jane and Elfman, both incredibly strong. Especially Mira, who used to be terrifyingly powerful before that traumatic accident. Both sides ready. Full body take over, Ulquiorra cipher. Kyan's body began to change. His black clothes turned into a white, high-collared jacket with black trim, the lower half a white hakama tied by a dark sash. A zanpakuto hung at his waist. His socks turned black, his shoes white. His skin paled, his eyes turned green, and green tear streaks appeared beneath them. Half his head was now covered by a white-horned helmet. Anyone who had seen Bleach would instantly recognize Ulquiorra's appearance. At the same time, Ulquiorra's memories flashed through Kyan's mind, from his birth to his final battle with Ichigo. His entire life played out in an instant, merging Kyan's consciousness with Ulquiorra's. By the time the transformation finished, Kyan was simply standing there, yet the sheer pressure he radiated made everyone feel it in their bones. Chapter 4, The Victor, Kyan. 972 words. The guild hall fell silent. Natsu and Kyan locked eyes. His body instinctively told him that the opponent standing before him possessed terrifying power. Yet, the stronger his opponent seemed, the more excited he became. Whoosh! Flames burst from Natsu's hands as he took his battle stance. Perfect. Now I can go all out. Begin. Makarov's voice echoed across the hall. Ra! With a heavy stomp, Natsu launched himself toward Kyan. His claws wrapped in fire, he slashed forward. Kyan, however, didn't move, hands still tucked in his pockets, as if frozen in place. Just when everyone thought the fight would end in an instant. Swish! Kyan's figure vanished. A heartbeat later, he reappeared behind Natsu, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Ugh! Natsu tumbled forward, rolling across the ground. So fast. Is that teleportation magic? To the crowd, Kyan's movement looked just like instantaneous teleportation. Makarov shook his head. No. It's not teleportation. It's an extremely advanced high-speed movement technique. His speed is so great it only looks like teleportation. Even he was stunned. The motion was so quick that he barely caught a faint afterimage, enough to tell it wasn't true teleportation, which leaves no trace at all. What? Sarasuk, Jet, gaped. His own specialty was Godspeed magic, known as the fastest in fairy tale, and yet Kyan was even faster. That was simply absurd. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Recovering quickly, Natsu swung his flame-wrapped fist toward Kyan. Kyan calmly raised his left hand. Smack! Natsu's fiery punch collided squarely against Kyan's palm. Everyone expected Kyan to be sent flying. Instead, he stood unmoved, rooted firmly to the ground. He blocked it. They had all witnessed the power of Natsu's iron fist before. It could shatter boulders with ease. Yet Kyan had blocked it effortlessly with one hand. Was this guy even human? Kyan gripped Natsu's fist tightly, then swung his arm outward. Whoosh! Natsu's body was thrown through the air like a rag doll. Yuwa! Crash! He smashed into a nearby rock, shattering it to pieces. Natsu scrambled back to his feet, inhaling deeply as his chest swelled and magic gathered in his throat. Kyan pointed a finger at him, emerald green spiritual pressure condensing rapidly at its tip, forming a dense sphere of energy. Fire Dragon's roar. Ho! A torrent of blazing flames surged straight toward Kyan. Zero. VMM, Zu. A beam of green energy burst from Kyan's fingertip, meeting the firestorm head-on. Boom. The crimson blaze and emerald light collided, erupting into a violent explosion that shook the guild hall. Wah! Gya! The impact spread outward like a hurricane. Many guild members screamed, some even blown off their feet. After a few moments, the storm subsided, leaving a massive crater between Kyan and Natsu, proof of the collision's sheer power. Kyan stood steady and unscathed. Natsu, on the other hand, was battered and exhausted, finally collapsing to the ground. In that exchange of power, Kyan had clearly come out on top. The match is decided. The victor, Kyan Blaze. Makarov's booming announcement was filled with awe. He hadn't expected Kyan to be this strong. Judging from appearances, he looked like an ordinary young man who hadn't trained seriously. But the moment he used takeover magic, he transformed, calm, cold, and battle-hardened. A true warrior forged through countless fights. The newcomer actually won. He beat Natsu. He's insanely strong. That's already S-class mage level. No doubt about it. Only an S-class could defeat Natsu. He's a monster. The crowd erupted with excitement. Though most had lost their bets, no one felt disappointed. Fairy Tail had gained another powerhouse. Kyan exhaled, releasing his transformation and returning to his normal self. His magic was nearly drained. If the fight had continued much longer, he might have lost instead. Still, he couldn't hide the thrill in his heart. He had just defeated Natsu, the protagonist himself. Not bad. The victory filled him with confidence. Kyan approached Natsu and extended his hand. Though Natsu was spent, his injuries weren't severe. He could have continued, but with the gap so clear, there was no point in dragging it out. Kyan had suppressed him completely in speed, strength, and power. Recognizing that, Natsu admitted defeat gracefully. You're seriously strong. You're just like that monster Urza. Next time, I'm challenging you again. Despite losing, Natsu's spirit burned as brightly as ever. Another rival to surpass, his passion only grew stronger. Sure. Kyan nodded with a faint smile. Though he'd won, it was a close victory. And as a man, he had no intention of losing to anyone, not even the story's main character. T/N, close due to Kyan not having much magic. Back inside the guild, the members buzzed with excitement over the battle. Kana cheerfully counted her winnings. Haha, there goes this week's drink money. If I hadn't opened my big mouth earlier, I could have made even more. What am I gonna do? Another monster showed up. When will a real man like Elfman ever become an S-class mage? Oh, the path of manliness is so full of hardship. Elfman groaned, clutching his head in despair. Fairy Tail was full of monsters, Urza, Mirajane, Mystigan, and now Kyan. Gray sighed. You talk like you'd actually become S-class if Kyan hadn't shown up. You haven't even qualified for the trial yet. Kyan truly was a monster. His chances of becoming the next S-class mage were high, but as long as they avoided facing him, they could still try next year. Kana froze mid-count. For 3 consecutive years, she'd qualified for the S-class mage promotion trial. Year 1, she faced Urza and got crushed. Year 2, Mirajane, defeated again. Year 3, she didn't even see her opponent Mystigan before being eliminated. And now, another Kyan appeared. After watching his match, she knew she'd lose even faster than before. Did she really have to wait another year? The thought alone ruined her mood. Chapter 5, S. 1024 words. Kyan walked up to Makarov. Master, can I take on that job now? Makarov waved his hand. Yeah, go ahead. This kid had talent, but he was stubborn, a little troublemaker for sure. Just then, Mirajane spoke up. Wait. Kyan, you're still new and don't understand the job process. I'll have Elfman go with you. Elfman. Mirajane called out and waved him over. What's up, sis? Elfman, hearing his sister's voice, immediately came over. Elfman, Kyan's still new and doesn't know how missions work. I want you to guide him. No problem. Leave it to the manly Elfman, he said, slapping his chest confidently. It wasn't uncommon for seniors to take rookies on their first missions. I'm Elfman, the manly Elfman. I'll be leading this mission. I'm Kyan. Nice to meet you. Though he'd watched the anime, Kyan still wasn't too familiar with this world. There were so many things he'd never even heard of. Having an experienced partner didn't sound bad at all. No time to waste. Let's prepare and leave in half an hour, Elfman said briskly. Kyan liked that attitude. Got it. Elfman went home to pack his gear, while Kyan waited in the guild hall. Having been suddenly thrown into this world, he had no luggage, so there wasn't much to prepare. That's when Mira Jane came over with a large plate of fried rice. This? I didn't order anything. Kyan was actually starving, he just hadn't had the money to eat. Mira Jane smiled playfully and winked. Go ahead. It's on the house. Can't have you heading out on an empty stomach. Besides, it's not really my treat, it's your reward for beating Natsu just now. Kyan looked at Mira Jane like he was staring at an angel. Beautiful. Kind. Caring. Not marrying her would be a crime. From the side, Mikao sighed. Ah, another youth has fallen. Wakaba nodded in agreement. Can't blame him, Myra's too cute for her own good. Not long after, Elfman returned to the guild. Kyan had already eaten his fill. Honestly, it was the best meal he'd had since arriving here half a month ago. The two set out together. On the road, Kyan discovered that despite Elfman's huge build, he was actually a chatterbox. He told Kyan all kinds of stories about fairy tale members. Gray? A shameless pervert who couldn't stop stripping. Natsu? A walking disaster who caused trouble wherever he went. Kana? A hardcore drunkard who'd been drinking since she was 13. Her record was 10 barrels in one night. 30% of Fairy Tale's yearly liquor supply went into her stomach. Loke? A hopeless womanizer with more girlfriends than anyone could count. Even the master wasn't safe. According to Elfman, Makarov was a lecherous old man who couldn't keep his eyes off young girls' backsides. Kyan couldn't stop laughing. Everyone suddenly felt more vivid, more human, and he and Elfman quickly grew close. After a full day's journey, the two arrived at their destination. Huh? What's going on here? What a huge turnout. The entire area around the mansion was surrounded by the Magic Council's Rune Knights, the Council's official army, composed entirely of magic users, tasked with capturing criminal mages. At the moment, the Rune Knights had the entire estate sealed off, not allowing anyone to approach. As Kyan and Elfman drew near, they were immediately stopped. Halt! Who are you two? We're Fairy Tale mages, we took on the job. Fairy Tale. The squad captain noticed the Fairy Tale emblems, one on Elfman's neck, another on Kyan's right hand, and allowed them through. Go ahead. They followed the knights inside and soon met the client. Greetings. I'm Kos, the mayor of this city, and the one who issued the request. Let's get straight to the point. Kos placed a letter on the table. Kyan picked it up. Written across the envelope were the words. In 3 days, your life will be taken. Phantom Thief Guild. A threat letter. Kos nodded gravely. Yes. The Phantom Thief Guild has been wreaking havoc here lately. Several wealthy merchants have already been killed, and the entire city is in a state of panic. Many citizens are fleeing for their lives. Elfman frowned. And the Rune Knights? Haven't they caught the culprits? Kos shook his head, looking troubled. No. They strike without warning and vanish without a trace. By the time the knights arrive, they're already gone. This letter arrived 3 days ago, which is why I sent a request to the guild. Kyan frowned. With that many Rune Knights outside, I doubt they'd be dumb enough to walk into a trap. Kos sighed. Normally, I'd agree, but not after learning who their leader is. Their leader? Elfman asked curiously. Who is it? A spatial mage. The king of assassins, Camille. What? Elfman's eyes widened. Who? Kyan blinked. The name meant nothing to him, but the title sure sounded intimidating. The King of Assassins, Camille, is a notorious spatial mage, once the ace of the Assassin Guild Godslayer Circle. His magic is impossible to trace, and he's never failed a kill. The Magic Council eventually sent an army to destroy the Godslayer Circle, and Camille vanished, but now he's apparently resurfaced as the Phantom Thief Guild's leader. Elfman's expression turned serious. Camille was a veteran mage, a dangerous one. Someone like that is far too dangerous. This isn't a 700,000 J mission, he muttered. 700,000 J. Oh, that was the old bounty, Kos said. I've since upgraded the request to S-Class. The new reward is 7 million J. S-Class. 7 million J. Elfman was stunned by the danger level, while Kyan's eyes were practically sparkling. He started calculating in his head. 1 million J equals about 50,000 yuan. So 7 million J means 350,000. 350,000. Kyan's eyes gleamed with pure greed, yen practically shining from his pupils. I'm sorry, but a mission like this. Elfman began, intending to refuse. S-Class missions were far too dangerous. Only S-Class mages were qualified to take them on. He'd lost his sister on one such mission before, and that scar never healed. We'll take it. Before he could finish, Kyan cut him off. Elfman's eyes bulged in disbelief. Chapter 6, Magic Power Increase. 991 words. Wait. Kyan, you're a newcomer, you don't even know what an S-Class mission is. You don't understand how dangerous it can be. We're not S-Class mages, we don't have the qualifications to accept one. Only S-Class mages are allowed to take that kind of job. Elfman quickly pulled Kyan aside, lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear. He didn't want to lose another companion to an S-Class mission ever again. But we've already accepted the request, and today's the third day. Are we supposed to just sit here and watch the client get killed? He couldn't say that in front of the client. But Kyan wasn't wrong, an S-Class mission by nature meant extreme danger. A single wrong judgment could cost your life, and even an S-Class mage wouldn't take such a mission lightly. And now there was simply no time left. Even if an S-Class mage accepted the request now, by the time they arrived, it might already be over. Kyan continued to psych Elfman up. Elfman, this is an S-Class mission. Don't you want to challenge yourself and give it a try? Elfman hesitated. It was true, by the time he was qualified to take S-Class missions, it could be years later. He'd have to pass the S-Class mage exam first. Mayor, we'll take this request. Thank you. Thank you so much. The mayor looked visibly relieved. Ever since receiving that threat letter, he'd been living in fear day and night. Even with the Rune Knights from the Magic Council protecting him, he still felt unsafe. That's why he had issued another request to the Mages Guild. Unfortunately, no S-Class mage had come. Kyan looked at the mayor and said, since the other party plans to attack, there's no need for us to seek them out. We'll just stay here and wait for them to come. Elfman frowned. But will they really come? The entire area was surrounded by Rune Knights, heavily guarded, traps set in every direction. Surely the enemy wouldn't be dumb enough to walk into that. They should. After all, they've already made their threat public. If they don't show up, they'll be laughed at for life. Since they dared to threaten instead of attacking right away, that means they have absolute confidence in their own strength. Mr. Mayor, during this time, don't leave our sight. If you do, I can't guarantee your safety. I'd hate to kill all the enemies only to find no one left to pay the reward. Kyan's tone was calm, yet the pressure behind his words was palpable. Even the mayor, their client, felt it. Oh, okay. Good. Elfman, you stay close and protect the mayor. And you, Kyan. Me? Of course, I'll be the one taking down every last enemy. Kyan grinned. Wait. Kyan, that's the king of assassins we're talking about. Elfman was shocked. Kyan actually intended to face that infamous killer. So what? Those two words left Elfman speechless. Mr. Mayor, please have some food prepared. There might be a big fight soon. If we don't eat our fill, we might not have the strength when it counts. All right, all right. Seeing Kyan so composed, the mayor couldn't help but feel a little reassured. He immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare a meal. Soon, steaming dishes were served. Kyan dug in heartily, while Elfman barely touched his food. Elfman, how can a big guy like you eat so little? Kyan, that's an S-class. I know, Kyan said with a grin. That's exactly what makes it exciting, isn't it? At that moment, Elfman finally understood. Kyan might look normal on the outside, but deep down, he was a complete lunatic. After eating his fill, Kyan sat on the sofa and looked at the panel before him. S-Class mission, eliminate the Phantom Thief Guild. Reward, 10 draws. The system panel had already updated. That was the main reason Kyan had wanted to take this mission in the first place. Kyan tapped his finger, selecting everyone except Ulquiorra, then chose to recycle them. Confirm recycling all selected characters. Confirm. Ding. Recycling successful. Host's magic power increased. It was a built-in system feature. Unwanted characters could be recycled in exchange for magic power. In other words, useless characters from draws could be converted into magic power to strengthen himself. Half a star. System, you're so stingy. I even had a blue elite in there. That was the first character I ever pulled. It's got sentimental value. All calculations are based on the system's parameters. If the host wishes to gain more magic power, recycle higher quality characters. Fine, fine. I'm a generous guy, after all. Recycle higher quality characters. What a joke. He only had one little Ulquiorra. If he recycled him, who would he even fight with? A gold character had a 1 in 100 chance, a guaranteed drop only after 100 draws. A simple calculation, each S-Class mission rewarded 10 draws. That meant 10 S-Class missions for one guaranteed gold character. That was how rare they were. Of course, such rarity was fitting for their power. Host, Kyan Blaze. Age, 18. Race, human. Magic power. Magic, take over magic. Character card, Ulquiorra Cipher. 1.5 stars of magic power. I should be able to unleash about 1/10 of Ulquiorra's strength for 3 minutes now. Chapter 7, I'm in a hurry. 998 words. Time ticked by, and as night drew near, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The Rune Knights expanded their patrols. Nothing, not even the slightest disturbance, would escape their watchful eyes. At that moment, atop a distant building, 13 figures stood silently. They were none other than the 13 Phantom Thieves of the Phantom Thief Guild. Oh! So many people. Boss, why didn't we just attack straight away? What was the point of sending a threat letter? An afro-haired member shielded his eyes with his hand, staring toward the heavily guarded mayor's mansion. Idiot. That's part of the boss's plan. Right, boss. Another spiky-haired blonde looked up in admiration at the man in the center, a tall figure clad in a black cloak and wearing a silver mask. This man was the leader of the Phantom Thief Guild, known as the King of Assassins, Camille. This world needs a taste of terror to announce our return. The mayor is the perfect example. I want everyone to understand, once the Phantom Thief Guild has marked you, not even the Magic Council can protect you. Anyone who dares provoke us, once they receive our death sentence, the only outcome is death. Go. Tonight, the name of the Phantom Thief Guild will echo across the world, becoming a nightmare to all. Yeah. Boom. An explosion echoed through the courtyard. Enemy attack. The Rune Knights shouted, immediately moving into action. The mayor jumped in shock. Elfman tensed up. They're here. Kyan nodded calmly. Looks like it. The mayor panicked. Mr. Kyan, what should I do? You don't need to do anything, just don't make trouble. This entire place is protected by a spell barrier deployed by the Rune Knights. As long as you don't stupidly run outside, you'll be fine for now. Kyan looked outside through the window. The Rune Knights were already engaging the enemy. Contrary to their portrayal in anime as useless, the Rune Knights actually possessed magical strength rivaling that of regular mages, and with their elite gear, they were stronger than most. But even they were being overwhelmed. Within moments, the entire Rune Knight force was down. The mayor was shaking. Kyan. Sir. Elfman, guard the mayor. And you, Kyan. I'll handle them. Outside, the 13 phantom thieves had gathered in front of the mansion gate. Ha ha ha. These magic council guys are way too weak. That wasn't even fun. Totally boring. Of course they're weak. That's why they joined the Magic Council. No mage with real ambition would ever go there. So now we just kill the mayor and finish the mission, right? Let's wrap this up quick. They stepped forward. Bang. An invisible wall blocked their path. Heh. A magic seal. Interesting. Let me break it. One of them stepped up to crack the spell. Creak. The front door opened. Kyan stepped out and walked calmly forward, crossing the boundary of the barrier. Ha! Someone actually came out to die. Camille's eyes landed on the guild emblem on Kyan's right hand. Fairy tale. I see. So the mayor requested help from the mage guilds. Fairy tale. That's that really active guild recently, right? Yeah, that's the one. Heh. You're pretty gutsy, kid. Taking on a mission with us involved, knowing we're the Phantom Thief Guild. Phantom Thief Guild. Sorry, never heard of you. Kyan had heard of the Phantom Troop, from Hunter x Hunter. But this Phantom Thief Guild. Nah, that wasn't even in the fairy tale anime. According to the timeline, the plot hadn't even started yet. Camille looked at him and said, Kid, since you clearly have no idea what you're dealing with, I'll give you a chance. Drop the mission now, and I'll let you go. The spiky blonde gawked. Huh? Kid, you're lucky. Boss never shows mercy like this. Kyan shook his head. I already accepted this request. No way I'm backing out. You've targeted my client that makes you Fairy Tale's enemy. TCH. If that's your choice, then there's nothing more to say. Get him. To Camille, Kyan was just a passing ant. No need to step on every single one. Full body take over, Ulquiorra cipher. Kyan's body began to transform. His plain black outfit turned into a high-collared, long-sleeved coat, white over black. His lower half was a Hakama-style white skirt bound by a black sash, with a zanpakuto sheathed at the waist. Black socks and white shoes completed the look. His skin turned pale, eyes became green, with green tear streaks running down his cheeks. A white-horned helmet covered the left side of his head. He. Die. The blonde punk threw a stone at Kyan. Kyan caught it midair. Boom. The stone exploded like a bomb, engulfing Kyan in a violent blast. Wahahaha. What a moron. Catching something someone else threw. You deserve to blow up. Wahahaha. He held his stomach, laughing. Kyan. Elfman, watching from upstairs, panicked and rushed to run down. Suddenly. Boom. A surge of spiritual pressure burst out, blowing away the smoke. Kyan reappeared, completely unharmed. What? The thieves were shocked. They'd seen the explosion with their own eyes. How was he untouched? How are you still alive? He arrow. The body of an Arankar was covered in skin harder than steel, tougher than any blade. Most attacks couldn't even scratch them. Ulquiorra's Hiero could withstand Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga Tensho in his hollow form, and that only left a minor wound, one that healed instantly. A cheap explosion like that couldn't even break Kaien's defense. You bastard. I don't believe that didn't hurt. The blonde threw more stones, one after another. Sonito. FWIP. Kaien vanished. Next instant. SHLKKK. A blade pierced through the blonde's back. Wha? What? The blonde looked down in disbelief at the sword running through him. Sorry, Kaien said flatly. I'm kinda in a hurry. His magic power was far too low. Even in Ulquiorra's base state, he could only sustain it for about 10 minutes. If he didn't eliminate all of them by then, he'd be the one to fall. It had to end fast. Chapter 8, that's it. 812 words. You bastard. You killed Monka. Die. The other members of the Phantom Thief Guild saw Kaien kill the spiky blonde and instantly launched an attack. Great Flame Bomb. The afro-haired one fired a fireball at Kaien. Bala. Kaien raised his hand and released a bala. Even though the fireball had just been cast, Kaien's bala struck first and collided with it midair. Boom. The two forces clashed and exploded violently. Yuwa. The afro-haired man was blasted backward by the explosion. Kaien said flatly, 11 left. Bastard. The remaining members of the guild were completely enraged. They had underestimated Kaien because of his young appearance, but in the blink of an eye, he had already taken out 2 of their own. What terrified them most was how effortlessly he had done it. That sense of overwhelming danger made their skin crawl. Wind blades. One raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of slicing wind blades. Sonito. Kaien vanished again. The next instant. SHLKK. Ah. Before the man could even react, Kaien slashed him across the chest. Blood burst forth as he collapsed to the ground. 10 left. Kaien pointed his index finger toward the rest of them. A green glow rapidly gathered at his fingertip, forming a small, emerald energy sphere. I'll block it. Earth style, wall. Rumble. The earth surged upward, forming a solid stone wall in front of them. Zero. VMMM. Whoosh. A beam of emerald energy burst from Kaien's fingertip and widened as it traveled. Boom. The stone wall shattered the moment it was struck by the Zero. Yuwa. Afa. 5 members of the Phantom Thief Guild were annihilated in that single blast. The ground split apart, leaving behind a deep and jagged trench. 6 left. Die. A member dressed in tight-fitting ninja garb silently appeared behind Kaien, aiming his blade directly at Kaien's heart. Kaien, behind you. Elfman shouted a warning from above, but it was already too late. The blade stabbed into Kaien's back. Just when everyone thought he was done for. Crack. Kaien was completely unharmed. The assassin's blade had snapped in half. What? The would-be assassin panicked and tried to retreat. Slap. Kaien grabbed his face in one smooth motion. A terrifying force surged through his palm, slamming the man's head into the ground. Boom. The impact created a crater on the floor. Kaien let go, and the assassin lay unconscious, eyes rolled back. 5 left. Monster. The remaining guild members were visibly trembling. Magic couldn't kill him. Blades couldn't pierce him. If that wasn't a monster, what was? How were they supposed to beat something like this? Keep attacking. If one hit doesn't work, try 10, or 100. There's no way this freak is invincible. They spread out and began their coordinated assault. Futile struggle. Kyan blinked from spot to spot, then 5 bodies fell to the ground in succession. Being able to wipe out a squad of Rune Knight-level mages with ease was no small feat in any magic guild. They would have been elite-level members. But before Kyan, they couldn't even lift a finger. Speed, strength, offense, defense, Kyan outclassed them in every way. None of them lasted even a single exchange. One left. Clap, clap, clap. From the beginning, their leader Camille had been watching silently from the side. Now he clapped. Wonderful. Truly impressive. Kid, to be this powerful at your age, remarkable. Kyan turned his gaze to him. Your companions are dead. You're celebrating. Companions. Only the strong can be my companions. These ones weren't with me from the start. They killed my previous group and replaced them. Kid, with strength like yours, you're really going to waste it working jobs like this. Isn't that a shame? Kyan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then what should I be doing? Join me, of course. And what's in it for me? What's in it? Ha 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 ha. So many benefits. Join me, and we'll overthrow the Magic Council. Create a world where we make the rules. The whole world will be ours. You'll have freedom, wealth, status, fame, power, women. Anything you want, it's yours. Kyan replied coolly, that's enough. Oh? So you've decided to join me? Of course not. What? Kyan scoffed. I was expecting something dramatic. And that's it. What a waste of 2 minutes. All that grand talk, and you're just a nobody trying to trick me into joining you. Who do you think you are, the protagonist? Overthrow the Magic Council. Rule the world. Please. You have no idea how small you really are. Camille's face darkened. I extended an invitation because I respect strength. Refuse me, and you'll die. Not just you, your companion too. Kyan ignored his threats. He gripped the blade still lodged in his shoulder, and slowly pulled it free. The moment it came out, the wound on his shoulder began to heal rapidly. Within seconds, it vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Chapter 9, Enclose, Murcielago. 851 words. High-speed regeneration. A skill possessed by some hollows normally. When a hollow becomes an Arankar, they give up this ability in exchange for greater offensive power. But Ulquiorra kept it. As long as Kyan continued channeling Ulquiorra, any part of his body, except for internal organs and the brain, could regenerate in an instant. So for Kyan, this kind of injury wasn't much different from taking no damage at all. What? Impossible. It healed. Everyone watching was stunned. There were countless types of magic in the world, but none of them had ever heard of magic that could heal this fast. You. Monster. Even Camille was shaken. As if Kyan's speed, power, offensive magic, and devastating destructive force weren't enough, he even had immortality. Camille had never encountered such a monster before. Your magic, it must be full reflection, right? Kyan stared at Camille. 2 attacks had been launched and both had been reflected back at him. He'd already roughly figured it out. Not bad, kid. You figured it out with just 2 shots. That's right. My magic is full reflection. No matter the magic or the attack, it can't touch me. But I can attack you all I want. What? That's so unfair. Elfman couldn't believe it. How were they supposed to beat an enemy like this? Kid, now you understand the gap between us. You're strong, fast, powerful, with an absurd regeneration ability, but you can't lay a finger on me. You're using takeover magic, right? That means all your power comes from the one you've taken over. Once your magic runs out and the transformation ends, you'll die. Ha 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 ha. Camille burst into wild laughter. Killing ordinary mages was boring, but killing a genius like Kian, that was his favorite kind of thrill. Nothing excited him more than destroying someone everyone called a prodigy. That was how he proved he was the greatest. Just then, Elfman rushed in front of Kian. "You're not getting past me." Kian patted him on the shoulder. "Relax. There's no need to worry so much. He talks big, but it's just for show." Full reflection sounds unbeatable, but that doesn't mean he is. If he were truly strong, he wouldn't just be standing there. He would have rushed me and ended it already. And full reflection might be strong, but it's not perfect. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a stray dog. Camille's expression turned cold. "TCH. You're calm for a kid." "Yes, my reflection has a limit. If the power exceeds a certain threshold, I can't reflect it, but can you break that threshold?" "That last attack was already your strongest, right?" "My attacks can't hurt you, but how long can you last?" 3 minutes, Kian answered without hesitation. Elfman was stunned. "Why would you just say that? Isn't that a bit too honest?" 3 minutes. Ha 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 ha. "Kid, then enjoy your last 3 minutes alive." Camille laughed even louder now. He'd expected Kian to last 30 minutes, maybe even a few hours. But only 3 minutes. Elfman's expression turned grim. He had to decide. "Kian, when the time comes, run. Don't look back. I'll hold him off." He was ready to use Beast King takeover, but if he did, he might lose control again. A year ago he had lost his sister, Lisanna, because he tried to force that form. He didn't want to lose another guildmate. At that moment, Kian spoke calmly. 3 minutes is enough." Camille narrowed his eyes. "What did you say?" Kian didn't respond. He slowly raised his Zanpakuto, pointing it at Camille, and softly chanted his Resurrection release. "In close. Murcielago. Hummum." The sky darkened in an instant, and Kian erupted with a terrifying surge of spiritual pressure. Woa! Elfman was blown back by the sheer force of it. Black spiritual energy rained from the sky like droplets. Everyone instinctively looked up. Black rain. Camille frowned. He considered trying to reflect the falling droplets, but didn't sense any threat, so he let them fall. Soon, one of the black droplets landed on his face, and he immediately realized something was off. This isn't water, it's condensed magical energy in liquid form. The black rain faded quickly. Kian's form had completely transformed. He now wore a pure white robe, a double-horned white helmet, and his black hair had grown longer. The tear marks on his face were darker, more pronounced. Most striking of all, a pair of massive black bat-like wings spread behind him. This was Ulquiorra's Resurrection, first stage. Kian radiated an aura of overwhelming dominance. Camille felt a deep, primal sense of danger. This power reminded him of the monsters among the 10 wizard saints. Don't waver. Hold your stance. Stay focused. Don't let your guard down even for a second. Kian's cold eyes locked onto Camille, eyes that looked at him as if he were already dead. Camille snapped. "Huh? What the hell are you mumbling, brat? You haven't even touched me yet, and you think I'm the one losing composure. You've got less than a minute left. You should be the one panicking. Just wait till your time's up and I tear you apart." Kian replied flatly, 1 minute. Is enough. Chapter 10, Time to get paid. 1063 words. Swish. A pale green sword instantly formed in Kian's hand. In the blink of an eye, Kian appeared in front of Camille and swung the sword down at him. Boom. A terrifying shockwave exploded outward. The greenish light radiated in all directions, demolishing everything in its path, trees, ground, all obliterated. Yuwa. Elfman braced himself with all his strength, but still got blown away by the impact. Had the mayor's house not been protected by a magic barrier, it would have been completely destroyed. Bang! Camille shot out of the explosion in a ragged state, new wounds all over his body. Even though he had activated full reflection magic just in time, the destructive power of that blast was beyond terrifying. His reflection spell hadn't completely held up. After all, the larger the area it covers, the weaker the effect becomes. You little brat! Are you out of your mind? Camille shouted furiously at the figure in the center of the explosion. That lunatic had deliberately detonated his weapon the moment it was reflected back, completely unexpected. Wasn't that basically suicide? Just then, Kyan walked out of the smoke completely unscathed. That's when Camille remembered, this guy was a monster with absurd durability. Freak! Camille snarled through clenched teeth. So that's all it took, huh? Seeing that Camille was injured, Kyan knew he had broken through his defense. That was all he needed. Kyan flapped his wings and flew into the air, hovering above. Swish! A new moonlight sword formed in his hand, and he hurled it at Camille. Camille's eyes went wide in alarm. Full reflection. Pouring all his magic into the spell, he knew from the last explosion, just bouncing the weapon back wasn't enough. And he was right. Just as he was about to reflect the sword. Boom! The sword exploded. The massive blast swallowed Camille whole. As the smoke cleared, Camille was left severely wounded. His mask shattered, revealing an utterly unremarkable man in his 40s, so plain that he'd vanish in a crowd. It's over, Kyan said coldly. He pointed his index finger at Camille. Black energy gathered at the tip of his finger, compressing into a small dark sphere. Ciro Oscuras. In the Bleach anime, only Espada-class Arrancar in Resurrection form could use this technique, and even then, only Ulquiorra was ever shown using it. Ciro Oscuras. Fwoosh! A massive wave of black energy fired down at Camille. Full reflection. Camille threw every last ounce of his magic into reflecting the black beam back. But it was no use. Black Ciro was continuous, Camille could reflect the first part, but the next wave immediately crashed into him. Already injured, and with the power far beyond what his magic could reflect, he couldn't hold on. Boom! Waya! The blast engulfed Camille. Everything around him was reduced to rubble. Crack! Even the protective barrier couldn't withstand the force and finally shattered. It took a long while for the explosion to die down. When it finally did, a massive crater, dozens of meters wide, was left in the ground. Camille lay unconscious at the center, completely out cold. Kyan landed and dropped his transformation, reverting to his normal form. Ha! Ha! He gasped for breath. His magic power was completely drained. Activating even a short period of resurrection consumed far more mana than he had expected. Just 1 minute had drained more than half his total reserves. Elfman. Kyan looked around and panicked when he didn't see Elfman. Don't tell me that big oaf got caught in the blast. Clatter. A shattered wall was pushed aside. I'm over here. Elfman's voice rang out. He was crouched over this mission's client, Mayor Kos, shielding him. Seeing that Elfman was unharmed, Kyan let out a breath of relief and plopped down on the ground. Elfman stared at the massive crater with awe. Even though it had only lasted a short while, Kyan's power in that form had completely outclassed his S-class sister, Mira Jane. Kyan, are you okay? I'm fine. Just drained. Gonna nap a bit. The intense mana drain brought on a deep drowsiness. No sooner had Kyan finished speaking than he passed out. Elfman quickly stood guard beside him. Not long after, the Rune Knights dispatched by the Magic Council finally arrived, slowly. Seeing the devastation, they were all shaken. Once they heard the battle recap from the few conscious Rune Knight members, they were stunned. Not a single squad of theirs had been able to stop the enemy. Yet one man from Fairy Tale had wiped out the entire Phantom Thief Guild. Unbelievable. Still, no matter how unbelievable, the Rune Knights wasted no time in arresting the defeated members of the Phantom Thief Guild. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, falling across Kyan's face. Kyan slowly opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. He opened his system panel with practiced ease. Ding! S-Class mission, eliminate the Phantom Thief Guild complete. Reward received, 10x draw. As expected, greater risk, greater reward. If it were a normal A-Class mission, he'd have to complete 10 of them to get the same reward. One mission usually took at least a week. Even working non-stop, it'd take 2 to 3 months just to earn a 10x draw. And now he'd cleared it all with one S-Class mission. His eyes lingered on the 10x draw button, itching to click. After all, no one could resist the thrill of gacha. But in the end, he held back with iron will. Better to wait until I'm back at Fairy Tale, and get the goddess blessing before I draw. He knew from his gaming days, gacha was mysterious. If you wanted to pull an SSR, you needed time, luck and vibes to align. That wasn't superstition. It was quantum mechanics. His eyes swept the room, spotting Elfman snoring on a couch not far away. Kyan walked over and patted him. Wake up. The sun's already roasting your ass. Elfman groggily opened his eyes. When he saw Kyan, he sat up in joy. Kyan, you're okay. I've always been okay. Just used up too much magic, that's all. What about the client? Is he all right? No problem. He's staying in the room next door. Good. Kyan sighed in relief. Man, that would have sucked. Imagine finally finishing a job, only for the guy who pays you to die. What a disaster that'd be. Come on, we're done with the job. Time to get paid. Chapter 11, of course it's about splitting the money. 1098 words. Kyan and Elfman arrived next door, where the mayor greeted them warmly. Mr. Kyan, you're awake. If it weren't for you and Mr. Elfman last night, I would have been dead for sure. The mayor was deeply grateful. He had witnessed the entire battle the night before. The Rune Knights from the Magic Council had seemed impressive, but in the end, they were all wiped out by the Phantom Thief Guild. Completely unreliable. Thankfully, Kyan displayed incredible power and wiped out all the enemies. If not for him, the mayor would have been hacked into pieces by now. Kyan responded with righteous sincerity, "There's no need to thank us, Mr. Mayor. You're our client, and protecting our clients is the top priority of any mage from the Fairy Tale Guild. Such outstanding mages." The mayor then walked over to the table and placed a large box of money on it. Mr. Kyan, this is the reward for your mission. Please count it. Kyan's eyes sparkled the moment he saw all that cash. Elfman wasn't faring any better. He usually earned just over 100,000 J per job, and even the tougher ones barely hit 200,000 J. At most, he could do 4 or 5 a month. 7 million J. Even if he worked non-stop for a whole year without spending a cent, he still wouldn't make that much. To earn it all at once, it was staggering. You're too kind, Mayor. Of course we trust you, Kyan said smoothly, though his hands were already lifting the money box. He even upgraded his form of address from Mr. Mayor to Lord Mayor. The mayor beamed. Ha ha ha. You too, if you're not in a hurry, why not stay in the city a few more days? Let me properly host the heroes who saved my life. Kyan waved his hand. We appreciate your kindness, Lord Mayor, but no need to trouble yourself. We need to hurry back and report the mission to the guild. If we delay too long, everyone will start worrying. Besides, now that such a big incident has happened here, you're bound to be busy. Next time, perhaps. In that case, I won't keep you. Safe travels to you both. We'll take our leave then. And if anything like this happens again, remember to call on Fairy Tale. The mayor chuckled bitterly. I hope nothing like this ever happens again. Once was enough, his heart wouldn't survive a second time. Kian and Elfman left by carriage. On the carriage, Kian opened the money box. The bright stacks of bills were blinding. Gulp. Both of them instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They had never seen this much money before. Kian took out half and handed it straight to Elfman. Ha! Kian, what are you doing? Elfman stared at the money in his arms, completely stunned. What do you mean, what? Obviously, we're splitting the money. SPSP splitting the money. Elfman was so shocked he stuttered. Yeah. You came with me on this job. Now that we've been paid, of course we're splitting the reward. Kian said matter-of-factly. No. That's not right. I was just the senior bringing a newbie. We weren't officially teamed up for the job. Besides, I didn't really do anything, it was all you. I can't accept this money. Elfman hurriedly shoved the cash back. Senior mages usually didn't take pay when guiding rookies, it was part of the responsibility. Kian handed it right back. You gave up your own time, and you protected the client. You deserve your share. But I don't need that much. Just this is enough. Elfman took out 100,000 J. No way, that's too little. This mission was different from the usual ones. You risked your life, there's no way I'm letting you take just that. After some back and forth, Elfman finally accepted 1 million J. Seeing him put the money away, Kian nodded in satisfaction. Elfman had only gotten caught up in this mess because of him. Since he had risked his life, it was only right he be rewarded properly. Elfman, however, found the money a bit too hot to handle. After all, he hadn't done much. That 1 million J was enough to cover several months of work. Kian is way too generous. Maybe I should introduce my sister to him. Fairy Tale Guild. As usual, Mira Jane was collecting the guild's mail. Most of it consisted of request letters from clients. She had to sort and record them all before posting them on the request board for the guild mages to pick from. Ha! Just then, Mira Jane noticed a large S stamped on one of the envelopes. That meant it was an S-class mission. S-class requests were rare due to their high level of danger. But for the same reason, the rewards were incredibly generous, starting at 5 million J. Every guild took S-class missions very seriously. Mira Jane opened the envelope, and the moment she saw the details inside, her face went pale. Back in the guild hall, things were lively as always. Mira Jane rushed in, face full of panic. Something terrible's happened. Master. What is it, Mira? The Phantom Thief Guild mission. It's been reclassified as an S-class mission. Pfft. Makarov spat out the drink he had just taken a sip of. What? The entire guild fell silent. An S-class mission could only be taken by S-class mages. Even then, they weren't accepted lightly, these missions were dangerous even for them. One wrong move, and you could die. What happened? Why did it become an S-class mission? Mira Jane hurriedly handed the request form to Makarov. As he read it, his face changed dramatically. The King of Assassins, Camille. He's the leader of the Phantom Thief Guild. What? The King of Assassins, Camille. Everyone in the guild was shaken. The name was infamous, this man had taken out countless powerful mages to earn his title. Rumor had it that no one ever survived once he targeted them. His strength was terrifying. Master, what do we do now? Mira Jane was distraught. Kian was out there, and so was her younger brother, Elfman. Her sister, Lisanna, had died during an S-class mission. If her brother died the same way. If she was left all alone. She didn't know how she'd go on. I'll go myself. None of the S-class mages were in the guild at the moment. Even if they were, going up against the king of assassins was still extremely risky. Makarov had no choice, he would go in person. Just as Makarov reached the door. Creak! The guild doors opened. Kyan and Elfman stood in the entrance. Kyan. Chapter 12, I want to buy a house. 1024 words. Everyone in the guild stared at Kyan and Elfman in disbelief. Kyan blinked, just as surprised. Yo! Everyone's here. Kyan. Elfman. You're okay. Okay. What do you mean okay? Kyan was a little confused. What could possibly have happened to them? Makarov waved his hand dismissively. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Thank goodness you didn't take on that mission. It's been upgraded to S-class. I was really worried you two might have rushed in blindly. You made the right call by giving it up. Giving up the mission. What mission? What else? The one you took, against the Phantom Thief Guild. Oh, that. We completed it. What did you say? Everyone in the guild froze. All eyes were on Kyan, wide with disbelief. Mirajane looked to Elfman for confirmation. Elfman nodded seriously. Makarov stared, stunned. You actually finished it. You defeated the king of assassins, Camille. Kyan nodded. Yup. That guy was pretty tricky, not easy to handle. Elfman stayed quiet, though inwardly he grumbled, yeah, super tricky, took you a whole minute to beat him. You're so reckless. That was an S-class mission. That guy was the infamous king of assassins. Kyan shrugged. Couldn't be helped. I already accepted the job, I couldn't just back out. And they were trying to kill my client. I couldn't just sit by and do nothing, could I? That'd be a disgrace to Fairy Tale's name. Just then, a paperboy ran past the guild doors. Extra! Extra! The notorious Phantom Thief Guild, all members arrested. Shocking identity of their guild master revealed. Guild members rushed to buy a copy. It's true. It's really true. Kyan just joined the guild and already completed an S-class mission. That's insane. No wonder he beat Natsu. This guy's strength is monstrous. The guild buzzed with amazement as they read the report. It clearly stated that it was Kyan, a mage from Fairy Tale, who took down the Phantom Thief Guild. Makarov took a deep breath. All right. Give us the mission rundown. Elfman stepped forward and gave a full report of the mission from beginning to end. And from his report, everyone realized Kyan had done it all by himself. One man took down 13 members of the Phantom Thief Guild, including the one known as the King of Assassins, Camille. That was unbelievable. Makarov exhaled, finally relieved. He turned to Kyan. I'll let this one slide, but don't be so reckless next time. Got it. Oh, by the way, Master, since I've already completed an S-class mission, can I go up to the second floor? The second floor held all the S-class missions Kyan had been dreaming of. The more he completed, the more chances he had to spin the lottery. And if that happened, his strength would skyrocket. Yeah, good point. If Kyan finished an S-class mission, doesn't that mean he should be allowed on the second floor? S-class missions were dangerous even for official S-class mages. Now that Kyan had completed one, surely he qualified. No way. S-class missions are S-class missions. The second floor is a different matter. You can only access it if you become an S-class mage. That's the guild rule. Makarov rejected the request instantly. This stubborn brat had just joined and already dared to take on an S-class mission. If he let this rascal onto the second floor, who knows what kind of trouble he'd stir up, maybe he'd even try to take on a 100-year quest. Plus, it would set a bad precedent. Others might try to rush into S-class missions just to get upstairs. He didn't want to deal with that headache. Sigh. Fine. Then how do I become an S-class mage? Kyan looked disappointed. He thought he could waltz right up and pick any mission he liked. You'll have to wait until the end of year S-class advancement exam. Only by passing that can you be promoted. Kyan's eyes widened. End of the year. But it's only the beginning of the year. That's more than half a year away. Exactly. Makarov thought to himself, just do some normal missions for now and be patient, kid. Soon, the guild returned to its usual lively state. People kept buzzing about Kyan's feat, completing an S-class mission. Just looking at the photos in the newspaper, the destruction alone showed how intense the fight had been. Kyan ordered an entire table full of food. He'd lived frugally since arriving in this world, but now that he had money, he was going to make up for every missed meal. While he ate, many guild members came to invite him into their fixed teams, but he turned them all down politely, saying he wanted to work alone for now. There were benefits to forming a team, more safety, the ability to take on harder missions. But only when the members were of similar strength. If the power gap was too wide, it would only slow him down. And slowing down meant delaying his growth. Besides, his goal was to become an S-class mage. Once he reached that level, he'd have to do S-class missions anyway. Working with weak teammates would be even more dangerous. Better to get used to going solo now. Mira Jane. Another beer. Coming right up. Mira Jane quickly brought over a fresh glass and set it on his table. Kyan, thank you so much. She'd heard from Elfman that Kyan had handled the Phantom Thief Guild all on his own without letting Elfman get involved. Even more, after the mission, he tried to split the reward with Elfman. In the end, Elfman only took 1 million J, but even that amount required completing a high-difficulty hunt. Kyan blinked. Thank me. For what? I should be thanking you. If you hadn't asked Elfman to bring me, he wouldn't have been there to protect the client. I might have completed the mission and ended up with no one alive to pay me. Hearing that, Mira Jane looked at Kyan with renewed fondness. If you ever need help with anything, just ask. That's when Kyan suddenly remembered something. Actually, yeah. I do have something I need help with. What is it? I want to buy a house. Chapter 13, Gold Pull, again. 1032 words. Buy a house. The guild has dorms, you know. In mage guilds, most mages either rented homes or stayed in dormitories. Very few ever bought property. No, I don't like staying in dorms. I want a place of my own. Now that he had been transported to this world, Kyan felt it was time to truly settle down. Naturally, he wanted a place he could call home. Do you have any specific requirements for the house? Not really. It can be in a remote area. I just don't want to disturb others while I'm training. As long as it's clean and well kept, that's enough. Mira Jane's eyes lit up. If that's what you're looking for, I actually know a place that fits perfectly. Wait right here. She immediately ran over to Makarov and asked for leave to take Kyan to see the house. Makarov agreed without hesitation. Buying a house was a big step in anyone's life. For Kyan to purchase property here, it meant he was ready to put down roots. Mira Jane quickly returned to Kyan. All set. I got permission. Let's go. She led him along the riverside path. There's a couple that lives near me. The husband was recently transferred to Onibus as a civil servant. They're planning to move, so they're selling their house. The moment you described what you wanted, they came to mind. As they walked, a boat passed by on the river. The boatman, seeing Mira Jane and Kyan walking together, grinned and teased, "Hey there. Young couple out on a date?" Mira Jane's cheeks turned pink. We are not. Ah, don't be shy. Young folks should enjoy love while they're young, wait too long, and it'll be too late. As the boat drifted away with the current, he waved goodbye. Kyan, don't listen to him, he's just spouting nonsense. Kyan chuckled. I know, he's just joking. But you denying it so fast. That kinda hurts, you know. Ah. That's not what I meant. Relax, I'm messing with you too. He liked Mira Jane, but it wasn't love at first sight. It was more of a casual affection, partially influenced by having seen her in the anime. Honestly, they had only met twice, counting today. Mira Jane puffed out her cheeks in mock annoyance. Oomph. Kyan, you've got a wicked sense of humor. Then she laughed. Even though they'd only met briefly, being around Kyan felt surprisingly natural. Before long, they arrived at the house. A carriage stood out front, loaded with luggage of all shapes and sizes. Mr. Santos. Mrs. Bella. You're leaving already. Mira Jane stepped forward to greet them. Ah, Miss Mira Jane. Yes, everything's ready over there, it's time for us to move on, said Mrs. Bella with a smile. She had watched Mira Jane grow up, from a little girl into a graceful young woman. And this young man, is he your boyfriend? Little Myra's all grown up now. Mira Jane's cheeks flushed. He's not. He's a colleague from the guild. Oh? So it's a guild romance? No. We're just co-workers, that's all. Funny. I haven't seen you out with any other male guildmates before. Mrs. Bella. Ha ha ha. Just teasing. If I don't joke with you now, I might never get the chance again. By the way, what's going to happen with the house now that you're leaving? Has it been sold yet? Mrs. Bella shook her head. Not yet. There's no time to deal with it slowly, so we were going to leave it with an agent. In that case, it's perfect. My colleague here is looking to buy a house, and I immediately thought of yours. Would you mind if we took a look? Of course not. Please, go ahead. Mira Jane led Kyan inside for a tour. The house was modest in size, 2 floors, clean and tidy. It had clearly been well maintained. The layout was pleasant, the furnishings complete, Kyan could move in with just a few extra purchases. The surroundings were also beautiful. The house was standalone, so he wouldn't need to worry about disturbing neighbors. Kyan was very satisfied. After some sharp bargaining by Mira Jane, the couple, who originally planned to sell for 4 million J, agreed to part with it for 3 million J. Kyan was impressed. So you're not a couple, huh? And yet you just saved him a whole million J. We're really not. Well then, I'd better get going. Young man, little Mira is a wonderful girl. I watched her grow up. You'd better treat her right. Mrs. Bella. Kyan replied with total seriousness, don't worry, Mrs. Bella. I'll treasure her. Mrs. Bella blinked, then burst out laughing and gave Kyan a hearty pat on the shoulder. You're all right, kid. Kyan. Mira Jane whined, embarrassed, even though she knew they were joking, she was still flustered. A short while later, the carriage slowly pulled away. Mira Jane waved goodbye, it was likely the last time she'd see them. Kyan, take your time settling in. I'm heading back to the guild. Wait. You helped me so much today, let me treat you to a meal. No way. If someone sees us, who knows what rumors they'll start. Having lived in Magnolia for years, Mira Jane was well known in town. In just this one outing, she'd already been teased several times. Ah. Hee, just kidding. The guild's got a lot of work to do. Maybe some other time. I'll head back for now. She turned to go but Kyan suddenly remembered something. Wait. Mira Jane. What is it? I almost forgot the most important thing. Can you wish me luck again? Like last time? Mirajane blinked, confused, but then smiled brightly. Mr. Kyan, I wish you good luck today too. Ding. You have received the goddess's blessing. Luck plus 100. As Mirajane walked away, Kyan could swear he heard a system notification ring out in his head. By the time he snapped out of it, she was already gone. Kyan immediately opened his system interface. Perform 10x draw. Confirm. Starlight once again sparkled across the screen, converging in the night sky. Kyan prayed silently in his heart, gold. Gold. Come on, give me gold. At that moment, a dazzling golden glow burst forth. Kyan cheered, eyes wide. A gold pull. I actually got one. Chapter 14, Yorichi Tsujikuni. 1076 words. As expected of his goddess of luck, she always came through when it counted. The animation continued. 10 multicolored streaks fell from the sky like meteors, and finally, 10 character cards appeared. 1 gold, 2 blue, 3 green, and the rest white. The cards began to reveal themselves, starting from the lowest tier. The lowest was white, also known as cannon fodder. These were the unlucky nobodies in anime who flash by and die without anyone remembering their names. One level above that was green. Still cannon fodder. Above green was blue. Blue represented minor elites, like a mid-level ninja from Naruto. They might not even have any lines, but at least they had some strength. Above blue was purple. This tier was already quite good. If you compared it to Naruto, that'd be a jonin. In One Piece, it would at least be a pirate with a bounty over 100 million berries, or maybe even a warlord of the sea. Above purple was the legendary gold tier. In Naruto, that meant Kage level and above. In One Piece, admirals and emperors. In Bleach, captain class. Finally, the last gold card was revealed. Kyan's eyes widened. It's actually him. On the character card was a man dressed like a samurai, clad in a crimson haori. His long, deep red hair was tied into a high ponytail. Crimson irises, red paper earrings with a sun symbol hanging from his ears, and most striking of all, a strange, jagged mark on his forehead. In his hand was a red katana. Just standing there, he exuded an overwhelming, oppressive presence. Yorichi Tsujikuni. The absolute peak of Demon Slayer. Kyan had watched a ton of anime. There were always powerful characters, but usually, someone existed to match them, or at least come close. But Yorichi was different. He was the absolute ceiling. In fact, when you mentioned ceiling in anime, he was the first name that came to mind. From the moment he was born, he possessed unparalleled talent. He created the sun breathing style. The 5 foundational breathing techniques that followed were nothing more than crude imitations. No matter how many geniuses refined and created their own breathing styles, they couldn't even match him, let alone surpass him. The strongest boss in Demon Slayer, Muzan Kibutsuji, was instantly overwhelmed the moment he encountered Yorichi. He barely escaped by self-destruction. As long as Yorichi was alive, Muzan didn't even dare show his face. Only after Yorichi died did Muzan dare to re-emerge. At the end of the anime, the entire Demon Slayer Corps attacked Muzan with everything they had. The result? Massive casualties. In the end, it was the sun's rays that finally killed him. Kyan had only one way to describe Yorichi. A mortal who slays gods. Compared to other anime characters who could destroy islands or nations, Yorichi clearly didn't have that level of firepower. But standing face to face with him, even a god would have to brace themselves. You might be able to destroy the world. But I can kill you. Kyan tapped his finger, selecting all characters except Ulquiorra and Yorichi to be recycled. To avoid accidentally recycling the gold tier, he double-checked everything twice. If he lost that gold legend, he'd regret it for life. Confirm, recycle all selected characters. Confirm. Ding. Recycle successful. Magic power increased. System, I just recycled 2 blue elites. Why did I only get half a star boost? Are you skimming off the top? The higher the magic star rating, the harder it is to increase. All gains are calculated fairly. If the host wishes to improve further, please recycle higher quality characters. You sly bastard. Still that same cold, official response. Only a fool would recycle a gold tier character. Kyan opened his personal status panel. Host, Kyan Blaze. Age, 18. Race, human. Magic power. Magic, take over magic. Character cards, Ulquiorra Cipher, gold, Yorichi Tsujikuni, gold. Full takeover. Yorichi Tsujikuni. Kyan activated his takeover magic. His hair began to grow longer rapidly. His clothing transformed. In just a few seconds, Kyan now resembled Yorichi. His face remained the same, but the rest was nearly identical. Yorichi's memories surged through Kyan's mind. From the moment he was born, Yorichi was different. The world he saw wasn't like everyone else's. He could use the transparent world. People appeared translucent to him. He could see the movement of lungs and hearts, the flow of blood through vessels, the contraction of muscles. He could even read his own muscle tension, allowing him to predict an opponent's movements effortlessly. His speed in both attacking and evading skyrocketed. He defeated trained swordsmen the first time he picked up a blade. He went on to invent breathing styles and joined the Demon Slayer Corps, where he passed on his techniques, giving them the power to fight demons. When he faced Muzan, he dealt a fatal blow in a single strike, forcing the demon to blow himself up and flee. Eventually, he met his brother, Michikatsu Tsujikuni, who would later become Kokushibo. In the end, Yorichi held back out of brotherly love. He struck once. And then died standing. Phew. After reliving Yorichi's memories, Kyan took a deep breath, but his heart was still shaken. He realized the anime had actually downplayed things. The real Yorichi was far stronger than what had been shown on screen. A saying came to mind. To those who know no swordsmanship, he is the moon glimpsed from the bottom of a well. To those who do, he is the vast sky glimpsed by an ant. Even if you're a once-in-a-million genius, genius is just the price of entry to stand before him. Kyan began to use the sun-breathing technique. A powerful force surged through his body. It wasn't just magical energy, it was physical. He felt his raw physical stats increase significantly. At the same time, his magic power was rapidly draining. Soon after, he released the transformation and returned to normal. Phew. A deep sense of loss filled Kyan's chest. It felt like going from being a peerless genius to a complete idiot. His talent was nothing compared to Yorichi's. But just then, his body instinctively began to use the sun breathing again. Inhale, exhale. As he practiced the sun breathing, Kyan suddenly felt a powerful energy rising within him. He blinked. Wait a sec. I've already exited the Yorichi form. How can I still use his breathing technique? When in doubt, ask the system. System, why can I still use the breathing technique? Chapter 15, Urza. 1101 words. Breathing techniques were created by Yorichi Tsujikuni and do not require special energy. As long as the user possesses the aptitude for them, they can be used. Since the host has previously used sun breathing while transformed, he already meets the qualifications to use it. So that means I can use sun breathing in my everyday state too. Yes. That's awesome. Kyan lit up with excitement. If there was ever a moment he was weakest, it was undoubtedly when he wasn't using takeover magic. Take now, for example, he was basically a glass cannon. If he got knocked out before transforming, that would be game over. Plus, he didn't want to go full power every time some random enemy showed up. If every low-level thug from a dark guild made him transform just to deal with them, that'd be ridiculous. Transformation came with a massive cost. If enemies kept coming one after another, and he had to use takeover each time, no amount of magic power would sustain him. So the best solution: get strong enough that he didn't need to transform in most fights. If he ran into someone so strong that he couldn't win without transforming, then he'd bust out the takeover magic and his anime character cards. Sun breathing could drastically enhance physical attributes. If he could maintain total concentration constant, he'd be using the breathing technique 24 hours a day. Over time, his body would gradually become stronger. With that in mind, Kyan immediately sat down cross-legged and began his breathing practice. Before long, he stopped abruptly, drenched in sweat and pale with shock. "I can't do it. I just can't. I only did full concentration breathing for a minute, and I nearly died. It hurts so bad, my lungs, my ears, my eardrums are throbbing AF." He smacked his ears with both hands repeatedly until the pressure eased up a little. That scared the crap out of me. I seriously thought my heart was going to burst out of my ears. System, what happened? I was breathing just fine back when I was transformed. Why doesn't it work now? Previously, the host's body was that of a character card. Now you're using your own body, which lacks the necessary base stats. That's why it doesn't work. Then how do I raise my base stats? 1. Run 10 kilometers daily. 2. Hold breath training 10 times a day, starting from 1 minute, gradually increasing to 10 minutes. 3. Practice sun breathing for 20 minutes a day. Doesn't sound too bad. I'll start tomorrow morning. After taking a shower, Kyan settled into his new home and had a great night's sleep. The next morning, before sunrise, Kyan was already up and dressed, jogging around Magnolia. The horizon had just begun to brighten, and the air was crisp and cool, perfect running weather. A full loop around Magnolia was roughly 10 kilometers. Kyan finished in about 30 minutes, much faster than he used to. Back then, it'd take him a full hour to run 10 kilometers. It looked like his physical stats had improved without him even noticing after crossing over to this world. Next up was breath-holding training, which was simple enough. Just dunk his face into a large basin of water and hold it as long as he could. The longer, the better. Kyan gave it a try. His current max hold time was around 90 seconds. Finally, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard and began practicing sun breathing. By the time he was done, the sun was already high in the sky. Kyan stood up, ready to head to the guild. Sun breathing required 20 minutes of use per day, but it didn't all have to be in one go. It could be used anytime, anywhere, and worked best after his body was well rested. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw Mirajane and Elfman walking toward him from down the street. "Kyan." Elfman immediately waved when he spotted him. Ever since they went on a mission together, Kyan and Elfman had gotten along great. Mirajane had helped Kyan join the guild and even helped him find housing. These two siblings were the people Kyan knew best in Fairy Tale. "Morning, Kyan. Did you sleep well last night?" Mirajane greeted him with her usual bright smile. Just seeing her adorable expression instantly lifted Kyan's mood. "Yeah, thanks. Honestly, if it weren't for you, I never would have found a place I like this much. No need to thank me. After all, you helped Elfman. Just consider it a return gift." "A return gift? I almost forgot. You two should come over sometime. I'll cook. Think of it as my housewarming party." "Ooh. I guess I can't say no to that. You can cook, Kyan." Elfman looked at him, surprised. I'm decent. Cooking is a basic life skill every adult should have, right?" The three of them chatted as they walked to the guild together. Soon after, other members began trickling into the guild. For many, coming to the guild was like clocking in at work. Even if they didn't plan to take any jobs, they'd still show up to hang out. Eating, drinking, and goofing off with your friends was way more fun than being alone. After Kyan finished breakfast, he walked over to the request board to look for a job that suited him. He ruled out B-rank quests for now. His priority was A-rank quests. A-rank missions all had rewards of over 1,000,000J. Most of them were subjugation types. Subjugation jobs were the most dangerous kind. They involved taking down powerful magical beasts. In this world overflowing with magic power, humans had mages, but animals had monsters. Some of these magical beasts were even stronger than the 10 wizard saints. Kyan scanned the board and picked out one that offered a reward of exactly 1,000,000J. It wasn't too far from Fairy Tale, about a day and a half's travel. Including the job itself, he'd need around 5 days. Factoring in rest, he figured he could finish one A-rank job a week. That meant for a month. Add in the system's monthly free draw, and that gave him a 10 pull every 2 months. Just as Kyan reached out to take the request, Makarov's stern voice rang out. "You can't take that job." Kyan turned toward the voice and immediately saw the striking figure of a woman with long, bright red hair. Her beautiful face was framed by silver-gray armor, a black pleated skirt, and tall black boots. She radiated presence and strength. Kyan recognized her instantly. Titania, Queen of the Fairies. Chapter 16, Another S. 1092 words. The Queen of Fairies, Urza, one of the main heroines of Fairy Tale. While technically the second female lead, her popularity far surpassed that of the actual heroine. Kyan had always liked Urza's character, so he recognized her instantly. This was actually his first time seeing Urza in real life. When he first joined the guild, she hadn't been around, probably out on a mission. "What's going on?" "Looks like Urza wants to take on an S-class mission, but the master rejected her." An S-class mission. S-class missions were brutally difficult, even for S-class mages. They were often life-threatening. One wrong move and you could lose your life. Unless you were ridiculously powerful, like guildarts, even S-class mages rarely took on S-class missions. "Master, I have the confidence to complete this S-class mission," Urza said firmly to Makarov. She had been an S-class mage for 3 years now, having passed the S-class promotion trial at just 15, making her the youngest S-class mage in Fairy Tale's history. But after achieving that rank, she hadn't rushed to accept S-class missions. She knew she still lacked the necessary strength, and instead chose to hone her abilities patiently. She had originally planned to take on one last year, but that plan got interrupted by what happened with Mirajane, so she continued refining her skills for another year. Now, at 18, she was ready. And the news that a newbie had completed an S-class mission on his first job only fueled her competitive drive. She, an S-class mage, had yet to complete one, while a newcomer had already pulled it off. She couldn't let that slide. So she made up her mind to take on an S-class mission. "No way. This job is far too dangerous. This isn't about confidence, it's about strength. I do have the strength to complete it." "You stubborn girl. Why are you always like this?" Makarov slammed the table in frustration. Elfman muttered, "Why does this scene feel so familiar?" As he said that, he glanced at Kyan. Just a few days ago, Kyan had been arguing with the master in the exact same way. "Master, I'm not being stubborn. I really believe I can finish this mission." Makarov sighed. "You just don't get it, do you? This S-class request has been up for over 2 years. In that time, 7 or 8 highly capable mages have attempted it, and none of them came back. Do you see why I can't let you take it?" "What? 7 or 8 mages failed?" The guild was shocked. If someone qualified to take an S-class mission failed, that meant they were seriously powerful. And if that many powerful mages had all failed, then this job was far more dangerous than anyone had imagined. Master, I still want to give it a try, Urza said seriously. Every mission carried risks. It was only by constantly challenging yourself that you could truly grow stronger. You're impossible to reason with, kid. Makarov was nearly at his wits' end. Then, his gaze landed on Kyan standing by the request board. This brat's been eyeing the second-floor missions from the start, he thought. All right then. I'll allow it. Really? Urza was surprised. From how stubborn the master had been earlier, she was sure he'd never agree. But I have one condition. What condition? You can't go alone. It's too dangerous. I'm assigning someone to go with you, only then can I rest easy. As he spoke, Makarov pointed at Kyan. Kyan. You're going with Urza. Kyan blinked and pointed to himself. Me? The entire guild was floored by what Makarov had said. Kyan was just a rookie who'd only recently joined Fairy Tail. Sure, he'd completed one S-class mission, but now he was being assigned a second. This was getting ridiculous. That's right, you brat. Haven't you been itching to do another S-class mission? Well, here's your chance, go with Urza and take this one. You in? Ding. Do you accept S-class mission, Legendary Sword? Mission reward, 10x drawl. Yes. 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 Kyan shot his hand up the moment he saw the system message. No way he'd pass this up. An S-class job was worth 10 A-class jobs. And let's be real, doing 10 A-class jobs meant running all over the place. Way more of a hassle than doing one big mission. Kyan walked over without hesitation. Master, I'm in. Urza, you'll be completing this mission with Kyan. If you don't agree, then I won't let you go at all. Makarov looked her straight in the eye. S-class jobs were far too risky. Urza was indeed strong and well-rounded, but even she had a decent chance of failure. Kyan might be a rookie, but he had successfully completed an S-class mission. And based on Elfman's descriptions, while Kyan's endurance wasn't great, his explosive combat strength was top tier among S-class mages. If not for the fear of inflating his ego, Makarov would have already made him an S-class mage. Kyan was the only person he could send with Urza and still sleep at night. I accept. Urza replied without hesitation. She wasn't the type to let pride get in the way of safety. If going with someone increased her chances of success, she had no reason to object. Nice to meet you. I'm Urza. Let's work well together. Urza extended her hand politely. Kyan took her hand and replied. I'm Kyan. Looking forward to it. I've heard about you, you defeated the entire Phantom Thief Guild by yourself and completed an S-class mission. That's impressive. It was just luck, really. You don't finish an S-class mission through luck. We should spar sometime. Sure. Kyan could see the fire in Urza's eyes. She was already seeing him as a rival to beat. Kyan, check out the mission. Makarov handed him the request form. This would be Kyan's first time seeing a proper S-class mission request up close. The form had a large, bold red S stamped across the top, an unmistakable mark of danger. Legendary Sword, S. Retrieve the legendary sword from the temple hidden deep within the western great forest of the Kingdom of Sobia, and return it to the Sobia Royal Palace. Doesn't look that complicated. Makarov's face was grim. The simpler a mission looks, the more dangerous it often is. 7 or 8 powerful mages have already failed this one. I don't know much else about it, but I do know the western great forest of the Kingdom of Sobia. Its official name is Western Great Forest, but it's also known by another name, the Forest of Monsters. Chapter 17, The Kingdom of Swords. 1087 words. Forest of Monsters. Levi cried out the moment she heard the name. Sarasuk glanced at her curiously. What's wrong, Levi? You know that place? Levi nodded. It's recorded in the Magic Chronicle. The Forest of Monsters is said to be one of the legendary forbidden zones for humans. It's rumored that over 1 million monsters live there. 1 million? How much is 1 million? I can't count that high. Happy, lend me your fingers. Natsu flinched in shock, frantically counting on his fingers in panic. Happy retorted, even if you borrowed all my fur, it still wouldn't be enough. Gray frowned. If there are that many monsters in the forest, doesn't that country fear being wiped out? Makarov explained, that brings us to the kingdom of Sobia. It's also known as the kingdom of swordsmen. The people there revere swordsmanship. Unlike our mage guilds, they have sword guilds instead. The sword guilds mainly hunt monsters in the forest of monsters. They defeat monsters, bring back the materials, and sell them. Their rank rises depending on how many monsters they've slain, from 1-star swordsman, all the way up to 9-star swordsman. A 9-star swordsman is roughly equivalent to an S-class mage in our guild. Thanks to the countless swordsmen who hunt daily, the kingdom of Sobia has managed to defend itself from monster attacks. Moreover, the materials gathered from the monsters' bodies have made it one of the most powerful nations on the entire Ishgard continent. What I know is only that much. I've heard of the legendary sword long ago, but I thought it was just a rumor. I'm telling you all this so you'll understand how dangerous this mission is. It was first issued to the sword guilds. Countless 7-star, 8-star, and even 9-star swordsmen took up the challenge, yet they all fell in the forest of monsters. After that, when no one could complete it, the mission was reassigned to the mage guilds. Many mages attempted it as well, and all failed. Though it's officially listed as an S-class quest, every guild master agrees that its difficulty borders on SS class. That's why I tried to stop you from going. SS class? Everyone in the guild gasped in shock. SS class missions were ranked above S class, twice as dangerous, and far more likely to claim lives. The only advice I can give you is this: if you find the mission too difficult to complete, retreat immediately. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Yes, master. Kyan and Urza both nodded firmly, their faces solemn. Kyan also felt that this would be a tricky one. The forest of monsters, with its endless hordes, definitely not an easy task. This was probably the most troublesome type of challenge he'd faced so far. But that didn't discourage him, in fact, it made his blood boil with excitement. During the fight against the Phantom Thief Guild, he'd felt something he'd never experienced before, a rush of pure exhilaration. Could it be that I'm a battle maniac deep down? No way. Before I crossed over, I never even fought anyone. The most I ever did was curse at teammates while playing Genshin Impact when they messed up. Urza turned to him. Kyan, let's head home and pack separately. Meet me at the Magnolia train station in 1 hour. Got it. With that, they both left the guild. Yoo. I wanna do an S-class mission too. Natsu watched their backs with envy written all over his face. Gray sighed. That's because we're not strong enough yet. That's why we can't take on S-class missions. Didn't Elfman take one? Elfman scratched his head awkwardly. I was just tagging along. Kyan did all the work. If it were up to me, I'd have died 10 times over. Even though he had technically participated in an S-class mission, the memory still made him uneasy. This mission had been far more dangerous than the one he took with his sister a year ago. Every mage from the Phantom Thief Guild was terrifying, and their leader's full reflection magic had been especially troublesome. When Kyan got home, he quickly packed his things and headed to the station. A while later. Sorry, did I keep you waiting? I just got here too. Whoa, that's a lot of luggage. Kyan couldn't help but stare. Urza stood there with a cart piled high with bags, enough to fill a small house. Is she going on a mission or moving out, he thought. No, even if I were moving, I wouldn't have this much stuff. Urza blinked. Too much. I thought it was just enough. Soon after, the two boarded the train and found seats as it began to move. Kyan, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. It was their first real mission together, and she already felt guilty for having someone risk their life alongside her. Kyan waved it off. Don't worry about it. I was going to take on work anyway. Honestly, I should be the one thanking you for giving me the chance to challenge an S-class mission. Hearing that made Urza feel much better. They chatted idly during the trip. Kyan found that Urza was actually quite talkative, and speaking with her was easy and comfortable. When they grew tired, they rested. After about 3 days, they finally reached the capital of the Kingdom of Sobia, Sword City, Noah. Wow, it's magnificent. Kyan's eyes widened as he took in the sight of towering 100-meter walls. Unlike the open city of Magnolia, this capital was completely encircled by walls that loomed high above. Cracks and dried blood stains marked the stone, proof that this wasn't for decoration, but the result of real battles fought in steel and blood. Even someone used to skyscrapers and modern cities couldn't help but be awed. The feeling of standing before a fortress forged from countless fights was something else entirely. It's incredible. Urza echoed, equally amazed. She had never seen such massive fortifications either. At the base of the wall stood a huge gate where travelers and merchants lined up for inspection. What business do you two have here? Before long, a guard approached them. Urza replied, We're mages from Fairy Tale. We received a commission to complete a task here. The guard nodded. Mages came through often, especially those hoping to hunt monsters in the Forest of Monsters. What's in your crates? Luggage. Luggage? This much? The guard was dumbfounded. Was this really for a mission? It looked more like a moving trip. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. Monsters. Chapter 18, The King's Mission. 1039 words. As soon as that voice rang out, the crowd erupted into chaos. Looking toward the source of the sound, a massive beast, resembling a wild boar over 5 meters tall, emerged from the edge of the forest. Flames blazed from its hooves and back. The guards' faces changed instantly when they saw the creature. Not good. A 5-star beast. The blazing razorback. Prepare to attack, now. The guards immediately sprang into action. Roher. The blazing razorback let out an enraged roar and charged straight toward them. Boom. Yuwa. Ea. With a single savage charge, the blazing razorback sent all the guards flying. Just as it was about to crash into the crowd, a figure dashed forward. Squelch. That figure and the blazing razorback crossed paths in a blur, and a massive gash suddenly appeared on the beast's body, blood spurting from the wound. Thud. The 5-star beast, the blazing razorback, collapsed to the ground. Urza sheathed her sword. She had been the one to strike. Seeing that the crowd was about to suffer heavy casualties, she had intervened. That was amazing. That was a 5-star beast, the blazing razorback. And she took it down in a single blow. Who is she? Could she be a 6-star or even a 7-star swordmaster? The crowd, stunned by Urza's overwhelming strength, burst into applause, exclaiming in admiration. The guards rushed over, now looking at Urza with deep respect. Honored swordmaster, thank you for stepping in just now. If you hadn't, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I only acted because people were in danger. As long as I didn't get in your way. The guard quickly waved his hands. No, not at all. If it's possible, could you please finish the inspection quickly? We're still waiting to enter the city. No need, no need. Welcome to Sword City. Please go right in. We hope you enjoy your time here. The guards didn't even bother to check them, they immediately let Urza and Kyan through. Thanks. Seems like people here really respect swordmasters. Kyan could clearly sense the change in the guards' attitudes toward Urza. Urza explained, "This is Sword City. Everyone here reveres swordmasters. The higher a swordmaster's star rank, the greater their status. I've always wanted to visit, but never had the chance until now." The two of them walked through the massive gate built into the city wall. The first thing they saw was a towering statue rising from the city center. It stood roughly 200 meters tall. It depicted a man in armor, both hands resting on a giant sword as he stood tall, his deep-set eyes gazing at the sky. "That statue is huge." Kyan stared up in awe. For the first time, he truly felt like he had stepped into a fantasy world. "Who's that?" "Saint Noah," Urza said, looking up at the statue. Legend has it that his swordsmanship was so incredible that he was honored with the title Sword Saint. Her gaze carried a mixture of longing and reverence. Though she wasn't a pure swordmaster, she used swords more than anything else, and she deeply respected those who had mastered the blade. Sword Saint, huh? Kyan didn't know how strong this so-called Sword Saint was, but when it came to swordsmanship, he couldn't believe anyone could surpass Yorichi. "Let's go." The two continued down the main road. The street was bustling with people, and nearly everyone carried a sword, including children. Weapon shops lined both sides, and they even passed a school named Swordmaster Academy. The whole city practically oozed the scent of swords. No wonder it was called Sword City. They followed the main street straight to the royal palace of the Kingdom of Sobia, the home of their client for this mission. "Halt!" The palace guards blocked Kyan and Urza's path. Urza stepped forward and said, "We're mages from Fairy Tale. We're here in response to a request." "Mages? Please wait a moment." One of the guards went to confirm their claim. A few moments later, a man in his 50s walked out. "You two are mages from Fairy Tale." "That's right. I'm Layman, a minister of the Kingdom of Sobia. Please, follow me." Kyan and Urza followed the minister into the palace. The palace wasn't particularly grand, if anything, it was quite modest for a royal residence. Soon, they arrived at the throne room. "Your Majesty, the Fairy Tale mages are here." The minister bowed toward the man on the throne. Kyan and Urza looked up at the king. He appeared to be in his late 50s, with sharp features and a muscular frame. If anything, he looked more like a general than a monarch. King Renaud smiled and said, "Welcome, mages of Fairy Tale. Your Majesty, we've come in response to your request." King Renaud nodded. "Yes, I've already been informed. Could you explain the mission in more detail?" The request form didn't say much, and the more we know, the better our chances of success. Of course, that's exactly what I plan to do. Let me start with a story. You both know who founded this city, don't you? Urza nodded. It was Saint Noah. Correct. Sword Saint Noah, my ancestor. 300 years ago, he slew the dragon Alizum and founded Sword City. People honored him as Hero Noah. Yes, I've heard the legend. But the legend isn't entirely true. My ancestor didn't slay the dragon Alizum, he sealed it. He built Sword City to stand guard over that seal, passing down the duty through generations. Now, 300 years have passed. The power of the seal is fading. No one knows when the dragon will break free, but when it does, the entire kingdom of Sobia could be reduced to ashes. So I plan to retrieve my ancestor's sacred sword to suppress it again. But that monster seems to have sensed our intentions, and has stationed countless beasts around the temple. Anyone who gets close is attacked and killed. By now, I've lost count of how many brave souls we've lost to those beasts. Kyan spoke up. So you want us to break through the beasts and retrieve the sword, right? The king shook his head. His gaze turned solemn. No. I want to slay the dragon for good. Chapter 19, the SS rank mission. 1,000 words. What? Kill a dragon. Kayan and Urza were both stunned by the king's audacious declaration. That was the dragon race they were talking about. Even the weakest of dragons, according to legend, could annihilate a nation with ease. For Urza, the existence of dragons wasn't surprising. After all, Natsu had been raised by Igneel, the fire dragon. Dragons were real. But for Kayan, who had seen fairy tale mostly through the anime, the idea of facing a dragon was staggering. Dragons, any of them, were beings humanity could barely hope to defeat. Without dragon slayer magic, human spells were nearly useless. Dragons were nature's ultimate favorites. They were born with immense vitality, naturally powerful bodies, and the ability to wield devastating dragon magic. A strong dragon slayer might be able to slay one, but an ordinary mage. Nearly impossible. The greatest obstacle was the dragon's inherent resistance to magic. Most spells had little to no effect on them, and even those that did were drastically weakened. That's right. Kill the dragon, the king said solemnly. After being sealed for 300 years, its strength must have greatly weakened. Instead of waiting for it to break free and recover, it's better to strike first, break the seal ourselves and destroy it, once and for all. Kayan and Urza couldn't help but be shocked by the king's boldness and resolve. Urza said, Your Majesty, slaying a dragon is far beyond the level of an S-rank mission. The king nodded. I know. That's why I'm raising the request to SS rank, and increasing the reward from 15 million J to 30 million J. 30 million J. Kayan's jaw dropped. His mind immediately started calculating. 10 million J was roughly 500,000 RMB, so 30 million J meant about 1.5 million. 1.5 million for a single mission. Even if he split it with Urza, that was still 750,000 each. He had thought the 6 million J he'd earned from the last mission was already incredible, but this was on another level. Truly, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. And more importantly, an SS rank mission meant his system would reward him with 20 extras instead of 10. If he kept doing A rank missions non-stop, it would take half a year to get the same result. Too much time wasted. Urza said seriously, I need to discuss this with my companion. The king nodded, gesturing politely for her to proceed. Urza turned to Kayan. Kayan, this mission is far too dangerous. I didn't expect the request to involve not just finding a legendary sword, but fighting an actual dragon. My advice is to give it up. An S-rank mission she could attempt, but SS rank was something else entirely. Courage was one thing, recklessness was another. A dragon, even a weakened one, was a creature of myth. Humans couldn't stand against it. For her own safety, and Kayan's, the wise choice was to withdraw. Kayan looked toward the king and asked, Your Majesty, if you're planning something this drastic, I assume you're not going in unprepared, are you? The king's brows lifted slightly, impressed. You're quite perceptive. Of course, I wouldn't risk my kingdom's fate on a whim. But tell me, how did you know? Because when Your Majesty spoke earlier, Kayan replied, it didn't sound like a proposal, it sounded like something that was already decided. The king nodded approvingly. Indeed. Even if you hadn't come, I intended to proceed with the dragon-slaying operation. As he spoke, the king twisted a lever built into the throne's armrest. Click. The floor beneath him split open, and a magnificent longsword slowly rose into view. A crimson gem was embedded in its hilt. A sword. Kayan and Urza exchanged glances. This was his grand preparation. How very fitting for a kingdom of swords. This isn't an ordinary weapon, the king said proudly. It's a dragon slayer sword forged by a master craftsman. You see this gem? That's not just any jewel, it's a dragon-slaying magic lacrima. Dragon-slaying magic lacrima. Kayan's eyes widened. So this is what one looks like. Kayan, you know about dragon-slaying magic lacrimas? Urza asked, surprised by his reaction. Kayan nodded. Yeah. They're made from a dragon's heart. If you implant one into a human body, it allows you to use Dragon Slayer magic of the same element. The king smiled approvingly. You're well informed, young man. Exactly right. This is a Fire Dragon Slayer magic lacrima. I purchased it at great cost from the northern continent of Gulthina. If implanted, a human mage could learn Fire Dragon Slayer magic, but mastery takes years. And we don't have that kind of time. Normal human magic can't hurt a dragon at all, so I commanded the royal artisans to forge this Dragon Slayer sword. Only attacks made with this blade can actually wound the creature. As he gripped the sword, the blade suddenly ignited, blazing with fierce flames. The heat was so intense that the entire throne hall felt like a furnace. So hot. After a moment, the flames vanished, and the king carefully sheathed the sword again. Kian frowned. Such a crucial weapon. I assume you wouldn't just hand it to anyone. Of course not, the king replied. This sword is the key to victory, and to the survival of the kingdom itself. Only the strongest swordsman is worthy of wielding it. The strongest swordsman. Yes. You've come at the perfect time. For this very purpose, I have decreed the Continental Swordmaster Tournament, to select the mightiest swordsmen across the entire Ishkar continent. The Continental Swordmaster Tournament. Kian and Urza were both dumbfounded. This king certainly had a talent for surprises. Then the king's gaze shifted to Urza, his tone warm with admiration. You're quite the swordswoman yourself, aren't you? To defeat a 5-star blazing razorback in one strike, your strength must be at least 6-star, perhaps even 7. Would you like to participate? At those words, Urza's eyes lit up. As a swordswoman, who could resist the call to prove herself as the strongest? Chapter 20, Registering for the Tournament. 1062 words. Kian was impressed by how well informed the king was. What happened at the city gate already reached his ears. That fast. To rule in a place surrounded by magical beasts, to develop a kingdom this prosperous, and to dare take on a dragon, he had to admit, the man was far from ordinary. But Urza quickly composed herself. Since His Majesty has already made preparations, then why issue an SS-rank mission and request our help? The king explained. The reason is simple. The dragon's seal lies deep within the forest of monsters. The monsters in the inner region have been corrupted by the dragon's power over the years, transforming into terrifying beasts. I once sent troops to subdue them, but the losses were severe. Without clearing out those creatures, it's impossible to even reach the temple. So our job is to clear the monsters. The king nodded. Yes, but that's not your primary task. Your main mission is to protect the Dragon Slayer swordsman, or more accurately, protect the sword itself. With all due respect, Your Majesty, since we're dealing with a dragon, wouldn't it be more appropriate to report it to the Magic Council? Urza asked with a hint of confusion. Dragons were considered magical beings, and anything magical fell under the jurisdiction of the Magic Council. At the mention of the Magic Council, the king's face showed a trace of disdain. The Magic Council. I reported it 2 years ago. Do you know what solution they offered? Both Kian and Urza looked at him curiously. They suggested using ether ion. Ether ion? Urza's expression changed drastically. Ether ion was the Magic Council's ultimate weapon, capable of striking anywhere on the Ishkar continent using a satellite magic array. Its destructive power was enough to wipe out an entire nation. Exactly. And even if ether ion could kill the dragon, once it's fired, the city could be annihilated. Even if the city survives, the forest of monsters will be destroyed, and that forest is a critical strategic resource for our kingdom. If it's lost, our national economy would suffer a massive blow. Kian thought for a moment and found the reasoning sound. Despite being dangerously close to the forest of monsters, this kingdom had managed to thrive precisely because of that danger. If the Magic Council were to fire ether ion, it would be like smashing the kingdom's rice bowl. There was no way the king wouldn't be furious about that. That's everything about this mission. What are your thoughts? The king looked at Kayan and Urza expectantly. Urza turned to Kayan. What do you think? Kayan went quiet in thought. He understood all too well how terrifying dragons were. Even a weakened dragon was not something ordinary mages could take on. Dragons had powerful resistance to human magic, and their physical durability made them practically immune to weapons. Without that sword, the odds of victory were less than 10%. But with it, they could maybe push that up to 30%. 30%, still low, but actually quite high given the circumstances. By all logic, if the odds weren't at least 50-50, walking away would be the safer move. But he could feel it, his blood was boiling, his heart pounding. Just the words, slay a dragon, were enough to awaken something in any young man. And besides, there were those 210x draw rewards sitting on his system panel. I think it's worth trying. Yeah. I feel the same way. His Majesty clearly won't give up on this plan, and honestly, he's right. If the dragon breaks free and regains its strength, it'll definitely take revenge on humanity. That'll mean heavy casualties. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Your Majesty, we've reached our decision. And what is it? We accept the mission. Excellent. The king looked visibly pleased. Although he wasn't entirely sure how strong the two were, the fact that they could accept an S-class request meant they were undoubtedly powerful mages. That alone gave the dragon-slaying plan a much better chance of success. You two may stay at the palace for now. Tomorrow, the preliminary round of the Continental Swordmaster Tournament will begin. If you're interested, you're welcome to join. The winner's prize is quite generous. Once the champion is determined, we'll move forward with the dragon-slaying operation. Urza declined politely. There's no need to trouble yourself, Your Majesty. We'll stay at an inn instead. We'd also like to explore the city a bit, and see the local culture. The king nodded. That's fine as well. Kayan and Urza left the palace and found a nearby inn to stay at. After 3 days of non-stop travel, Kayan was exhausted. He crashed almost immediately after checking in, and didn't wake until the next morning. When he woke up, he noticed Urza wasn't in the room, clearly out exploring. Kayan figured he might as well head out too, maybe pick up some local souvenirs. The moment he stepped outside, he saw the streets bustling with activity. Crowds were all heading in the same direction. He overheard people chatting and finally remembered, the king had mentioned the preliminaries for the tournament started today. Everyone was headed there to watch. Despite having inherited the memories of Yorichi Tsujikuni, Kayan was still a total novice when it came to swordsmanship in practice. No way he was going to embarrass himself by entering the tournament. But large events like this always interested him, so he decided to follow the crowd toward the arena. Before long, Kayan arrived at the entrance. As with most of this kingdom's architecture, the arena was massive, far larger than any soccer stadium he'd seen in his past life. The registration deadline for the preliminaries is almost up. Just 10 minutes left. Anyone not signed up, hurry and register. Kayan had just reached the entrance when he heard the shout. I heard His Majesty put up a huge prize pool for this tournament. How much are we talking? First place gets 20 million J. 20 million? No way. Yup. That's why sword masters from all over the country, and even from abroad, have come to join. That means the matches are gonna be amazing. Obviously. I can't wait. Meanwhile, at the registration booth. Looks like we're just about done. Probably no more sign-ups now. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wait. I want to sign up. I'm entering the tournament. Name? Yorichi Tsujikuni. Chapter 21, Urza appears. 1086 words. Yorichi Tsujikuni. That's right. The one registering at that moment was Kayan Blaze. Originally, Kayan had planned to sit in the audience, munch on popcorn, sip a drink, and enjoy the show. But plans never keep up with change. The moment he overheard someone in front say that the champion's prize was 20 million J, he could no longer sit still. 20 million J, that's enough for 2 S-class missions, or 20 A-class ones. With a reward this generous, how could he possibly stay indifferent? He'd regret it for the rest of his life if he let this slip by. So he found a quiet corner, used take-over magic to take in Yorichitsu Jikuni, and then went to sign up. This is your participant number. Kyan took the card, 0556. That meant there were already 555 participants registered before him. Just head down this way to reach the contestant passage. Kyan stepped forward and soon arrived at the contestant lounge, which was already packed wall to wall. Hey! That's 7-star swordsman Horn. He's participating too. Look over there. 8-star swordsman Salt, I heard he took down an 8-star magical beast, the Viper. That's 8-star swordsman Skaram. Rumor has it he's already slain 3 8-star magical beasts. No wonder they call this the Continental Swordmaster Tournament hosted by His Majesty the King. So many famous swordsmen are here. Just then, a voice called out. Hey! Little missy, if you're here to find a boyfriend, try outside. This ain't a place for girls like you. Ha 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 ha. Kyan turned toward the voice and spotted a familiar figure. Urza. He hadn't expected to bump into Urza here, especially since she hadn't shown up at the inn. But thinking about it, it made perfect sense. Urza was a swordswoman, after all, and with her competitive streak, there's no way she'd miss a tournament this exciting. She's gorgeous. Let me pamper her a little. Hey, miss, got a boyfriend? If not, how about me? Come hang out with me. One guy, eyes gleaming lecherously, spread his arms and reached for Urza's rear. Kyan couldn't help but facepalm. Seriously? Even daring to mess with Urza? That's like an old man tying his own noose, you must have a death wish. Smack. Before the guy's hand could touch her, Urza clamped down on his wrist and with a forceful twist. Ha! Boom. The guy's body smashed into the floor, shattering the tiles. He passed out cold, eyes rolling back, without even a scream. Eh? Everyone stood frozen, completely stunned by what just happened. Hey! Who the hell is that woman? That guy went down in one hit. No way. He's a 6-star swordsman. At that moment, another voice rang out. All right. Enough. This tournament is hosted by His Majesty the King. Gender doesn't matter here. If you've got a problem, settle it in the arena. Everyone turned toward the speaker. It was a man in his 30s with golden hair, sitting not far away. That's 9-star swordsman Arthur. Gasps filled the room. Kyan looked over as well. According to the guildmaster, a 9-star swordsman in this country was equivalent to an S-class mage in the guild. Arthur. Didn't expect to see you here. Another young man walked over. That's 9-star swordsman Clay. More gasps erupted. Arthur glanced over. Clay, you're here too. Of course. This is a tournament hosted by His Majesty, after all. The prize is secondary. Becoming the strongest swordsman in Ishgar, that's an honor above all else. Just then, a tournament official approached. A group prepare for battle. A group contestants, please head to the arena. Clay stood up and said, my turn. Arthur, I hope I see you in the finals. Arthur snorted. Humph. That's only if you make it there. Kyan glanced at his own number card, it had a D on it. So he was in Group D. He also peeked at Urza's card. Hers said B, meaning she was in Group B. I wonder what the format of this tournament is. Soon, a magic display screen appeared in the contestant lounge. The screen projected a live view of the arena. Next up is the A-Zone match. The rules for this round are simple. Over 100 contestants will battle in a brutal survival free-for-all. Only the last one standing advances to the next round. What? So only one person can move on. That's way too brutal. Many contestants' expressions changed. They'd planned to put on a good show for the audience, maybe even gain some fans, even if they didn't win. But now, only one person could advance. Now let the first round, a group showdown, begin. Dong. With the sound of a massive gong, battle erupted across the arena. Everyone here was at least a 5-star swordsman, and even that was considered the weakest tier. In everyday life, 5 stars were seen as elite, but in this tournament they were cannon fodder. One after another, 5-star contestants fell like flies. In no time, the battlefield was cleared of half its participants. Only 7-star and 8-star swordsmen remained. Then, 9-star swordsman Clay stepped forward and said, "Humph. Boring. All of you, get out of my sight." In a flash, he moved. His body was wreathed in lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he knocked out the nearest 8-star swordsman. It's 9-star swordsman Clay. The crowd in the audience roared with excitement at the action. Kyan was shocked too. He must be a lightning element mage. Using lightning magic, he's massively enhancing his power and speed. Combined with his already elite swordsmanship, this guy's ridiculously strong. He's definitely S-class level. Heck, even some regular S-class mages wouldn't be able to keep up with him. His speed is insane. This world is way bigger than what I saw in the anime. Even Urza's expression turned serious as she watched Clay. She had armor that specifically countered lightning element mages, but this was a swordsmanship tournament. If she used armor now, even if she won, it wouldn't be a fair victory. Before long, the arena was littered with fallen contestants. Only 9-star swordsman Clay remained standing. Oh. It's over. A group's victor is the pride of the kingdom of Sobia, 9-star swordsman, the lightning blade Clay. He's strong, unbelievably strong. Clay. 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 The crowd erupted into chants. Clay waved in acknowledgement, sending the girls in the audience into a frenzy. Soon, the injured were carried off, and the arena was cleaned up. Next up is Group B. Contestants, please enter the arena. Urza rose to her feet, and walked toward the entrance. Looks like it's Urza's turn. Chapter 22, 9. 993 words. Kyan looked at the giant screen with anticipation. Urza was a genius, especially in swordsmanship. Within Fairy Tail, she had mastered the blade without any formal training, reaching an extraordinary level of skill entirely on her own. Soon, all contestants of Group B entered the stage. Thanks to Group A's earlier demonstration, the Group B participants already had a grasp of the rules. They spread out immediately, staying alert while searching for suitable targets. As a female swordsman, Urza naturally became a popular target. Who do you think is going to win? Definitely Come On. He's an 8-star swordsman, almost at 9-star level. Swordmaster Rosa once said that Come On would become a 9-star swordsman in 3 more years. I'm putting my money on Balto. He's an experienced 8-star swordsman, and even when facing a 9-star, he can hold his own. The audience buzzed with excited discussion. Since there were no 9-star swordsmen participating in this match, most assumed the victor would come from among the 8-star contestants. Many also noticed Urza. Her long, crimson hair, striking beauty, and rarity as a female contestant made her stand out immediately. Now initiating round 1, Group B match begin. Dang. As the gong signaled the start, the second battle commenced. Hey, sweetheart. You're going down first. Those targeting Urza charged at her. Swoosh. A single flash of her blade and several attackers were instantly taken down. Urza then swept through the battlefield, cutting down opponents with precise, overwhelming force. Few could even withstand a single exchange with her. That red-haired girl is amazing. Soon, the field was whittled down to 3 8-star swordsmen and Urza. The four clashed in a chaotic free-for-all. The fight reached a tense stalemate. Each contestant was a master swordsman in their own right, showcasing powerful and refined techniques. Urza was thrilled. Coming to this tournament was the right choice after all. Going head-to-head with this many swordmasters, this will take my swordsmanship to the next level. The other three recognized her strength and tacitly dropped their infighting to focus on Urza alone. But she didn't panic, she stayed grounded, patiently observing and waiting for an opening. 3 against 1, and a woman at that, yet they couldn't bring her down. Frustration started to show on their faces, and frustration breeds mistakes. Urza spotted her first opportunity and cut down one opponent with a swift strike. She remained composed, methodically dealing with the remaining 2. Gradually, she began to read their sword styles. Swoosh! Another fell to her blade. Now, only one remained. Urza took a little more time, but ultimately, she bested him too. The match is decided. The winner, Urza Scarlet. Incredible. Who would have thought such a beautiful woman would possess such terrifying swordsmanship? Facing a 3-way assault from top 8-star swordsmen, she calmly dismantled them all one by one. Amazing. Are we witnessing the rise of the first female 9-star swordsman? Let's hear it for Urza. 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 Miss Urza. You're so cool. In the stands, countless girls were utterly charmed by Urza's heroic figure. Those present were all well versed in swordsmanship. Though Urza hadn't used any flashy techniques, her mastery of the fundamentals spoke volumes about her real skill. In the contestant viewing area, Clay rubbed his chin as he watched Urza's elegant face magnified on the magic display screen. Now that's a fine woman. Back in the lounge, many who witnessed Urza's performance couldn't help but feel bad for that poor bastard who tried to hit on her earlier. To make a move on a 9-star swordsman like her. He was lucky this was the rest area. Anywhere else, he might have died without even realizing how. 9-star swordsman Arthur frowned slightly. Urza. Could it be that Urza? Royal Palace. A giant magic screen had been projected before the king. As expected. To be able to slice down a 5-star beast in a single stroke, her swordsmanship is no joke. The king smiled as he watched Urza's display. And this was only her swordsmanship. He already had the profiles of both Urza and Kian in his hands. Both documents lay on the desk in front of him. Urza Scarlet, Fairy Tale S-Class Mage, alias, Queen of the Fairies. Specializes in requip magic, capable of summoning various suits of armor for combat, dramatically enhancing her offense, defense, and physical capabilities. Kian Blaze, Fairy Tale Rookie Mage. No title yet. Notable achievement, single-handedly defeated the Phantom Thief Guild led by the Assassin King, Camille. Kian smiled as he watched Urza on the screen. That's Urza for you. Next up, Group C contestants, please enter. Arthur. 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 The moment the announcer called for the next round, the audience erupted into cheers. Whoa, that's some serious popularity. Kian blinked in surprise. Arthur rose from his seat and walked to the arena entrance. As soon as he appeared at the gate, the crowd exploded. Kian turned to someone beside him. Isn't he a 9-star swordsman too? Why is he so much more popular than the last one? The person he asked looked stunned. You don't know Arthur. The others are 9-star because their skill reached that tier. But Arthur's the reason 9-star even exists. He's the strongest 9-star swordsman of them all. This time, none of the participants bothered checking their surroundings. Every single eye was locked on Arthur. They knew, if they didn't beat him, they had no hope of victory. Now initiating round 1, Group C match, begin. Dang. The gong rang again. The third match began. Get him. Right as the battle started, all contestants charged toward Arthur at once. Radiance of light. Arthur's sword began to glow with golden light. As he lunged forward, a torrent of golden sword energy surged from his blade like a tidal wave. Yuwawa. Aho. The contestants gave it everything they had to resist, but the onslaught was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, they were all on the ground. A single strike had felled over 100 swordsmen. Chapter 23, just a tiny bit of shock. 973 words. Boom. The entire arena practically exploded. Whoa! That was amazing, Arthur. Arthur Senpai. Arthur. 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 The commentator stood up and shouted excitedly. The match is decided. Contestant Arthur defeated all his opponents with just a single strike. As expected from the strongest 9-star swordsman of our kingdom of Sobia. Kyan Blaze was a little dumbfounded. Wait. No, that was magic. Isn't that against the rules? Magic. Nah, that's swordsmanship. Magic swordsmen are still swordsmen. And anyone who reaches high-star rank is a magic swordsman. What rock have you been living under to not know that? A passionate guy nearby kindly explained. Kyan was speechless. Well, the guy wasn't wrong, he really was from a world without magic. Originally, he thought the most they did here was use magic to enhance their physical ability, maybe condense it into slash-type projectiles. He didn't expect that actual magic would be this integrated into swordplay. So strong. Urza's expression turned serious as she watched Arthur's attack. One strike had taken down that many people. So that's the strongest 9-star swordsman in the kingdom of Sobia. If she used her requip magic, she might be able to withstand that hit. Without it, she couldn't say for sure. TCH. Still showing off like always. Clay was a bit annoyed seeing how much more popular Arthur was than him. Excellent. The king nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the screen. Clay was someone he'd watched grow up since childhood, a genius swordsman, humble and hard-working, always striving to refine his skills. His power had risen rapidly. If it weren't for the Magic Council defining everything by mages, Clay would absolutely have a seat among the 10 wizard saints. Next is Group D, the final group. Contestants enter the arena. After the defeated swordsmen were carried off for treatment, the commentator announced the final round. My turn. Kyan stood and walked toward the contestants' entrance. Just as he stepped into the arena, another wave of cheering erupted. Alan. 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 Kyan looked back to see a red-haired youth, about the same age as him, enter the stage. The young man had a radiant smile and waved to the audience. Whoa! It's Alan. He's so handsome. Go Alan. Knock them all out. Many girls in the audience screamed with excitement. Alan wasn't just good-looking, his swordsmanship was exceptional, and more importantly, he was only 19. A total heartthrob. While Clay and Arthur weren't old, they were still over 10 years older than Alan. In the eyes of 15-year-old girls, that basically made them ancient relics. TCH. Just a brat. Seeing how well Alan was received by the younger crowd made Clay jealous. It's the genius swordsman Alan. He's the youngest 9-star swordsman in the kingdom of Sobia. And the only 9-star in this group. Can he dominate the battlefield like the other 2 9-stars? Let's find out. Kyan glanced at Alan and casually entered the stage as well. Once on the field, Kyan noticed something. These contestants were clearly avoiding fights with higher-ranked opponents, prioritizing elimination of those below them. Now that he had entered, he could feel at least 10 gazes locking onto him. Looks like they think I'm the soft target, Kyan smirked slightly. Well, after he won the prize money, this identity would be dropped anyway. Might as well give them a tiny bit of shock. There's no suspense in this match. Exactly. Alan's a genius 9-star swordsman. See? The swordsmen of our kingdom are the strongest. That girl swordsman was impressive, sure, but she can't match our 9-star elites. Let's just enjoy watching Alan shine. Totally. Totally. The spectators were already convinced the outcome was set. The gap between an 8-star and a 9-star was enormous, let alone the gap between genius and average. Now beginning round 1 of Group D, begin. Clang. As the gong rang. Almost the exact moment it sounded. Sun-breathing, 9th form, solar halo dragon, head dance. Roar. A thunderous dragon's cry echoed across the arena. In the blink of an eye, a giant flame dragon twisted and surged through the entire lineup of contestants. Yuwa. Gah. Every contestant, including the genius 9-star swordsman Alan, was blasted away by that one strike. When the dragon vanished, a mun with deep crimson hair and a red haori stood where the dragon's head had dissolved. On his back was the contestant number 0556. Thump 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 thump. All other contestants crashed to the ground, completely defeated. The entire venue fell deathly silent. In the contestant lounge, Urza, Clay, and Arthur all stood up, shocked expressions on their faces, staring at the calm man standing in the middle of the arena. Clay's eyes were wide in disbelief. This is impossible. No one swordsmanship should be able to reach that level, no, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Arthur's expression turned serious. And yet, it happened before our eyes. That man is standing right there. So strong. Unbelievably strong. Urza couldn't even come up with anything else to say. Her eyes were locked onto the man in the arena, filled with awe. Shocked and stunned weren't enough to describe it. Only one word appeared in her mind. God. If there truly were a god among swordsmen, then that man was the sword god. In the royal palace. Slam. The king slammed the table and stood up, his eyes wide as he stared at Kyan on the screen. The king himself was once a veteran 9-star swordsman, hailed as the strongest in the kingdom of Sobia. As age caught up with him, he gradually stepped back, allowing the younger Arthur to take over that title. But age also brought insight. Those who didn't understand swordsmanship might think Kyan and Arthur both simply cleared the field in one strike. But to the eyes of a true master, the difference between them wasn't just a gap. It was an abyss. Chapter 24, Sword God. 977 words. Kyan's attack had looked ferocious, but when people actually looked at the arena, they noticed, none of the contestants were hurt. They had merely lost consciousness. To knock out over 100 people in an instant, at such speed, and still have the precision to leave them uninjured. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he wouldn't have believed it possible. This was no human. This man was a god. The sword god. Minister. Minister. Your Majesty. I'm here, I'm here. Hearing the king's urgent shout, the minister came running. In 10 minutes, I want everything on that man. Quickly. Why yes, Your Majesty. The minister bolted away, silently lamenting to himself, serving a king is like serving a tiger. The king, however, felt it clearly. If it was that man, then their dragon-slaying project would definitely succeed. What just happened? I think I saw a fire dragon pass by, and then it was all over. The genius 9-star swordsman Alan defeated instantly. That was a 9-star swordsman. Who is that man? The audience finally came back to their senses. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Kyan in shock. There were fewer than 10 9-star swordsmen in the entire kingdom of Sobia. 9 stars represented the very pinnacle of swordsmanship, and no one had ever heard of a 9-star being one-shot. When 2 9-star swordsmen fought, even if one was stronger, it was always a hard-fought, drawn-out battle. To be instantly defeated meant one thing: The other side's swordsmanship was on a completely different level. The match is decided. Winner, Yorichi Tsujikuni. Incredible. This man is truly incredible. In an instant. Just a single instant. Over 100 contestants, all high-star swordsmen, even a genius 9-star, and he defeated them all. And not a single fatal wound, only unconsciousness. That level of control, that swordsmanship. This man isn't human. He's divine, the god of swordsmanship. Even the commentator, himself an 8-star swordsman, was awed. His insight allowed him to recognize true mastery when he saw it. Sword God. Sword God. Sword God. The audience chanted in unison. To them, the stronger one's swordsmanship, the greater the respect owed, and Kayan's swordsmanship had reached the absolute peak. We'll now take a 1-hour break before the semifinals begin. During this time, please enjoy the performance from our sword art idol group. A group of beautiful girls in cute outfits ran onto the stage to begin their performance. Kayan, meanwhile, returned to his contestant area. With groups A through D now each having one remaining fighter, every finalist had their own private lounge. Once inside the D group room, Kayan locked the door and released his transformation. Phew. He exhaled softly. Yorichi Tsujikuni's transformation was different from Ulquiorra's. When Ulquiorra transformed, his magic drained rapidly. But Yorichi's transformation consumed very little magic power, unless he actively used breathing techniques or combat forms. At his current limit, he could maintain the transformation for over 30 hours straight. However, once he started using high-level techniques or intense battle forms, that time would shorten drastically, to just 3 or 5 minutes, depending on intensity. He needed to rest now. After all, this was about a 20 million J prize. He couldn't afford to mess up at the crucial moment. Kayan had no idea that his performance had already caused an uproar across the kingdom. Everyone was talking about Yorichi Tsujikuni, speculating who this mysterious swordsman could be. Some said he was a reclusive hermit training alone in the mountains. Others claimed he was a veteran swordsman from another country. Rumors spread like wildfire. In the royal palace. No record of him. What do you mean, no record of him? The king frowned at the minister before him. The minister wiped the sweat from his brow. Your Majesty, I've checked and double-checked. There's no one by the name Yorichi Tsujikuni in any of the entry records for the city. None of the guards have ever seen him either. Could it be a transformation magic? The king wondered aloud. Transformation magic was a common spell, but it had no combat power. Most people found it useless and never bothered learning it. Still, whatever magic or disguise he used didn't matter. His swordsmanship was real. And the king had to bring him into the dragon-slaying project. Your Majesty, the minister asked cautiously, how shall we arrange the semifinals? Leave it as it is. The king made his decision and finalized the matchups. An hour later. Ladies and gentlemen. The thrilling semifinals are about to begin. The matchups are ready, please look at the big screen. Everyone turned their gaze toward the screen. Semifinal match 1, Arthur vs. Urza. Semifinal match 2, Clay vs. Yorichi Tsujikuni. Whoa! The audience roared with excitement. They had all seen the preliminaries, and each of these four swordsmen was terrifyingly strong. Arthur was the strongest 9-star swordsman of the Kingdom of Sobia. Clay's strength was said to rival Arthur's. Urza was the only female swordsman to reach the semifinals, already a miracle, and breathtakingly beautiful at that. And then there was Yorichi, the mysterious swordsman whose divine swordsmanship had left the world stunned. Everyone was dying to see him again. Now please welcome Arthur and Urza to the stage. Whoa! Arthur! 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 Urza! 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 The crowd cheered wildly as the two stepped out from their respective lounges, meeting at the center of the arena. Urza the Fairy Queen. Arthur asked, looking at her calmly. Urza blinked in surprise. You know me? Not personally. I heard your name during my travels through the kingdom of Fiori. I see. You're a mage, aren't you? You'd best use your magic. Urza frowned slightly. Magic. Isn't this a swordsman's tournament? Yes and no. Every star-ranked swordsman is a magic swordsman. Our swordsmanship is our magic. If you think you can defeat me using swordsmanship alone, you're underestimating me. Show me everything you've got, Fairy Queen. Show me your true power. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Kian enters the stage. Semi-final match 1. 9-star swordsman, the Radiant Blade Arthur, versus the Super Swordswoman, Urza Scarlet. Now. Begin. Clang. The gong echoed. Flash blade. Almost the instant the match was called, Arthur launched his attack, his whole body becoming a streak of light as he shot straight toward Urza. Clang. With a loud metallic crash, Urza was blasted backwards. She stabbed her swords into the ground with both hands, skidding a fair distance before stopping. Crack. Her sword snapped in two. What? Urza's eyes widened. She hadn't expected her weapon to be shattered so easily. Oh! The audience erupted as they saw Arthur break her weapon right at the start. That was just a greeting. If you're not going all out, then this match might as well be over. Arthur looked at Urza calmly. He had wanted to test her strength, but his true desire, to fight the one called Yurichi Tsujikuni, was burning inside him. Since the day he picked up a sword, no one had ignited such anticipation within him. For a long time now, his swordsmanship had stagnated. He had begun to believe he'd reached the very limits of the art. But that man's appearance had shattered everything. There was a higher realm. Watching wasn't enough. To truly understand his sword, he had to face him in battle. If you insist, then I'll fight as you wish. Urza wasn't someone who clung to rules for pride's sake. She'd seen that Arthur's abilities in Group C were bordering on actual magic. Her own magic, Requip magic, classified her as a magic swordswoman too. It wasn't against the rules. Requip, Heaven's Wheel armor. A brilliant light radiated from Urza's body. When it faded, she wore a suit of dazzling golden armor. Two massive metallic wings spread behind her, majestic and awe-inspiring. She's bringing out the real power now. Kian watched from the rest area. He could tell that Urza was done holding back. He'd seen her magic in anime before, but never in real life. Wait, did she just change armor? Is that Requip magic? Requip magic was a fairly common spell type. It allowed users to summon stored weapons, armor, or gear from a dimensional space. Many sword-wielding mages in this tournament used similar techniques. Even back in the Kingdom of Fiori, countless minor mages used magical blades of the same kind. Heaven's Wheel Sword Barrage. Urza rose into the air and launched a rain of magical blades toward Arthur. Radiance of Light. Arthur unleashed the same move he used to wipe out his preliminary group. A barrage of light-forged blades surged toward Urza's incoming storm. Boom. 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 Their weapons collided in midair, exploding in bursts of light and steel. Heaven's Wheel Circle Blades. Several steel swords spun around her in high-speed arcs, forming a slicing vortex toward Arthur. Flash Blade. Arthur responded with blinding speed. In an instant, his golden light slashed apart every spinning sword. Requip, Blackwing Armor. Urza changed again, this time to a sleek black suit with bat-like wings sprouting from her back. She's switching so fast. The crowd gasped in amazement at her rapid transformation. Urza dived down toward Arthur. Blackwing Moon Slash. She delivered a cross-shaped slash right before him. Flash Cross Slash. Arthur countered with a glowing X-shaped sword wave. Boom. The two slashes collided head-on. Requip, Flight armor. A new armor appeared on her, a beast theme set with twin daggers. This one greatly boosted her speed. Flight sonic claw. Urza vanished and reappeared behind Arthur in a flash, thrusting both daggers at blinding speed. Flash thrust. Arthur met her attack, both hands gripping his sword in a rapid counterthrust, parrying every blow. Their blades clashed in a flurry, neither side giving an inch. Clang. After one final impact, the two leapt apart. As expected from the Fairy Queen, your strength is impressive. You're the strongest female swordsman I've ever fought. But it's time to end this. Arthur raised his sword in front of his chest, both hands gripping tightly as golden energy surged into the blade. Seeing that, Urza instantly raised her guard. Radiant light burst from Arthur's sword, shooting into the sky and forming a massive golden greatsword above him. Judgment of light. He roared, bringing the colossal blade down on Urza. Requip, adamantine armor. Adamant shield. Urza donned her most defensive set, wielding two massive shields. As they combined, they formed a towering green magical barrier. Boom. The light sword struck the barrier, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Crack. The shield barrier cracked under the force. Crash. It shattered. Boom. The golden blade smashed into Urza's twin shields. Gwaa. With a scream, she was sent flying, her shield shattered under the weight of the strike. The giant blade gouged a deep crevice in the arena floor. Urza struggled to get up, only to find a blade pointing straight at her face. I concede. She admitted defeat without hesitation. She had felt it throughout the fight, his swordsmanship far exceeded hers. If he had gone all out from the start, she wouldn't have lasted nearly this long. She hated losing. But the stronger the opponent, the more it stoked her fighting spirit. This tournament had shown her countless new peaks of swordplay. She would absorb them all. And become even stronger. Arthur sheathed his sword. You're strong and incredibly gifted. A few years from now, I might not be able to beat you. But that time is not now. With that, he turned and walked away. For Arthur, this match had only been a warm-up. His real target was that man. The match is decided. Winner, Arthur. What an incredible battle. Urza from the Kingdom of Fiori showed tremendous strength with her requip magic. Her ability is undoubtedly that of a 9-star swordsman. For someone so young to reach such a level, it's astounding. Arthur, too, lived up to his title as the kingdom's strongest swordsman. Let's give both fighters a huge round of applause. Woeea. Arthur. 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 Urza was amazing too. The arena roared in celebration of both combatants. Next up, the second semi-final match. The Lightning Blade, 9-star swordsman Clay, versus the sword god, Yurichi Tsujikuni. Boom. The moment the commentator said that name, the entire arena exploded. Sword god. Sword god. Sword god. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, The Transparent World. 968 words. The entire arena erupted in cheers for the sword god. Those cheering for Clay were few and far between, their voices drowned out by the overwhelming chants for the sword god. Hey! You bastard, don't just go around giving people nicknames. He had always thought his lightning blade was pretty cool, but compared to the opponent's title, sword god, it suddenly felt childish. Comparison really is the thief of joy. Normally, he loved being the center of attention. But this guy named Yurichi had completely stolen the spotlight. Unforgivable. He had to teach this guy a lesson. He would show them who the strongest really was. The contestants, please enter the arena. Kyan and Clay stepped into the arena. Boom. As Kyan entered, the crowd erupted once more in thunderous applause. Feeling the cheers of the crowd, Kyan felt a strange new emotion swell in his chest. So this is what it feels like to be a celebrity. No wonder people fight tooth and nail for it. It's not bad at all. Hey. You're Yorichi, right? Your swordsmanship is impressive. But victory isn't just about sword skills. If you don't want to be completely humiliated, you'd better surrender now. Once I get serious, it's hard for me to hold back. Kyan looked at Clay and replied, your talent is solid. Lightning magic greatly boosts your physical capabilities, but you lack control. That means your training is incomplete. Don't get drunk on the strength magic gives you. Focus on refining your swordsmanship. Being lectured in front of everyone made Clay's face flush red. Shut up. Save your preaching for after you beat me. The second semifinal match. 9-star swordsman, Lightning Blade Clay, versus the sword god, Yorichi. And now. Begin. Clang. The gong sounded, marking the official start of the match. Crackle. Clay dashed rapidly around Kyan, creating a ring of afterimages surrounding him. So fast. From the stands, Clay's speed looked so extreme that no one could tell which was his real body. There it is. Clay's lightning clone. His speed is so fast it generates visual doubles. No one can tell where the attack will come from. See this. This is my speed. Speed is power. Transparent world. Kyan activated the transparent world. In an instant, the entire world seemed to slow down. Clay's speed, which had previously been too fast to follow, now became clear to Kyan's eyes. He could even see Clay's blood vessels, his moving muscles, and the rhythm of his heartbeat with perfect clarity. He watched as Clay's heart rate spiked and his muscles shifted. Clay was about to attack. Kyan gripped his blade tightly. At that moment, Clay appeared behind him, aiming to strike from a blind spot. No matter how fast someone's reaction was, they wouldn't have time to counter. It's over. Clay lunged toward Kyan, but the moment he got close, a wave of primal terror washed over him. Every hair on his body stood on end. His instinct screamed, and his body stopped dead in its tracks like a frightened rabbit, rapidly retreating until he was pressed against the arena wall. Huh? Why did Clay retreat? Yeah. That was the perfect chance to attack. Why'd he back off? Did he get scared just from a look? The audience was baffled by what they were seeing. Urza and Arthur couldn't tell what had happened either. Clay, however, was drenched in cold sweat and frozen in fear. The moment he was about to strike, he had sensed a terrifying killing intent. If he had continued, he was sure he would have died. Yes, died. He could even see it. A vivid image of his own throat being slashed flashed before his eyes, so real that his neck still felt phantom pain. What the hell are you? Clay screamed at Kyan in panic. Everyone watching was stunned. Kyan had clearly not moved a muscle. But Clay's panicked expression was clearly genuine. Had something happened that they couldn't perceive? Such sharp instinct. Kyan offered praise. The moment Clay had prepared to strike, Kyan had already envisioned several counterattacks. The simplest and most instinctual was to sever his opponent's neck. After all, demons could only be killed by sunlight or by decapitation. As a former member of the Demon Slayer Corps, all of Yorichi's sword techniques were built around slaying demons. Even the killing intent in Kyan's gaze had nearly broken Clay's spirit. Still, Clay was a 9-star swordsman. He had survived countless battles and regained his composure quickly. But the calmer he became, the more terrified he felt of the men before him. Kyan stood there looking wide open, but every time Clay visualized an attack pattern, Kyan's eyes would give him that same terrifying illusion, his neck being severed. Once. Twice. Thrice. Every hypothetical scenario in Clay's mind ended with him losing his head. The repetition drove him to madness. Is this guy some kind of freak with a fetish? Why always the neck? Can't he just cut my arm or leg or something? Meanwhile, the crowd in the stands was utterly confused. Wasn't this supposed to be a fierce match? Why was one guy standing still, and the other running away like crazy? And the way Clay was looking at Kyan, it was like he'd seen a monster. Soon, the announcer chimed in with an explanation. Many of you may not understand what's happening. Clay did intend to attack, but Yorichi's gaze stopped him. Every time Clay tried to find an opening, Yorichi saw through it and prepared a counter. Yorichi left no openings, so even in pure combat awareness, Clay lost every exchange. That's why he looks like a frightened rabbit. Among masters, even a single glance can decide the outcome. The audience finally started to understand. You bastard! Who asked you to explain that? Clay shouted at the announcer in frustration. Chapter 27, Making Money Isn't Easy. 960 words. After shouting, Clay turned his gaze toward Kyan. He knew he couldn't keep going like this, otherwise, the title of 9-star swordsman, Lightning Blade, Clay would be completely ruined. He could already imagine the ridicule, the runaway King Clay. Just the thought of hearing that made him want to die. You neck-slashing freak. Let's settle this once and for all. Boom. A surge of powerful magic burst from Clay's body. Crackle. Zap. Blue-white lightning coiled around him, scorching and shattering the ground beneath his feet. He drew his sword and took a stance. Ha! Clay roared, his magic overflowing. He knew that trying to outmatch that monster in swordsmanship was pure suicide. If he wanted to win, there was only one way, to strike with the fastest speed, and his strongest technique, ending it in a single blow. He had just one chance. If he failed to finish it in one strike, then he would be the one finished. He would stake everything on this. Huh. There it is. Clay's ultimate technique. That same move that once killed a 9-star beast in a single slash, is he using it again? Thunderclap, instant flash. Boom. Lightning exploded beneath Clay's feet, as he shot forward like a bolt toward Kyan. Sun breathing, 11th form, fake rainbow. Clay reached Kyan in a flash. Seeing that Kyan still hadn't moved, he felt a surge of excitement. I've got him. Slash. His blade cut through Kyan's body, but there was no resistance. Clay's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. A mirage. He was no stranger to illusions, so he instantly realized it. He hadn't hit the real Kyan. Where is he? He spun around, searching frantically, but Kyan was nowhere in sight. Then, from directly above him came a cold, emotionless voice. Sun breathing, 7th form, beneficent radiance. Kyan descended like a blazing vortex, spinning at incredible speed, his fiery slash spiraling downward. Boom. The ground exploded violently. Why? Clay screamed in agony as his clothes were shredded to tatters. His body was flung across the arena, and crashed heavily to the ground, unmoving. The match is decided. Winner, Yorichi. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. One blow, he defeated the 9-star swordsman Clay. As expected of the sword god, Yorichi. Sword god. Sword god. Sword god. The crowd roared his name in frenzy. The title of 9-star swordsman had long represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Everyone believed that the 9-star level was the limit of mastery. But Yorichi's appearance had shattered that belief. So this was what lay beyond perfection, an entirely different realm of swordsmanship. So strong. Urza's eyes sparkled as she watched Yorichi. She had never imagined a person's swordsmanship could reach such heights. Even just watching from afar, she felt as though she had learned something. If she could fight him once, how much stronger could she become? At that moment, she yearned deeply to test herself against him. Arthur clenched his fists silently. His heart burned with excitement. He needed to center himself, to be ready for his battle against this man. He could feel it. If he could win against Yorichi, his swordsmanship and strength would ascend to a new realm entirely. And next, we move to the grand final. The match will begin in 1 hour. In the meantime, let our lovely sword maidens bring you a dazzling performance. A group of beautiful girls in slightly revealing outfits took the stage, dancing energetically to the crowd's delight. Kyan returned to the lounge, dispelling his transformation and resting quietly. Phew. Making money really isn't easy. Thankfully, the matches weren't back-to-back. Otherwise, his disguise would have been blown for sure. When Yorichi wasn't fighting, his magic consumption stayed low, but once he started, it drained rapidly. Kyan's magic power reserves were still too small. His opponent's burst of power earlier had been terrifying, even stronger than Urza's. It was lucky Yorichi was so overwhelmingly strong, or Kyan might not have been able to take him down. This world was full of hidden monsters, he'd need to keep pulling cards to keep up. An hour passed quickly, and Kyan's magic had nearly recovered. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for, the grand final, is about to begin. Let's welcome our 2 finalists to the stage. Kyan stepped forward. From the opposite side, Arthur emerged. Our finalists are Arthur and Yorichi. Arthur needs no introduction, the strongest swordsman of the Kingdom of Sobia. And Yorichi, who effortlessly defeated 2 9-star swordsmen, showing us the true meaning of there's always someone stronger. Who will claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman? What kind of breathtaking duel awaits us? Let's all find out together. Hohua. Sword God. Sword God. Sword God. Arthur. 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 The spectators screamed both names passionately. The higher-ranked swordsman, however, watched in total focus. A clash between top-tier swordmasters was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to learn. Even observing a single move could grant them enlightenment, maybe even help them break through to become 9-star swordsmen themselves. This was an opportunity beyond measure. The grand final. 9-star swordsman, Radiant Swordsman, Arthur vs. Sword God Yorichi. And now. Begin. Clang. The gong sounded, marking the start of the grand final. Radiance of light. At the very instant of the gong, Arthur unleashed a massive attack, countless blades of light shot toward Kyan. He said nothing. In a battle of this level, words only weakened your resolve. Only absolute conviction could draw out his full strength. Sun breathing, 4th form, burning bones, summer sun. Kyan swung his sword, releasing a spiraling flame slash. The vortex of fire shredded every blade of light into ash. Flash blade cross slash. Arthur swung again, releasing a brilliant X-shaped light slash. Sun breathing, 12th form, flame dance. Kyan responded instantly with 2 interwoven crescent slashes that crossed in an X shape, meeting Arthur's attack head-on. Boom. Chapter 28, Epiphany. 1017 words. 2 slashes collided, releasing a terrifying shockwave that shattered the ground around them. Flash blade, thrust. Arthur pushed off the ground and lunged toward Kyan, thrusting his sword forward. Sun breathing, 7th form, beneficent radiance. Kyan's body was wrapped in blazing flames, as he launched a fierce thrust with both hands gripping his blade. Clang. Their sword tips collided, light and flame clashing in midair. Boom 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 boom. The ground beneath their feet exploded, shockwaves rippling outward with violent force. Flash blade. Arthur's sword slashed with blinding speed. Kyan swung his blade to parry every single one of Arthur's rapid strikes. Sun breathing, 8th form, sunflower thrust. The tip of Kyan's sword flickered like sunlight on fire. Arthur instantly stepped back to dodge, just when he thought he had successfully evaded and was ready to counter. Suddenly, his expression changed. The blade that had seemed short a moment ago now appeared to extend unnaturally. He didn't have time to dodge. Slice. A gash opened across Arthur's body. Arthur retaliated with a wide horizontal sweep. Sun breathing, fifth form, setting sun transformation. Kian leapt into the air, twisting his body to dodge and simultaneously unleashed a sweeping horizontal slash. The sudden counter made Arthur break into a cold sweat as he ducked just in time. The blade passed over his head, slicing off a lock of hair. Before he could even react, Kian's next strike came flying in. Sun breathing, sixth form, solar heat haze. The rotating, flame-imbued slash landed squarely on Arthur. Yoa! Arthur cried out in pain as the force of the blow sent him flying. Boom! He crashed into the arena wall, smashing it on impact. Ugh! Arthur has been blasted away by Yorichi. Could this be the end of the battle? Arthur forced himself to stand. No. Arthur is back on his feet. You truly live up to your name, Yorichi. I had originally hoped to challenge you up close and determine a winner through swordplay. But now I see. I was overestimating myself. Facing Kian directly, he finally understood why Clay had darted around like a terrified rabbit. Before every one of Kian's strikes, Arthur also experienced hallucinations of his own death. It was only through sheer force of will that he resisted them. He even tried using those illusions to predict Kian's next move. But he was still underestimating the gap between them. He thought he was exchanging blows as an equal, but Kian's attacks had made it clear just how vast the difference truly was. Kian said nothing. Truthfully, he had an opening to finish Arthur the moment he stepped in, but doing so would have been a bit too rude. After all, Arthur was the strongest swordsman of the Kingdom of Sobia. Ending things in a single move would make the host nation lose face. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, as the saying goes. He'd end the match respectfully. Arthur's swordsmanship wasn't weak, but his own was stronger. But I still want to know what the real gap between us is. Arthur raised his sword before his chest, channeling his magic into the blade. A golden radiance shot into the sky, forming a massive golden sword of light. It was the same move he'd used against Urza, but this time it pulsed with even more concentrated magic power. Kian didn't like people who went all out like this. It was supposed to be a contest of swordsmanship, yet now it was a contest of raw magical power. And with such a long wind-up. Honestly, Kian had enough time to kill him several times over. Even without going lethal, he could easily dodge the blow. But he couldn't do that, not here. Interrupting now would seem cheap. He couldn't strike. He couldn't dodge. That meant he had to take it head on. Kian poured his magic into his blade. But the moment the energy entered the sword, he felt something strange. Using transparent world, he looked at the magic coursing from his palm into the blade. At the same time, he could feel it with his body. His senses so sharpened it was as if he was understanding magic for the very first time. His brain surged into overdrive. Countless thoughts and insights flooded his mind. He didn't know what this feeling was, but he knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed this chance, he would regret it forever. Kian chose to forget everything and fully immerse himself in the sea of consciousness. Arthur, meanwhile, had finished charging his spell. The colossal golden sword, tens of meters long, stood like a divine blade in the center of the arena. Seeing Kian spaced out, Arthur had no idea what he was doing. He wasn't assuming any stance. No sign of dodging, no sign of bracing to defend, just standing there. But there was no time to wonder. The spell was charged, and it had to be released. Judgment of Light. With a shout, Arthur brought the massive sword down. The radiant blade descended like the judgment of the gods, splitting the sky as it aimed for Kian. Kian made no move to react. Maybe he couldn't. Maybe he wouldn't. He didn't dodge, didn't channel power to block, just slowly raised his blade out of instinct, almost absent-mindedly. But how could one sword possibly block a strike like this? When Arthur had used this against Urza, she'd needed magic barriers, yet they were torn apart. Even her shield and armor had shattered. This attack was clearly even stronger than that. Everyone thought this was it. That Kian was finished. No one could bear to watch him get cut in half. Clang! A crisp, ringing sound echoed through the air, and then, something that shocked the entire stadium occurred. The edge of Arthur's golden greatsword clashed with Kian's blade. But instead of Kian's sword being shattered, it was the golden greatsword that snapped. Yes, snapped clean in two, as if it had been sliced by something impossibly sharp. The light sword then scattered into glowing particles and vanished. The arena fell deathly silent. Arthur stood frozen in place, eyes glazed in disbelief. Chapter 29, Monster Siege. 975 words. WH. What? It broke. Arthur's judgment of light was actually cut through. What in the world just happened? Even the commentator was completely stunned, stammering in confusion. He couldn't comprehend what had just unfolded. Arthur's judgment of light was his ultimate move, undefeated until now. Its destructive power, if not world-ending, was terrifying in its own right. Until this moment, no one had ever blocked Arthur's technique. What just happened? Urza was equally bewildered. As someone who had personally taken that very same attack, she had a lot of authority on the matter. Even using her strongest defensive requip armor, she couldn't block it. The power behind that strike was simply overwhelming. And yet, this man named Yorichi Tsujikuni had not only blocked it with a single sword, but cut through it. It was far beyond anything she could understand. This monster. Clay stared at Kian blaze in the arena. From the outside, it looked like Kian had defeated him in a single strike, but only he knew how many times he had tried to test the man. That guy was a complete and utter monster, undeniably, authentically, a superclass monster. How could someone like that not endure Arthur's attack? Still, for Kian to cut through Arthur's strongest technique so effortlessly, it gave even him a serious fright. At that moment, Kian slowly regained his focus. Only a moment had passed, but to him, it felt like he'd just lived through an hour. So this is enlightenment, huh? Having read countless cultivation novels, he had at least a vague understanding of what an epiphany was. That must have been what just happened to him. Right now, the flow of magic through his body was effortless, reaching a level far beyond what he had ever experienced. Only someone with a broken level of talent like Yorichi Tsujikuni could achieve such a thing, grasping and mastering magic the moment they came into contact with it. Looking back now, his earlier use of magic was nothing more than child's play. But just now, by rearranging the flow of magic and condensing it into the edge of his blade, he had unleashed terrifying power. Kian looked toward Arthur, lifted his blade with one hand, and casually swung it downward. Swish! A slash burst forth from Kian's blade. It swept past Arthur, who had no time to react. Crack! A massive, clean cut split the Colosseum, like slicing through tofu. Everyone was stunned speechless. The commentator dropped his mic. All eyes were locked in horror on the massive, seamless fissure. The entire stadium went dead silent. What? What was that? Kian's attack had made no sound, but the damage it caused was undeniable. Sure, many present could break the walls of the arena with brute force. But to slice through them so cleanly, like a hot knife through butter, without disturbing anything around it. That was beyond explanation. Arthur stared blankly at the flawless incision, his face frozen in disbelief. He had thought their difference in swordsmanship was minimal. But now he realized it was astronomical. Kian sheathed his blade and said calmly, "You do not understand swordsmanship. To me, you are a frog at the bottom of a well, glimpsing the moon in the sky. When the day comes that you somehow join the ranks of 9-star swordsmen, you will look up at me as an ant gazing at the sky." Boom. Everyone was shaken by Kian's words. It was overwhelmingly arrogant, yet no one in the entire kingdom of Sobia dared to refute him. Their silence was acceptance. Arthur's pupils contracted. Then his knees gave out as he dropped to the ground. I've lost. The match is decided. The victor, Yorichi Tsujikuni. Too powerful. He's just too powerful. Champion of the Continental Swordmaster Tournament, Yorichi Tsujikuni. The strongest swordsman on the Ishgar continent, Yorichi Tsujikuni, worthy of the title. Sword God. Sword God. Sword God. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Most of them couldn't even comprehend how advanced Kyan's swordsmanship truly was. All they knew was, he was absurdly strong. Even the top-ranked 9-star swordsmen looked like kids with wooden swords before him. But for those at the 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star level, what Kyan displayed was nothing short of divine. As they listened to the crowd chant Sword God, they couldn't help but think the same thing. Could this man truly be the Sword God? Because honestly, who else could possess such terrifying mastery of the blade? Royal Palace. Smash. King Renault slammed his desk in excitement. As the previous generation's strongest 9-star swordsman, he knew exactly what that strike meant. He was still reeling in awe. Others might think Kyan's words were boastful, but to him, they weren't exaggerated at all. There was an unbridgeable chasm between them. No amount of training would close that gap. If he were younger, he would have begged to become Kyan's disciple, no matter the cost. Unfortunately, his body was no longer fit. What a pity. Still, to witness such swordsmanship in his lifetime was already a rare and precious fortune. If I can recruit this man for the dragon-slaying expedition, success is all but guaranteed. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Emergency report. A soldier burst into the chamber, panic written all over his face. What's the matter? Why the rush? Your Majesty. Reports from our scouts, there's movement in the forest of monsters. A horde of at least 100,000 monsters is charging toward the city. What? At this time? The king's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected a crisis now of all times. 100,000 monsters, that was a disaster-scale threat. If they didn't respond correctly, the entire city could be wiped out. But King Renault quickly regained his composure and issued commands. Ministers. Mobilize every soldier to level 1 alert. Evacuate all civilians into the Colosseum for shelter. And summon every swordsman currently in the city to prepare for battle. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 30, I will step in. 1092 words. The award ceremony is about to begin. Please welcome the champion, Yorichi Tsujikuni, to the stage. Kyan stood on the podium and let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. He was a little emotional too. He was finally about to get paid 20 million J. That was nearly 1 million yuan, an amount he never dreamed of earning in one go. Mr. Yorichi, after meeting you, I finally understand what it means to always have someone stronger out there. Thanks to you, I've found a new direction to pursue. Arthur looked at Kyan with admiration. After witnessing that sword strike, he had become a die-hard fan. Kyan nodded. You have great talent. Whether in magic or swordsmanship, as long as you train diligently, I'm sure your strength will reach new heights in a few years. At that moment, someone rushed to the commentator's booth with a flustered expression and whispered urgently. The announcer's eyes widened. What? That really happened? Then he immediately grabbed the mic and declared. Apologies, citizens. The award ceremony will be delayed. According to the latest intel, at least 100,000 monsters are pouring out of the forest of monsters toward this city. His Majesty the King has placed the army on level 1 alert. We ask all citizens to evacuate to the arena. Do not leave this area. The arena doubles as the city's emergency shelter and can activate barriers to repel the monster invasion. Additionally, His Majesty has summoned all swordsmen in the city to assist in the defense. What? 100,000 monsters. That's insane. The sheer number left the crowd in shock. This was nearly a tenth of the Forest of Monsters' entire population. No one had ever seen such a massive siege attempt. Those monsters dare charge out of their forest. They should have stayed put. Let's send them back in pieces. Brothers, it's time for us to rise up as higher-ranking swordsmen. Yeah. Let's go. The swordsmen erupted in righteous fury. After all, their very existence centered around killing monsters, and monsters held great value. Since the moment they became swordsmen, fighting monsters was part of the job. Kyan's face froze. Seriously? I was just about to get my money, and now a monster siege. Couldn't they have waited 5 minutes for me to collect my reward? Arthur turned to him. Mr. Yorichi, you'll be joining the fight too, right? Kyan gave a cold nod. Arthur beamed. Fantastic. I get to see your swordsmanship in action again. I will step in, but only if necessary. If monsters appear that you truly can't handle, I'll intervene. Of course. Kyan nodded and walked away. The rest of the swordsmen had already begun heading out of the city. Once he confirmed no one was following, Kyan ducked into a quiet alley and cancelled his transformation, reverting to his original appearance. Suddenly, he went from a peerless genius to just a regular guy. The contrast in talent hit hard. Ugh, just my luck. A monster tide now of all times. I guess I'll have to wait until it's over to claim my prize. Citizens, the monster tide is here. Please evacuate to the arena immediately. I repeat. Citizens, the monster tide is here. Please evacuate to the arena immediately. Harsh sirens rang across the city. Those who hadn't been watching the tournament quickly made their way to the arena. Before long, Urza returned to the inn. Kyan. A monster tide is coming. Let's join the fight. All right. Kyan nodded. Technically, they didn't have to get involved, but Urza's strong sense of justice wouldn't let her just sit back and watch. Besides, they had accepted a commission. If something happened to the client, it would be their responsibility. Kyan's motivation was even simpler, he hadn't gotten paid yet. The mission wasn't complete. The two of them hurried to the city walls. By the time they arrived, the walls were already packed with people. No wonder it's called the Kingdom of Sobia, so many swordsmen. Urza was amazed. The Fairy Tale Guild only had a little over 100 members, but here, there were easily over 10,000 swordsmen. Yeah. It was Kyan's first time seeing such a large-scale deployment too. It left quite the impression. Soon, they reached the king's side. You've come as well. The king was pleased to see Kyan and Urza. Although Urza had lost to Arthur, that was a loss to the kingdom's strongest swordsman. There was no doubt in the king's mind, Urza was at 9-star swordsman level. As for Kyan, he didn't know the full extent of his power, but from the intel and the terrifying destruction featured in the papers, Kyan was clearly 9-star level as well. There were barely 10 9-star swordsmen across the entire kingdom, even counting the reclusive ones. Having two of them on his side was a massive boost to the king's chances. Urza stepped forward. Your Majesty, what's going on with this monster tide? The king explained, the appearance of a monster tide is always unpredictable. They usually happen once or twice a year. The main reason is the larger, stronger monsters in the forest driving out the weaker ones. The weaker ones flee, and eventually form a tide. A small monster tide might include dozens to hundreds of beasts. A large one could have thousands. But one over 100,000. I've never seen anything like it in my life. That's why I suspect it may be related to the dragon alism. His expression turned grim. Dragon alism. Both Kyan and Urza grew serious. In any world, dragons sat at the top of the food chain, Especially in the world of fairy tale, even the weakest dragons weren't something humans could trifle with. Indeed. The power of a dragon is terrifying. I suspect it's controlling stronger monsters to drive the weaker ones into a tide. Miss Urza, have you seen Yorichi Tsujikuni anywhere? The king turned to her. Kyan's heart skipped a beat. Is my cover about to be blown? Urza shook her head. She had wanted to speak to Yorichi earlier, but before she could, the monster tide had erupted. I wonder if Mr. Yorichi would be willing to join us in slaying the dragon. Without a doubt, he's the best candidate to wield the sword against such a foe. Kyan's lips twitched. If he finds out I'm Yorichi, he might just drop dead from shock. At that moment, boom. A thunderous rumble echoed across the land. The ground shook violently. Everyone tensed, turning their eyes toward the distant forest. They're here. Chapter 31, Let me handle it. 966 words. Soon, the sound of countless footsteps grew louder, tightening the tension in everyone's hearts. After all, this was the first time they had ever faced such an enormous number of monsters. Roarar. With a deafening roar, hordes of monsters surged out from the forest, charging straight toward the city walls. So many of them. The mass of swordsmen were stunned by the overwhelming numbers. Attack. As the command was given, the soldiers on the walls ignited the cannons. Boom. 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 Kraka boom. Shells blasted into the monster horde, erupting in violent explosions. Gorrahhhh. Many monsters were blown away on the spot, though a small portion made it to the base of the city wall. Engage. Swordsmen below the wall charged forward to meet the monsters in close combat. Keep firing. Soldiers atop the wall reloaded the cannons and continued blasting the rear of the monster horde, leaving the monsters that reached the wall to the troops and swordsmen on the ground. Watching the chaos unfold, Kyan was stunned. So this is war. It was his first time experiencing it firsthand, and for someone born in peaceful times, it was overwhelming. Suddenly, OAAAAHHH. A monstrous screech rang out as a towering creature, 7 to 8 meters tall, emerged from the forest. It looked like a cross between a gorilla and a monkey, its body covered in red fur, and a single horn protruding from its forehead. Not good. That's the 9-star beast, Bloodhorn Ape. Cries of alarm rang out. A 9-star beast typically required a 9-star swordsman to handle, and even then, barely. Any 8-star swordsman would be walking to their death. Hum. Blood-colored energy began to gather at the tip of the horn on the creature's forehead. It's charging up an attack. Fwoosh. A beam of crimson energy blasted toward the swordsman at the base of the wall. Blazing slash. A fiery arc of sword energy shot out to intercept the crimson beam. Boom. The two forces collided in midair with an explosive impact. A young man stepped forward, sword in hand. I'll take it on. That's the 9-star swordsman, Flame Blade Allen. Kyan blinked. Wasn't that the unlucky guy I one-shot during the prelims? Hiss. A chilling hiss echoed as a colossal 9-headed serpent slithered out from the forest. Another one. That's the 9-star beast Hydra. I'll handle it. Crack. A bolt of lightning tore through the air as someone rushed the Hydra, locking it in fierce combat. That's 9-star swordsman, Lightning Blade Clay. Kyan recognized the other guy too, another unfortunate soul he had beaten before. Thankfully, he had held back in their matches, so both Alan and Clay had only suffered superficial wounds and retained their peak combat strength. Roar. A massive lion with enormous wings burst from the forest, soaring above the battlefield toward the city wall. It's the 9-star beast Kalion. Flash cross slash. A cross-shaped beam of light shot toward the airborne beast. Boom. The Kalion was blasted out of the sky. That signature move was unmistakable. Arthur. Arthur drove his sword into the ground and glared at Calian. "You're not getting through here." But Calian simply shook its head and got back up, seemingly unharmed. Ruhar. Its sonic roar blasted outward, shaking the ground and knocking out several lesser monsters in its path. Even some humans were clutching their ears in pain. Flash blade. Arthur dashed forward and engaged it in close combat, finally stopping the sonic assault. Why are there so many 9-star beasts this time? Yeah. Usually there's just one, maybe two. Now we've got 3, maybe the monster tide wasn't caused by one of them this time. In the past, 9-star beasts would often drive lesser monsters into human territory, causing a tide. But this time, with 3 appearing together, something felt off. There might be something even worse behind them. Whoa. A towering silver-furred wolf bolted out of the forest. Not good. It's the 9-star beast Silvermoon Wolf. Urza's face turned grim. Caian, protect his majesty. I'll deal with this one. Requip, black feather armor. Without waiting for a reply, she instantly changed into her armor and leapt from the wall, heading straight for the wolf. With 3 9-star swordsmen already engaged, if the wolf made it past them, the casualties would be unimaginable, so she made her move. Thank goodness. It's Miss Urza. By now, Urza was famous across Sword City. Anyone who had watched the tournament would recognize the beautiful and skilled swordswoman. But just as she clashed with the Silvermoon Wolf, one after another, more enormous beasts emerged from the forest. Panic swept through the human forces. Mammoth King. Black Panther King. Infernal Flame Tiger. Triple-headed Frostbird. Earthquake Bear. What is happening? Why are all the regional overlords of the Forest of Monsters gathering here? 9 9-star beasts. Are they trying to wipe this country off the map? Everyone was in full-blown panic. Even the usually composed king went pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. He had expected the backlash from the dragon to be fierce, but 9 9-star beasts. That was beyond anything he could have imagined. At the moment, there were only 5 9-star swordsmen in the city, including himself. If Caian was added, that made 6. But they were still short by 3. Just 3 unchallenged 9-star beasts could completely raise the city. Unless that person stepped in. Where is Yorichi Tsujikuni? Where is Mr. Yorichi? The king shouted desperately. Right now, only Yorichi could save the country. But everyone just shook their heads. No one had seen him since the tournament ended, he had vanished without a trace. At that moment, seeing this monstrous lineup, Caian realized there was no room left for slacking. If the country gets wiped out, who's going to pay me? My prize money still hasn't been converted. Let me handle it. Chapter 32, Return of the Black. 924 words. I'll handle these ones. All eyes turned to Caian as he spoke. Mr. Caian, you. The king looked at Caian in disbelief. There was very little information on him, and from what he had seen, Caian was likely just an S-class mage, about on par with a 9-star swordsman. In this mission, it was Urza who had been taking the lead. Now Caian was claiming he could take on 5 9-star beasts. That was hard to believe. I can handle 5 of them. But after that, I won't be able to keep fighting. Not only won't I be able to protect you, I might even need you to protect me. By then, my combat power might not be better than a foot soldier's. Caian looked the king in the eye as he spoke. Seeing that Caian wasn't joking, the king immediately patted his chest and declared, "You have my word, Mr. Caian. Once you defeat the 9-star beasts, I'll protect you with my life." The other beasts already had swordsmen assigned to them. These 5 were the real problem. The king had no idea what trump card Caian had to defeat them, but it clearly came at a steep cost. Even if Caian couldn't kill all 5, just eliminating 2 or 3 would give the kingdom of Sobia a real shot at victory. Kian gave a nod and walked toward the edge of the city wall. Full takeover, Ulquiorra cipher. As Kian shouted, his body began to change. His black outfit turned into a white-on-black high-collared coat, and his lower half became a white hakama skirt, cinched at the waist with a wide black sash. A zanpakuto hung from the sash. He now wore black socks and white shoes. His skin paled, his eyes turned green, and green tear streaks formed under them. A white-horned helmet appeared on the left side of his head. As Kian transformed, the king immediately felt a powerful wave of pressure radiate from him. So strong. Seeing this form, the king finally understood why Kian had been trusted with an SS-rank mission alongside Urza. He knew Kian used takeover magic, but he had never expected such a drastic change between his normal and transformed states. Normally, Kian looked like nothing more than a handsome young man. But now, the pressure he gave off wasn't any less than that of the 9-star beasts themselves. Still, could this really defeat 5 of them? Kian wasn't done transforming. He knew he could handle 1 or 2 9-star beasts like this, but 5 was pushing it. If even one of those beasts broke through, the devastation would be unimaginable. Kian slowly drew his sword and whispered. "Enclose. Black-winged demon." Bwum. A surge of black Ryatsa burst from Kian and shot into the sky. The once clear, cloudless skies darkened with storm clouds, plunging the entire world into gloom. Then, black rain began to fall from the heavens. Everyone, human and monster alike, turned their attention to the strange weather. Black rain. People stared in confusion. The black rain struck their faces and bodies, but it didn't hurt, it simply vanished on contact. No, that's not real rain, it's liquefied magic power. Before long, the phenomenon ended. The skies cleared, but Kian's form had changed again. His clothes had turned into a white full-body cloak. He now wore a horned white helmet, his black hair had grown longer, and the tear streaks on his face were even deeper. Most notably, a pair of massive, demonic black bat wings spread from his back. This was Ulquiorra's first resurrection. The pressure radiating from Kian was terrifying. Everyone nearby, even the king himself, felt an unbearable sense of dread. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as though they were facing a nightmarish monster. Is that Kian? Even Urza wasn't sure. It was her first time seeing Kian use take-over magic to transform. Kian didn't waste time. He could only maintain this form for a short while. For the sake of his reward, and the mission, he had to wipe out the 5 9-star beasts now. Cree! The triple-headed frostbird let out a shriek and spread its wings, soaring toward the wall. As it flew, it unleashed freezing breath that turned everything it touched into solid ice. Aahawk! Ruin! Panic spread among the swordsmen. Many tried to flee, but the freezing mist overtook them, turning them into statues of ice. Kian watched the frostbird draw near. You'll be first. Luz de la Luna. Swish. He extended his right hand, and a glowing green spear materialized. Kian stepped forward with his left foot, and took a throwing stance. Go. In the next instant, he hurled the spear directly at the bird. Whoosh! The spear flew at blinding speed. With 3 heads and 6 eyes, the triple-headed frostbird had incredible perception, it easily saw the attack coming. It opened its mouths and spewed freezing breath to stop the spear. But it had underestimated the spear's power. Boom! The spear punched straight through the freezing breath. Schlunk! And impaled the frostbird right through its body. Cree! All 3 of its heads shrieked in agony, sending chills down everyone's spine. Kian whispered, detonate. Kaboom! The spear exploded. A massive blue spherical shockwave spread through the air. Waff! What is that? Everyone, swordsmen and monsters alike, were blown back. Even those on the city wall had to brace with all their strength just to stay standing. When the explosion finally died down, the sky was empty. The frostbird was gone. On the ground below, only 3 charred, half-intact heads remained. The triple-headed frostbird is dead. Chapter 33, like killing a chicken. 1008 words. How is this possible? That was a 9-star beast. Everyone was stunned. 9-star beasts, these were considered the most powerful monsters within the forest of monsters as far as humans were concerned. Each one was a lord of its domain. Though a few 9-star swordsmen had managed to slay them, it was always after battles where they narrowly escaped death. Who is he? Clay was shocked to see Kyan Blaze kill the 3-headed icebird in a single strike. It was bad enough when that freak Yorichi showed up, but now another monster had appeared. Just how many monsters existed in this world? No idea. Many of the people present had never seen Kyan before, they had no idea who he was. I know. He's Mr. Kyan Blaze, Miss Urza's companion. The one shouting was the same guard who'd questioned Kyan and Urza at the city gate the day before. After witnessing Urza defeat a 5-star blazing razorback with ease, he'd been deeply impressed by the two. After watching today's tournament broadcast and seeing Urza's performance, he'd become a full-blown fanboy. Naturally, he remembered her companion too. Miss Urza's companion. Then he must be a mage from Fairy Tale. Now that Urza had made a name for herself in the Swordmaster tournament, more information about her had spread. She was a mage from the guild Fairy Tale in the Kingdom of Fiori. That's amazing. The king was visibly excited. Out of the original 9 9-star beasts, 1 had just fallen. Only 8 remained. There was hope. The remaining 9-star beasts now eyed Kyan with great caution. The stronger the beast, the greater its intelligence, and they had all sensed a deadly threat. Kyan's body dropped freely from the top of the city wall. Swoosh! He spread his wings, shooting toward the nearest beast, the Hellfire Tiger. The Hellfire Tiger roared in fury as it saw Kyan charging at it. Roar! Its roar shook the heavens, and blazing flames erupted around its body. Swoosh! A sword appeared in Kyan's hand as he thrust it forward. The Hellfire Tiger opened its jaws and unleashed a pillar of raging fire at him. The fire engulfed Kyan's entire figure. Kyan! Urza's eyes widened in alarm. The others thought he was done for. Hellfire Tiger's flames could melt solid steel like butter. Boom! To everyone's shock, Kyan burst through the flames. Squelch! The sword pierced into the Hellfire Tiger's eye. Roar! The beast howled in agony. It fought through the pain and swung a massive claw at Kyan, trying to smash him. Squelch! Kyan swung his sword. Thud! The tiger's huge arm was sliced off and fell to the ground. Roher! It screamed again in unbearable pain. Sonido! Kyan vanished, reappearing behind the Hellfire Tiger's head. You're too noisy. He spoke indifferently. Squelch! The sword went straight through the beast's skull. Its screams stopped instantly. Boom! The massive body collapsed, completely lifeless. He's dead. Even the 9-star Hellfire Tiger is dead. Everyone was stunned by Kyan's display. How long had it been? 10 seconds. 15. Definitely less than 20 seconds. From the moment Kyan appeared until now. 2 9-star beasts had been slain in under 20 seconds. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they'd have thought it was a dream. Since when were 9-star beasts slain like chickens? No, this was faster than slaughtering a chicken. That was incredible. Though still shocked, the crowd erupted into cheers. When the other 5 beasts had shown up earlier, they'd nearly fallen into despair. But Kyan's overwhelming performance had reignited their hope. Roar! Kyan's slaughter of 2 9-star beasts instantly made the remaining ones feel like their lives were in danger. They abandoned their current opponents and charged at Kyan. They knew, if they didn't eliminate this man, none of them would survive. This is bad. Seeing the beasts abandon their opponents and target Kyan all at once, everyone's faces changed. But Kyan's expression didn't waver. He flapped his wings and took the initiative to meet them. Roar! The earthquake bear slammed its palms into the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled violently. Countless earth spikes shot up from beneath, aiming straight for Kyan. Boom! A sword shot out from the forest of spikes, shattering them one by one. Squelch! It stabbed into the earthquake bear's chest. The blade only pierced its hide, a superficial wound. But upon seeing the sword, the bear's eyes filled with terror. Explode! Kyan said coldly. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed the bear. Ruahair! It screamed in pain. Whoosh! The Black Panther King appeared behind Kyan like a ghost, silent and deadly. Its jaws opened to bite him from behind. Look out! Kyan spun around quickly, but his arm was already clamped between the beast's fangs. It's over. Everyone watching thought his arm was done for. But Kyan said flatly, no one ever told you not to eat random stuff. Buzz. A brilliant black light shone from between the panther's teeth. The beast sensed something was wrong and tried to flee. Too late. Ciro Oscuras. Zing. A dark beam of light blasted out from the back of the Black Panther King's skull. Boom. The black blast exploded into the crowd of monsters behind them, creating a massive blast zone. Roar. Numerous beasts were obliterated, and the forest of monsters was carved open by a wide channel of destruction. A circular hole had blown through the back of the Black Panther King's head. It was dead, completely and utterly. At that moment the Mammoth King, another 9-star beast, charged at Kyan. Its massive trunk whipped toward him. Kyan raised an arm to block. He instantly felt a terrifying force crash into him. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded violently, and shockwaves rippled outward in all directions, tearing the land apart. After a while, the dust cleared. Just when the crowd thought Kyan had been smashed into pulp. The smoke faded and Kyan still stood where he was, arm raised, having completely blocked the Mammoth King's strike. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually took that head on. Chapter 34, The Demon Dragon Appears. 994 words. The Mammoth King was known for its overwhelming strength, its trunk alone could crush steel with ease. Yet Kyan had managed to block its attack with just his body. Was this guy made of steel? The Mammoth King's eyes widened. It raised its right leg high and then slammed it down hard. Boom! A terrifying shockwave burst outward from under its feet. The earth split apart with a thunderous roar. Yoa! Everyone staggered, struggling to stay on their feet. Kyan flapped his wings and soared into the air. He pointed his index finger at the Mammoth King, and black energy rapidly gathered at its tip, forming a compressed dark sphere. Ciro Oscuras. Buzz. Zing. A beam of black light shot toward the Mammoth King. Its towering figure, more than 10 meters tall, had no way to dodge, it had to take the hit. Roar. Boom. The black Ciro enveloped the beast's body, forming a hemispherical dome that expanded outward. Everything in its path was obliterated. When the light faded, a massive crater remained, with the Mammoth King lying unconscious at the bottom. That was incredible. Mr. Kyan is amazing. He took down 5 9-star beasts all by himself. That's just insane. All the soldiers and swordsmen erupted in cheers. With those 5 beasts gone, the pressure on the human side dropped drastically. So strong. Alan was shaken. He had been struggling just to hold his own against one 9-star beast, and this man had defeated 5 in about a minute. That level of power was unimaginable. He had always considered himself a genius, but now he realized he'd been a frog in a well. Whether it was Kyan or the Yorichi in the arena earlier, those were true geniuses. What's going on today? Why are there so many monsters? Clay was feeling annoyed. Usually, he only viewed Arthur as a rival. But today, 2 absolute freaks had shown up. Arthur was just as stunned. Kyan's strength was easily on par with the 10 wizard saints, and more importantly, he looked so young. So this is Kyan's true power. Urza finally understood how Kyan could complete an S-class mission. With this level of strength, it was only natural. Kyan returned to the top of the city wall with a flap of his wings. Swoosh! He deactivated his transformation, and began gasping for breath. Mr. Kyan, are you all right? The king hurried over with concern. Kyan waved him off. I'm fine. I just burned through too much magic power. I probably won't be of much help in the rest of the battle. The king replied earnestly, Please don't say that, Mr. Kyan. You've already contributed more than anyone could ask. Leave the rest to us. With 5 9-star beasts down thanks to Kyan, human morale surged. Under covering fire, the swordsmen fought with renewed courage. Meanwhile, the monsters, demoralized by the loss of their 5 most powerful allies, began to falter. Judgment of Light. Arthur unleashed his ultimate move, severely wounding the 9-star beast, Quillion Lion. Thunderflash. Clay seized his opportunity to strike as well. His body became lightning, flashing between the remaining heads of the Hydra. In an instant, he decapitated every one of them. Urza's battle with the Silver Moon Wolf was nearing its end. Purgatory Shatter. She requipped into her black purgatory armor, wielding a serrated greatsword. The massive blade slammed into the Silver Moon Wolf. Whoa! The beast cried out in pain before collapsing, unable to continue. Only one remained, the Bloodhorn ape that had been fighting Alan. But after seeing all the other 9-star beasts defeated, it lost the will to fight. It sent Alan flying with a heavy palm, then turned and fled into the forest without a backward glance. The rest of the monsters, seeing their strongest flee, didn't dare stick around either. They all scattered and ran. Ohu! Seeing the monsters retreat, everyone raised their weapons and roared in triumph. Yes! We did it! Tens of thousands of monsters, that number alone was terrifying. Combined with the 9-star beasts, they could have wiped out the entire kingdom. If Kyan hadn't appeared and eliminated 5 of them, the nation might have been destroyed. He had saved them. Kyan let out a breath of relief. Looked like his reward was safe. Suddenly, a spherical object flew out from the forest. Thud. It landed in the crowd with a heavy smack. When people realized what it was, they all recoiled in shock. The Bloodhorn ape. It was the severed head of the 9-star beast that had just fled. What's going on? Didn't that thing run away? Who killed it? That was a 9-star beast. While everyone was still confused. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed out. Wonderful. Wonderful. What a delightful show. That was truly entertaining. Accompanied by the voice, a strange-looking young man emerged from the forest of monsters. He had long purple hair, wore purple clothes, and had slightly dark skin. He looked to be around 27 or 28. Who are you? Did you kill the Bloodhorn ape? Arthur stepped forward to question him. Even if this man had helped kill a 9-star beast, his tone and words rubbed people the wrong way. The man sneered, Who am I? I'm certainly not some lowly human. Don't compare me to your pathetic species. As for that little monkey, he disobeyed my orders, so naturally, he had to die. Urza narrowed her eyes. Orders? Are you saying these monsters were attacking the city under your command? The man raised a finger. Bingo. Congratulations, you got it. Why would you do this? Why? That's easy. Revenge, of course. Revenge? That's right. I'm here to repay a little debt, a grudge for being sealed away for 400 years. At first the king was puzzled. It wasn't unusual for a ruler to have old enemies, but he couldn't recall crossing paths with someone like this. But when he heard sealed for 400 years, realization struck. His face changed dramatically. Watch out. That man is the demon dragon, Alizum. Chapter 35, A Miracle from a Single Pull. 1,267 words. Cayenne and Urza's expressions changed drastically. The demon dragon Alizum, he was their target for this SS rank mission. How can this be? That guy was supposed to still be sealed. How is he out? The king began to panic. According to his plan, once the tournament ended, he would gather the strongest warriors in the kingdom to subjugate the dragon. But all of that had been based on the assumption that the dragon was still sealed and severely weakened. Now, not only had the dragon broken free, but from the looks of it, he'd been unsealed for a while. If his full power had returned, it would be an unthinkable catastrophe for the kingdom of Sobia. Dragon? Alaza, what now? Below the walls, many of the swordsmen looked confused. They'd never even heard of this legend. Weren't dragons supposed to be mythical creatures? The king kept his eyes locked on the purple-haired man, and explained gravely. The demon dragon Alizum. A tyrannical dragon from 400 years ago. He committed countless atrocities before being sealed away by Sword Saint Noah. I never imagined he'd break free now. A real dragon? Everyone gasped and turned to stare at the purple-haired youth. The youth raised a finger and waved it back and forth smugly. No, you got one thing wrong. I wasn't sealed by some lowly human. Don't flatter yourselves. I was sealed by the dragon of seals, Sealus. That human only lent a hand. The king gritted his teeth. Mr. Alizum, if a dragon sealed you, then we have no part in your grudge. Sword Saint Noah has been dead for centuries. There's no one left for you to take revenge on. If he was planning to strike while the enemy was weak before, now all he could think about was how to avoid conflict. You're not wrong. I can't get back at him directly, but getting back at his country. That's still on the table, right? The youth said with a sinister grin. Besides, I love eating humans. He licked his lips and his eerie gaze swept over everyone like a predator eyeing prey. It wasn't the look one gave to people, it was the look one gave to meat. Everyone felt a chill and shivered unconsciously. Judgment of light. Arthur raised his sword high. Golden magic surged from his body, gathering into a massive radiant blade. Dragon. Die. He roared and brought the blade down. The enormous light sword came crashing down like a divine strike. The purple-haired man didn't even move. The blade struck him squarely on the head. Boom. Crack. His head wasn't even scratched. Arthur's sword, on the other hand, shattered as if it had hit indestructible stone. Then, crash. Arthur's ultimate move collapsed completely. His pupils contracted, filled with disbelief. What? He tanked Arthur's finishing move with his head. The purple-haired man bared his teeth in amusement. What was that supposed to be, human? Crackle. Lightning crackled around Clay's body. Thunder flash. Boom. He exploded forward at full speed, his blade aiming for the youth's neck. Crack. Still motionless, the youth let the strike land and Clay's blade snapped in two. His face was full of shock. Requip, Heaven's Wheel armor. Heaven's Wheel, Dance of the Blades. Urza followed up immediately, summoning a swarm of longswords that rained down on the youth. Boom, 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 boom. The violent barrage kicked up a thick cloud of smoke. Did it work? Everyone stared into the haze with bated breath. But as the smoke cleared, the purple-haired man still stood there, completely unharmed. Clap, clap, clap. He began to applaud. Very nice. I must say, human magic is entertaining. The way you all struggle so desperately really gets me going. This can't be real. Why don't the 9-star swordsman's strongest attacks work on him? Everyone was horrified. Even the strongest finishing moves had done nothing. What were they supposed to do? The king's voice rang out. Because he's a dragon. Dragons are born with impenetrable bodies and immense resistance to human magic. It's nearly impossible for human spells to injure one. In ancient times, every dragon could destroy a nation alone. Your Majesty. At some point, the king had descended from the wall and was walking forward. Oh? So you actually know a thing or two. Mr. Alazam, the king said, Sword Saint Noah lived for centuries ago. That grudge should have ended with him. None of us here have done you harm. I beg you to show mercy. Alazam grinned. Still don't get it, huh? I love eating humans. They're delicious. Clang. The king unsheathed his sword, and flames erupted along its blade. Mr. Alazam. If you refuse to back down, then I will fight you with everything I have. Even if I can't slay you, I'll wound you. Alazam paused upon seeing the blade, then suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. The king's expression darkened. What are you laughing at? Alazam wiped a tear from his eye. I'm laughing at you. You really thought a sword made from a fire dragon slayer magic lacrima could harm a dragon? So naive. Far too naive. Ha ha ha. Even if a real dragon was revived, what could they possibly do to me? He mocked them without restraint. The king no longer held back. If diplomacy failed, there was no choice but to fight. Then die. He stomped forward and slashed at the youth. Alazam lazily raised a hand. Smack. The sword slammed into his palm, and did nothing. What? See? Unless you're a highly trained dragon slayer mage, or another mid or high-tier dragon, nothing you do can hurt me. Crack. With a simple squeeze, Alazam shattered the dragon slayer sword the king had poured his fortune into. Impossible. The king stared in disbelief. His prized anti-dragon sword was nothing but a joke to the real thing. Smack. Alazam seized the king by the throat. Let him go. Everyone charged in to help. But Alazam simply waved his hand. A massive claw slash swept through the air. Uweawa. Argh. The charging warriors were blasted back. With a single swipe, he crippled most of them. Even Urza, Arthur and Clay, the 9-star swordsmen, were all badly wounded and completely out of commission. Damn it. Kyan's face turned grim. He hadn't expected the dragon to truly awaken. They'd just survived the monster invasion. Now, hardly anyone had strength left to fight. Even if they did, it would mean nothing against a dragon like this. Now he had to choose. He still had 2 gold cards. If he recalled one of them, the released magic power would boost his strength dramatically. But which one should he give up? Ulquiorra. From an energy level perspective, Ulquiorra was far stronger than Yorichi. But Kyan knew, only those who had truly received Yorichi understood just how terrifying that man was. Most importantly, he didn't want to give up either. They were gold cards. But there was no time. If the king died, he'd lose everything. Just as Kyan was about to hit the recall button. Suddenly, a system notification rang in his head. Ding. System detects host has been transmigrated for 1 month. 1 free draw has been gifted. Would you like to use your free draw? Kyan froze, then quickly understood. It was the system's monthly gift. Draw now. Even though he didn't have the blessing of the goddess right now, he didn't have the luxury to wait or hesitate. The lottery animation appeared on the system panel. A brilliant purple star fell from the sky like a meteor. Kyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the panel. A purple pull. Chapter 36, just kill it. 1057 words. The screen continued. Soon, the purple card flipped, and the drawn character appeared in front of Kyan. It's actually him. The man on the card had deep blue hair, shark-like facial features, matching skin tone, jagged teeth, golden pupils, and a forehead protector from Kirigakure crossed with a slash, marking him as a rogue ninja. He wore the signature black cloak with red clouds of the Akatsuki organization, and carried a massive sword on his back. Kisame Hoshigaki. That's right. This time, Kyan had drawn none other than Kisame, a member of the Akatsuki from Naruto. Kisame was first introduced as Itachi's partner, and among the Akatsuki, he had a surprisingly large amount of screen time for a villain. His strength was also undeniable. Despite being a villain, he stuck to his own beliefs from beginning to end. When he realized escape was impossible, he chose to summon his summoning beast and commit suicide to protect the secrets of the Akatsuki. Kyan had always remembered that scene, it left a strong impression. Kisame was, without a doubt, a man of conviction. But now wasn't the time to reminisce about the story. Now that he had pulled a purple character card, there was no need to recall one of his more valuable gold cards. Kyan immediately selected the Kisame card and tapped Recycle. Ding. Recycle rare character card Kisame Hoshigaki. Yes. Ding. Recycle successful. Mana acquired. Suddenly, a powerful wave of mana surged into Kyan's body, not only restoring everything he had previously used, but also greatly increasing his maximum mana. Humans are still as weak as they were 400 years ago. But watching you crawl and struggle, it really is entertaining. Ha 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 ha. Your Majesty. Many soldiers rushed forward, trying to save the king. Run. Inform all citizens. Everyone must evacuate. No one is allowed to remain in the kingdom. The king roared. After watching his carefully forged dragon slayer sword shatter, and seeing how not even the strongest 9-star swordsman could scratch the dragon, he finally understood. Those legends written in the royal archives were real. Every dragon could destroy a country with ease. Creatures like this weren't something humans could defeat. All he could do now was try to let as many people escape as possible. The kingdom was finished. Run? You think you can run? Go ahead, try it. The purple-haired youth licked his lips. He was ready to feast. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Excuse me. Could you let go of His Majesty? He's my client, after all. Everyone turned in shock to the source of the voice, and saw a handsome black-haired, black-eyed young man walking toward them. Mr. Kyan. Many instantly recognized him. He was the one who had single-handedly wiped out 5 9-star beasts just moments ago. Under normal circumstances, Kyan's appearance might have filled them with hope, but now, the gap between dragon and human felt insurmountable. All they could feel was despair. Oh? It's you. I saw your performance earlier, you're quite strong. If you swear loyalty to me, I might even let you live. The purple-haired youth remembered Kyan well. His strength was already comparable to a low-tier dragon. If Kyan had dragon blood, he might even pose a threat. But he was just a human, no matter how strong, without dragon power, he couldn't harm a real dragon. And since Alizum had just re-emerged after centuries, he needed powerful subordinates. Kyan was just right. Kyan, run. Urza shouted to him. She bitterly regretted dragging him into this. If she hadn't insisted on taking an S-class mission, the guild master wouldn't have assigned Kyan to accompany her. He wouldn't have gotten caught up in this death trap. The strength of a dragon was just too overwhelming. Kian walked over to her side and gently lifted her into his arms. Then, without a word, he turned and began walking away. The battlefield fell into a strange silence. Kian carried Urza back toward the city wall. Kian, you. Kian gave her a dazzling, reassuring smile. Don't worry. I'll handle this guy. He turned back toward the purple-haired youth, who watched him with amusement, curious to see what new trick this boy might try. Kian stepped forward, and as he walked, he chanted. Full takeover, Yorichi Tsujikuni. With his first step, Kian's irises turned red. With the second, his facial features subtly shifted. He now wore paper earrings with red suns. With the third, his hair began to grow rapidly, then turned deep crimson, tied into a high ponytail. With the fourth, his outfit transformed into a samurai's uniform, complete with a flowing red haori. With the fifth, a long katana appeared at his waist. With the sixth, a strange, fiery red mark or tattoo bloomed across his left forehead. Yorichi Tsujikuni. Everyone except the purple-haired youth was stunned by Kian's transformation. That appearance, his stance, anyone who had seen today's Continental Swordmaster tournament could never forget it. This was the man who had crushed the 9-star swordsman with overwhelming force. The one who had become the strongest swordsman in the world in a single day. Everyone had wondered where such a swordsman came from. With skill like that, his name should have been known across the entire Ishgar continent. And yet, before the tournament, no one had ever heard of Yorichi Tsujikuni. Then, after the tournament, he vanished. Even when the monster army arrived, he never showed up. Many had assumed he fled in fear. Now, they realized how terribly wrong they were. He never left. He had simply been saving the kingdom under a different name. Why Yorichi? Arthur looked at Kian in disbelief. He didn't even know what to call him anymore. Kian. Yorichi. His mind was buzzing louder than when he found out the purple-haired man was a dragon. Call me Kian. Yorichi is just an alias. After all, it wasn't really his name, and it always felt a bit awkward. Why yes, sir. Mr. Kian, you. How? Even the old king was baffled. Sorry, Your Majesty. I'm kinda broke. The prize money looked tempting, so I entered the tournament and, well, I accidentally won. You will still pay the champion prize, right? That's not the problem. I mean, the country is. The king was still reeling. He wanted to pay him, but with the country on the verge of destruction, what difference did money make? Kian chuckled. That's simple. I will just kill him. Chapter 37, Injuring a Dragon. 1016 words. Everyone was stunned by Kian's words. Kill it. That was a legendary dragon he was talking about. A single dragon could wipe out an entire nation. People used to think that was an exaggeration until today. Seeing it with their own eyes, they realized it was true. The purple-haired youth still watched Kian with idle amusement. He didn't take the words seriously at all. Humans love to talk big despite their weakness. To him, Kian's bravado was just the typical barking of powerless insects. So when are you going to put down my client? Kian spoke casually as he looked at the purple-haired man. The man curled his lips into a smirk. His right hand was still clamped around the king's throat, lifting him high into the air. If you've got the guts, come take him from me. In that case, Kian said, I won't hold back. He slowly drew his sword and began walking forward. The purple-haired youth had already envisioned how this would go. The human would attack him, only to realize the vast gulf between dragons and men. Then, right in front of him, the dragon would crush the king like an ant. Yes, just like that. Humans were no different from ants to a dragon. Kian soon reached him and casually swung his blade toward the man's wrist. The swing wasn't fast, it looked like a normal, unremarkable attack. The purple-haired man didn't care. With a slash that slow, what harm could it possibly cause? But the moment the blade touched his skin, his instinct screamed. Every hair on his body stood on end. Danger. He instantly released the king, and leapt back, sliding dozens of meters away and putting distance between them. His pupils morphed into sharp, vertical slits. His eyes locked on Kian like a beast staring down a mortal threat. What? What just happened? That monster backed off. Arthur's strongest finishing move didn't even make him blink, but he retreated from Mr. Kian's ordinary slash. Everyone was in disbelief. They had all witnessed the purple-haired man's overwhelming defense, how even the best attacks from the king, Arthur, Clay, and Urza couldn't so much as scratch him. They were beginning to believe it was impossible for humans to hurt a dragon. But now he had backed away from Kian's attack. And judging by the caution in his eyes, he had truly felt threatened. TCH. What a shame. Kian shook his head. He had done his best to suppress all killing intent. But a dragon was still a dragon, its danger sense was sharp. If that guy hadn't moved just now, Kian thought, I would have sliced off one of his claws for sure. You. The purple-haired man growled, his gaze no longer playful. He now looked at Kian like an actual enemy. Kian ignored him and turned toward the old king, who still looked stunned. Your Majesty, are you all right? The king snapped out of his daze. Why yes. I'm all right. Good. In that case, please return to the city. I'll handle him. The king wanted to speak, but it clearly wasn't the time. All right. I leave everything to you. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone. Fall back to the city, immediately. The soldiers quickly began retreating, supporting the wounded as they moved. Everyone knew they'd be of no help here, in fact, they might get in the way. The best thing they could do was stay out of Kian's path. The purple-haired man sneered. Fall back if you want. These walls might as well be made of paper to dragons like us. He looked at Kian. Human brat, are you trying to play hero? A hero. Kian smiled. I've already played that role once. Playing it again doesn't bother me. Interesting. Once you die, the rest will follow. Is that so? Well, nothing I can do then. I'll give it everything I've got. Maybe this is just fate. In that case, go die. The purple-haired man slashed forward, sending 5 massive dragon claw strikes surging toward Kian. The ground they passed over shredded like tofu. Kian leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding them. Boom 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 boom. The claws smashed into the city wall, an ancient, towering structure that had endured storms, monsters, and wars. It crumbled like brittle paper. But the slash didn't stop. It kept cutting forward. In seconds it tore through the entire city, only stopping after demolishing the far wall on the opposite side. The city, it's been cut in half. Everyone gaped in horror. Their minds were overwhelmed by fear and shock. Such strength. Such devastation. Was this really a creature humanity could fight against? Hey, hey. If you want to fight, fine, but don't wreck people's property. Kian shouted. Some folks spent their whole lives saving up for those homes, took out loans and everything. You destroy them like that, aren't you just throwing away decades of effort? Everyone on the wall stared at him, speechless. Now's not the time to talk about mortgages. Ah, my bad. Kian scratched his cheek. But hey, what can I say, this stuff is just too fragile. Still, don't worry, once I kill them all, they'll never have to pay off a loan again. The purple-haired youth grinned savagely. Then he slammed a foot down and charged toward Kian, his claws wrapped in dragon energy. If Kian got hit, he'd be torn to pieces. Sun breathing, fourth form fake rainbow. Swoosh! The dragon's claws sliced through Kyan's body. But nothing. There was no resistance. No impact. What? He had seen his attack connect. Yet there was nothing there. It was an afterimage. And with his dragon eyesight, he still hadn't noticed the switch. Kyan now stood at his side. Sun-breathing, first form dance. He unleashed a powerful, fiery arc of sword light directly at the dragon's neck. The dragon's face changed instantly. He raised his arm to block. Squelch. Graha. Blood sprayed as the dragon screamed in pain, his body sent flying backwards. Boom, 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 boom. He smashed through trees, only stopping when he crashed into a massive one with a thunderous impact. He's hurt. Chapter 38, 13th form. 1031 words. The people on the city wall erupted in cheers. Neither His Majesty the King nor Arthur or the others had been able to land a single blow on the purple-haired man, but Kyan had injured him. Now they finally understood why the dragon had flinched from Kyan's earlier strike. There was still hope. Humanity could defeat a dragon. The king stared in disbelief at the scene. He hurt a dragon without even using dragon slayer magic. This is unbelievable. As expected of Yorichi, no of Mr. Kyan. That swordsmanship has already reached the peak. Arthur was trembling with excitement. Every time he witnessed Kyan's swordsmanship, it completely redefined what he thought swordsmanship could be. What a monster! Clay muttered. He had attacked the dragon himself. He'd tried to sever its neck, and ended up breaking his own blade. Yet when Kyan attacked, the monster had no choice but to block. The purple-haired youth looked down at his bleeding arm, and his face twisted in fury. You little brat, you've really pissed me off. Ruo error. With a furious roar, his body began to change. It swelled in size rapidly. Dragon horns burst from his forehead, purple scales spread across his skin, wings sprouted from his back, and a long tail extended from his spine. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic purple dragon, dozens of meters tall, stood before them. Skreaya. The massive wings spread wide as the dragon let out a sky-shaking roar. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying shockwave exploded outward from where the purple dragon stood. The earth shattered and erupted. Every tree nearby was splintered, shredded by the force. Even the beasts in the forest of monsters scattered in fear. The ground quaked violently. On the city wall, everyone ducked behind cover to avoid the blast. Looking up at the sky-darkening form of the dragon, humanity once again fell into that familiar emotion. Despair. Just a roar, only a roar, had caused this much destruction. How could something like this possibly be stopped? Would you shut up already? Has no one ever told you how awful your voice sounds? You arrogant little human. I only got hurt earlier because I let my guard down. Now that I've returned to my true form, your attacks won't do anything. Die. The purple dragon opened his jaws wide and unleashed a devastating blast of violet dragon breath. Kyan gripped his blade tightly and slashed. Swoosh! A flaming arc of sword light erupted from his blade, splitting the dragon breath in half. What? The dragon was stunned. Before he could react further, the flame slash struck him directly. Grah! He roared in pain. A gash opened on his body, not deep, but it burned terribly. You bastard! How can a mere human's attack pierce my scales? The purple dragon's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Kyan. Not only had his breath been cut in two, he'd actually been wounded. And Kyan wasn't even a dragon slayer mage. This is impossible. Don't keep saying mere human like that, Kyan replied coolly. Wasn't it a mere human who wiped out your dragon race? What gives you the right to look down on us? As for your so-called scale defense, is it really that strong? Doesn't feel like it. You bastard, die. The dragon raised a claw and slammed it down. Boom. The earth exploded, collapsing in massive chunks like the end of the world. Sun-breathing, fifth form flame wheel. Kian had already moved behind the dragon, releasing an arcing flame slash. Squelch. Grah. The dragon howled. Though the injury wasn't severe, just a shallow cut, the burning pain was unbearable. He quickly spun around. Sun-breathing, 10th form beneficent radiance. Kian dove downward, his body spinning in a high-speed spiral slash. Raw. From his chest to his abdomen, the dragon was carved open with a series of wounds. The pain was blistering, forcing another scream from his throat. Gritting his teeth, the dragon lashed out with both claws to grab Kian, intending to tear him apart piece by piece. Sun-breathing, third form raging sun. Kian slashed two symmetrical arcs left and right. Boom. The dragon's claws were forced back. Gashes appeared on the palms of his hands. Ag high. You damned insect. Sun-breathing, sixth form burning bones summer sun. Kian followed up with no pause. A rotating flame slash blasted into the dragon's abdomen. Boom. The impact sent the massive dragon sliding backward several dozen meters. Roaring through the pain, the dragon charged again, a fist wrapped in dragon energy hurtling toward Kian. Sun-breathing, seventh form sunflower thrust. Kian didn't flinch, he met the blow head-on. Boom. The dragon's fist collided with the tip of Kian's blade. Squelch. The blade pierced into the dragon's knuckles. But to such a huge body, that was like a toothpick. Kian was sent flying, he had overestimated his strength in a power clash. The dragon grinned and flapped his wings, launching after him. Kian eventually regained control in midair. Sun-breathing, 11th form dragon sun halo head dance. He erupted into motion like a blazing flame dragon, streaking across the dragon's body. Squelch. 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 Wound after wound appeared across the purple dragon's flesh. You damned worm. The dragon went berserk, slashing wildly. The ground, the trees, everything around him was reduced to rubble. Kian lowered his voice. It should be about time now. Dragons had incredible hearing. Even though Kian spoke quietly, the purple dragon still heard him. About time. A chill ran down his spine. A bad feeling welled up inside him. Kian gripped his blade with both hands. His expression grew solemn. His breathing grew deep and focused. It felt like his whole body was igniting. Alazim, the demon dragon, suddenly sensed mortal danger. No. I can't let him finish. Earth rupture. Alazim's claws pulsed with power and slammed into the ground. Boom. The land shook violently. Within a 100-meter radius, the ground exploded upward into chunks of stone. Kian stood on one of the flying platforms, upside down, now hurtling toward the sky. Even in this chaos, his expression didn't change. His eyes remained locked on Alazim. His mana gathered at the tip of his blade. Sun-breathing, 13th form. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, You're actually still alive. 968 words. Boom. Kian Blaze shot through the sky like a fire dragon, his feet stepping off the crumbling sky floor as he launched himself at the demon dragon. Arazim, the demon dragon, never expected Kian to be able to launch an attack midair, let alone with such speed. Before it could even react, Kian was already in front of it. Still, Arazim wasn't particularly worried. At most, the human's attack might sting a little, it wouldn't cause any real harm. Rinne. Kian shouted as he flashed past the dragon's massive body, his figure trailing like a fiery serpent around it. Squelch, squelch. Roa air. Arazim let out a pained, blood-curdling scream. It had misjudged, terribly. Kian's slash hadn't just cut skin. Each strike had gone bone deep. Worse yet, many of the dragon's internal organs had been damaged. Just one strike had left it severely wounded. Damn it. How is this possible? You could barely pierce my dragon scale armor earlier, and now you've gravely wounded me in one move. Erasm glared at Kian, eyes full of hatred, as if it wanted to devour him on the spot. Kian looked at the dragon calmly and said, "My attack did only break through your dragon scale defense. But that doesn't mean that's all it can do. Breaking through your scales was just the start. That kind of shallow damage only enrages you, it doesn't make you afraid. It tricks you into thinking I can't truly hurt you. So when I attack again, you let your guard down. And did you think that I broke through your defense by accident? Look at where you're injured." Erasm froze and looked down at its body, its pupils shrank. The most critical injuries were exactly where Kian had struck before. Which meant Kian had calculated everything. He'd first cracked the strongest part of Erasm's defense, then launched his follow-up attack at those precise weak points to cause massive internal damage. "You bastard." Kian raised his sword again. "Now that you know, you can die in peace." He prepared to finish it. "You think a mere human like you could kill me? Don't underestimate a dragon." Erasm roared furiously and beat its wings, shooting high into the sky. Once airborne, the demon dragon took a deep breath. Its chest swelled to an enormous size. Urza's face shifted. That's. She immediately shouted toward Kian. "Move, Kian." That's a roar. Having known Natsu for so long, Urza was naturally familiar with Dragon Slayer magic. The roar was a nearly universal spell among dragons, and its power was devastating. "Disintegrate." Erasm unleashed a deafening roar, opening its mouth and firing a massive beam downward. A giant purple energy wave erupted from its jaws. Boom! A colossal explosion tore through the forest. A hemisphere of purple light expanded in a terrifying shockwave, obliterating everything in its path. Crack, crack. The city's 100-meter-high walls began crumbling from the top under the sheer pressure. Uweawa. All the soldiers and swordsmen had taken cover behind the city walls. But the monstrous shockwave had already entered the city. Boom, 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 boom. Everything in its path, houses, roads, structures, was annihilated in seconds. Only after a long while did the explosion finally subside. Clatter, clatter. People crawled out from under the rubble, only to be stunned by what they saw. The city, it's gone. Half the city had been reduced to ruins. Only the arena near the city center remained standing, protected by a magical barrier. This was just the aftershock of the dragon's roar, and it had devastated half a city. Now they truly understood why dragons were said to be able to slaughter cities and annihilate nations. If Erasm had used this move at the beginning, not a single person in the city would have survived. Kian. Urza immediately looked toward the area outside the wall. There she saw a massive crater. The entire surrounding terrain had turned to sand. The sheer devastation showed just how terrifying the roar of a dragon truly was. No way. Mr. Kian. Could he really be? The king trembled at the destruction. If he had known dragons were this powerful, he might never have dared to plan against one. Silence fell over the crowd. A dragon's roar had that much power, and that wide of a range. Kian's chances of survival were virtually zero. Ha 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 ha. Damn brat. You finally died, huh? Not even bones left. Ha 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 ha. Erasm's voice echoed from the sky. Everyone who heard it felt a deep sadness and growing fury. Kian, the one who had saved them twice now, their strongest swordmaster, had been slain. Then, the massive form of Erasm began descending. Boom. The dragon hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Yuwa. Ah. Many people couldn't keep their balance and were thrown to the ground. It's the demon dragon. Everyone looked at the enormous creature in fear and rage. Even though it was heavily wounded, they knew, a wounded dragon was still far beyond anything they could handle. This time, that annoying little punk is really gone. So now, all of you can die as well. Erasm was done toying with humans. It wanted to wipe them out and then find a place to recover. It began channeling magic into its mouth, preparing another breath attack. Suddenly, rip! A black line appeared in the air. Then came a sound like cloth being torn. Everyone stared as the space along that line began to unravel like strips of fabric, ripping vertically. A moment later, a dark rift opened up. Inside it stood a figure in white, hands in pockets, looking completely relaxed. Kyan raised his hand and waved casually. Yo! What a coincidence, everyone's here. Kyan. Urza and the others shouted in joy the moment they saw he was alive. The humans were overjoyed, while one very specific dragon was not. Erasm's expression changed instantly. Why you? You're still alive. Chapter 40, Segunda Etapa. 1016 words. You say that like I should be dead or something, Kyan Blaze said with a shrug as he stepped out of the black rift. Snap. With a finger snap, the dark garganta behind him snapped shut. Boom, boom. The moment Kyan appeared, the demon dragon Erasm instinctively took 2 heavy steps back, its massive frame trembling as it shouted in disbelief. Impossible. There's no way you survived my roar. Kyan nodded while glancing around at the destruction the roar had caused. You're right. The roar of a dragon truly is terrifying. If I had taken that head on, I'd be dead for sure. But just because I can't beat it doesn't mean I can't dodge it. Right before Erasm unleashed its roar, Kyan had activated the power he obtained from Ulquiorra. Among the Arrancar, there was one universally shared ability. Garganta. A technique that tears open space, allowing Arrancar to move freely between the human world and Hueco Mundo. Kyan had used Garganta to temporarily slip into the space between worlds, evading the blast entirely and returning once it was over. It had one drawback: activation was relatively slow. Fortunately, the roar had a long enough charge time that he'd been able to escape just in time. Alright, let's get on with round 2. Maintaining this form eats up a lot of mana, and my time is valuable. Earlier, he'd used Yorichi's powers. In base form, the drain was low, but once he went full output, the cost was enormous. Those seemingly simple slashes were actually compressed mana strikes. Each one burned a large amount of energy. As he spoke, Kyan drew his Zanpakuto and began to chant the Resurrección release. In close. Murcielago. Hum. A dark surge of spiritual pressure erupted from Kyan, shooting toward the sky. The once clear blue skies were instantly swallowed by black clouds, casting the entire world into darkness. Moments later, black raindrops began to fall from above. Though the crowd had seen this phenomenon before, it still shook them to their core every time. Soon the spectacle faded, and Kyan stood in his first Resurrección form. Erasm narrowed its eyes and sneered. Brat, I've seen that battle form of yours. Your swordsmanship in that state is nothing special. You're weak, no match for me. The dragon was baiting him. If Kyan dared take flight in that form, Erasm would simply ascend again and bombard him with another roar, taking advantage of Kyan's inability to fly. Kyan smiled. You're not wrong. But did you forget something important? If you were still in peak condition, I'd never bother using this form against you. But you're badly wounded. And who told you this form is weak? Ulquiorra is the strongest hollow in my heart. I won't let you insult him. But since you think this is weak, why don't I show you something stronger? Kyan softly murmured. Segunda etapa. An even more terrifying spiritual pressure exploded from his body, radiating a blue-black aura that blasted outward in waves. Yoa Ea. People had to raise their arms to shield their eyes. Kyan's upper clothes disintegrated. Black feathers appeared from his abdomen down to his legs, and across his arms and back. The lower half of his robe split into twin tails, like a black swallowtail coat. His wings unfurled fully, now ending in bat-like claws. The horns on his helmet lengthened and sharpened. A long black tail emerged from his lower back. His feet became talons, and a black hole opened in his chest, clearly visible, letting others see right through it. That's Mr. Kyan. Even those who had witnessed his powers before were left speechless. Erasm sneered again. You think transforming makes you my equal? Your mana won't let you maintain that state for long. That's why you ran off to rest after killing just 5 9-star beasts. Now that it was injured, the dragon was thinking more clearly, and it remembered Kyan had withdrawn after the last battle. Kyan nodded. True. With my current magic power, I can only hold this form for a little over a minute. Erasm's expression lit up with delight. A minute? Ha 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 ha. Just 1 minute. Brat, looks like this is where you die. Once your transformation ends, I'll make sure you suffer so badly you'll beg for death. You'll wish you died in that crater. Erasm was ecstatic. It loathed Kyan, the human who had humiliated and wounded it. Now it would have its revenge. 1 minute. The humans, upon hearing this, fell into despair. Could Kyan really kill the dragon in just 1 minute? If not, they were all doomed. Kyan's voice remained calm. 1 minute is more than enough to kill you. Almost the moment he finished speaking. Such arrogance. Swoosh. Kyan's figure appeared right in front of Erasm's massive face. He spun midair and delivered a brutal roundhouse kick. Boom. Erasm's enormous body was sent flying sideways by the blow. Yuwa. Kyan flapped his wings and launched forward again. He caught up in seconds, then dove down and kicked Erasm from above. Boom. Gwa. Erasm crashed into the ground with a howl of pain, forming a massive crater. The kick had struck one of its earlier wounds directly. Before the dragon could react, Kyan grabbed its tail with both hands. Let's go for a spin. He spun around with force, swinging Erasm through the air like a ragdoll. Yoo. Then he released it. Boom. Erasm's body slammed into a nearby hill, smashing a giant hole into it. Gwa. The dragon coughed up blood. Already critically wounded, these relentless attacks only worsened its state. If not for a dragon's tenacious vitality, it would have died already. Seeing Kyan charging in again, Erasm opened its jaws and fired a blast of ferocious dragon breath. Swish, swish, swish. Kyan used Sonido repeatedly, weaving through the flames while speeding forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the dragon again. You damned insect. Erasm swiped at him, but hit nothing. Kyan had vanished. He reappeared behind the dragon, pointing his index finger at it. A swirling black light condensed at his fingertip. Ciro Oscuras. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Spear of Lightning. 995 words. Uweawa. Erasm let out a howling cry of pain. This energy, it was entirely unlike human magic. Its draconic magic resistance had little to no effect on it. That one strike had inflicted devastating damage. If it had been at full strength, it could have shrugged it off. But in its current state, the attack was lethal. For the first time, a single thought flashed through Erasm's mind: death. It couldn't believe it. That it, a mighty dragon, had been pushed this far by a mere human. No. I can't die. I'm a noble dragon. How could I be killed by some human? Right. There's no need to fight him head-on. This guy's transformed state only lasts a minute. If I can just avoid him for a few dozen seconds, I'll be fine. Once his power runs out, I'll crush him. No need to throw my life away now. Driven by a powerful survival instinct, Erasm kicked off the ground with both legs, spread its wings, and shot into the sky. The dragons retreating. Everyone stared in disbelief. A dragon, a creature that's strong, was running away from Cyan Blaze. That was strength on another level. You little brat. I won't fight you. Just a few more seconds and you'll lose your power. Then you'll be nothing. I'll tear everyone apart in front of you, torture you until you beg for death, and then keep you alive just to suffer. No. The crowd's expressions changed at once. If the dragon circled back after Cyan's transformation ended, they'd be doomed. But Cyan remained calm. You think you can escape, he said coldly. Bringing his hands together, Cyan began to gather spirit particles. He then pulled his arms apart. A glowing spear of condensed racier, wreathed in bluish-green flames, formed in front of him. Spear of lightning, Lanza del Relampago. He raised the long spear above his head, and locked eyes on the fleeing Erasm. But he didn't throw it immediately. He waited patiently. This distance is about right. If it's any closer, the others might get caught in it. Cyan took a throwing stance. And hurled the spear with all his might. Erasm sensed something and turned its head, just in time to see the spear flying toward it. As it prepared to dodge, a searing pain erupted from one of its wounds, the ones left by Cyan's earlier attacks using Yurichi's power. The injury suddenly flared up. The pain hit at the worst possible moment. No. In Erasm's panicked gaze an agonized roar. Squelch. The spear of thunder pierced through its body. Boom. An explosion equal in power to a dragon's roar erupted in the sky, its blue-green light shooting out in all directions like a shockwave. The dragon's body was swallowed whole by the blast. Kaya wa. Yuewa. Everyone screamed in terror. The explosion was just as powerful as the dragon's roar. They couldn't believe they were witnessing such a destructive spell again. The shockwave obliterated everything around it, but fortunately it had detonated high in the sky, far enough from the city to spare it from serious damage. Eventually, the explosion died down. There was nothing left in the sky. No dragon. Everyone stared at the empty sky in stunned silence. The dragon, is it dead? The voice was hesitant, unsure. It's dead. Many among the crowd were magic swordsmen. They could sense magic power clearly, and Erasm's overwhelming presence had completely vanished. Which could only mean one thing, the dragon was truly dead. Oh. Yes. The dragon's dead. We survived. Long live Mr. Cyan. Long live Mr. Cyan. Once it was confirmed that the dragon had truly perished, the entire city erupted in cheers. Just moments ago, they'd all been drowning in despair at the dragon's power. But when it mattered most, Cyan had once again stood tall, and defeated a seemingly invincible foe. He was a hero, undeniably. Ding. SS rank quest, eliminate the demon dragon completed. Reward received, 2x 10x draws. Cyan let out a deep breath. The system prompt confirmed it, Erasm was gone for good. He released his transformation, and in the next instant, a wave of unbearable exhaustion hit him. He didn't even have time to react before collapsing to the ground unconscious. Thud. When Cyan opened his eyes again, he was lying in a large, soft bed. Looked like someone had carried him back after he passed out. He instinctively opened his system panel. Host, Cyan Blaze. Age, 18. Race, human. Magic power. Magic type, take over magic. Character cards, Ulquiorra Cipher, gold, Yurichitsu Jikuni, gold. Current draws, 20 times. Looking at the panel, Cyan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. 4-star magic power, that was elite level in the Fairy Tale Guild. Thankfully, he hadn't recycled either of his character cards. Without both of them, he wouldn't have won that battle. Now with 20 draws stored up, maybe he could pull another gold character. Creak. The door to the bedroom opened. Urza walked in. When she saw Kian awake, her face lit up with joy. She hurried over. Kian. You're awake. How do you feel? Anywhere uncomfortable? She asked, concerned. Kian shook his head. I'm fine. Just drained a lot of magic, that's all. Urza let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. You've been unconscious for 3 days, I was so worried. 3 days? Kian was stunned. He thought he'd just taken a nap. 3 full days had passed. Looked like his body really couldn't handle the drain of gold-tier character cards. He'd definitely need to work on his physical endurance after this. Can't believe just sleeping off a fight took that long. What about His Majesty the King? He all right? He's fine. Back to handling royal affairs now. Good, good. He hadn't forgotten what he came here to do. There was an SS rank quest reward waiting for him, not to mention the champion's prize from the Swordmaster tournament. Kian jumped off the bed, eyes gleaming. Let's go. It's time to visit His Majesty. The mission's done, time to get paid. Chapter 42, Splitting the Reward. 1,213 words. You're right, we've been here long enough. It's time to head back. If we wait any longer, Master might start to worry. The two of them headed toward the royal palace's main hall. Inside the palace, the king was busy handling affairs of state. The sudden attack by the magic dragon Alizum had caught him completely off guard. The entire city had suffered major damage, but fortunately, there were no civilian casualties. The kingdom had already begun organized reconstruction efforts. More importantly, now that the threat of Alizum was eliminated, the nation finally had no lingering dangers. It could now focus on development and expansion of its existing resources. Just then, a court official entered and announced, Your Majesty. Kian and Urza have arrived. The king's eyes lit up. Kian is here. Quick, let them in. Soon, Kian and Urza stepped into the palace hall once more. Kian. You're finally awake. The king eagerly walked up to greet him. Forgive me for worrying you, Your Majesty. I had simply exhausted too much magical power. After a few days of rest, I've recovered completely. That's wonderful to hear. Truly. Kian added, Your Majesty, we've been away for quite some time, and we were delayed a bit while I recovered. We're here to take our leave. Already? So soon? You're more than welcome to stay a little longer, you know. Urza replied, Thank you, Your Majesty, but if we stay any longer, everyone at the guild might start to worry. I see. The king hesitated, then said, Kian, Urza, would either of you consider staying here in the kingdom of Sobia? If you choose to remain, I would gladly appoint you as the guildmaster and deputy guildmaster of the Swordsman Guild. Both Kian and Urza were exceptional mages, especially Kian, whose strength was great enough to slay a dragon. Having him remain in Sobia would be like anchoring the nation with a divine pillar. The king's meaning was clear: if they stayed, wealth, status, and glory would all be theirs for the taking. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Kian replied firmly. I'm a mage of fairy tale. He refused without hesitation. He was bound to the fairy tale guild. Even if offered 100 million, he wouldn't stay. This experience had made one thing absolutely clear to him: in this world, power mattered far more than money ever could. That's truly a pity. Even though the king had expected this outcome, he still felt disappointed. Bring the items forward. Soon, several chests were brought into the hall. As they were opened, they revealed piles upon piles of cash. Kian's eyes went wide. How much money is that? This is 100 million J. I know it doesn't fully compensate you both for what you've done for the Kingdom of Sobia. But with reconstruction underway, this is the most we can offer right now. Urza was just as shocked when she heard the amount. She had been a mage for a long time, and worked diligently all these years, yet the total earnings she'd accumulated didn't even come close to this amount. No, this is far too much. My prize money was 20 million J, and the reward for the SS rank mission was 30 million J, that's 50 million J in total. Half of that would be more than enough. If everything had gone as planned, then yes, the total would have been 50 million J. But then came the monster tide. And the dragon. That already surpasses the difficulty of an SS rank mission. Based on the level of danger, this reward is actually quite low. The king wasn't exaggerating. The moment a dragon is involved, a mission would normally be classified as a 10-year mission, and the baseline pay for one of those starts at 500 million J. In that light, this 100 million J was hardly excessive. Most importantly, there were very few guilds with mages willing to even accept a 10-year mission. In this case, even a wizard saint would have likely perished. But Kyan shook his head and insisted, "We accepted the mission as it was. Any changes that occurred later fall under the risks we agreed to. I can't accept anything beyond that." Kyan is right, Urza agreed. Once we accepted the request, the terms were locked in. Accepting extra would go against our guild's code. Seeing how resolute they were, the king didn't push any further. He simply instructed his men to bring the chest containing the original 50 million J reward to Kyan. Kyan took the chest, feeling the satisfying weight in his hands. His heart practically soared. Hard work may be exhausting, but the moment you get paid, every worry vanishes. Your Majesty, the task is done. We'll be returning to the guild now. Realizing that their minds were made up, the king didn't press the issue. Instead, he laughed heartily. Then I won't keep you any longer. I've already had a carriage prepared to escort you. Please know that the doors of the Kingdom of Sobia are always open to you. You'll forever be honored guests here. You're too kind, Your Majesty. And hey, if you've got more jobs like this, feel free to call me up. I'll even give you a 20% discount. Kyan joked casually. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. The king burst into laughter. He knew that with that line alone, all the preparations he made were worth it. Very well. If there's another mission like this, I'll be sure to contact you. The two of them arrived at the palace entrance, where a luxurious carriage awaited. The king personally saw them off, an act that left them both a little overwhelmed. In my last life, Kyan thought, this would be like the leader of an entire nation sending me off personally. Kyan, Urza, once the capital's reconstruction is complete, you must come back for a visit. Of course. Hiya. The coachman urged the horses forward. Outside the palace. That's Kyan and Urza's carriage. Kyan. Urza. Kyan and Urza pulled back the curtain and peeked out. The streets were packed with citizens lining both sides. What they didn't know was that although many had been inside the arena, the events of the war had been broadcast to the entire capital. The original idea was to showcase the swordmaster's valor in fighting monsters, but it had turned into Kyan's solo highlight reel. Everyone had seen it through the magic display screen. Kyan was none other than Yorichi Tsujikuni. To them, he wasn't just strong, he was the hero who saved the Kingdom of Sobia. As the two waved back at the crowd, thunderous cheers erupted. The people escorted them all the way to the city gates before stopping. Kyan, Urza, please come back and visit Sword City Noah when you can, Arthur said. Definitely. After saying their goodbyes, Kyan and Urza returned to their seats inside the carriage. Urza looked over with a teasing smile. So how does it feel to be a hero? Not bad, though I wish they weren't this enthusiastic. I'm kind of socially awkward, you know. Urza stared blankly at him. You? Socially awkward. That's funny, I didn't see any of that back at the sword tournament. Kyan grinned. Alright, now that we're finally alone, time to split the money. Chapter 43, Can I Take You as My Master? 1086 words. Kyan excitedly opened the chest, the dazzling light from the pile of money making it hard to keep his eyes open. He quickly counted out 20 million J. This is my prize from the sword tournament, I'll just keep this part first. Then he counted out 15 million J, and handed it to Urza. This is the reward for the mission. Half for you, half for me. Why didn't you just count out 15 million J to begin with? Splitting the money is part of the joy, isn't it? Urza hesitated for a moment before saying, Kyan, you did most of the work this time. You should take more. There we go again. Elfman said the same thing last time. What's all this about credit? If we're doing a mission as a team, we split it evenly. Merit-based distribution is outdated, it doesn't work for team play. Thanks. What are you thanking me for? I should be thanking you. Thanks to you, I made a total of 35 million J this time. 35 million. Kyan grinned from ear to ear, no trace of insincerity in his expression. Seeing that, Urza relaxed a little too. Kyan began calculating in his head. 1 million J is about 50,000 yuan, so 10 million J is 500,000 yuan, meaning 35 million J is 1.75 million. If this were my previous life, I could put this money in the bank and live the rest of my life lying flat. Luckily, this world had banks too. The interest wasn't high, but it was still 3%. Once he got back, he planned to deposit the money, and when he got old and retired, he could live off the interest. Perfect plan. At that moment, Urza suddenly leaned in, her eyes fixed intently on him. Kyan, I want to ask you something. Gulp. Kyan swallowed hard as he looked at Urza's beautiful face so close to his. Wait, could this be a confession? Does she want to date me? I wasn't ready for this. Should I say yes or yes or yes? Ugh, such a tough choice. Kyan, can I take you as my master? Puh. Kyan nearly spat. What the hell? Urza wants to become my disciple. Kyan's face twitched. Why? To learn swordsmanship, of course. Kyan, you're the strongest swordsman I've ever seen. You even used your sword to slay a dragon that could destroy an entire country. None of our attacks worked on it. Only you could injure and ultimately kill it. Just like you said, to those who don't understand swordsmanship, you're like a frog peeking at the moon from the bottom of a well. But to swordsmen, you're like a mayfly gazing at the heavens. Her eyes sparkled as she said this. If anyone else had said such things, she wouldn't have believed them, might have even scoffed. But she had seen Kyan's swordsmanship firsthand. She knew it wasn't exaggerated. It was real. Kyan, however, was starting to panic. Why did I have to act so cool in the arena? Well, truth is, I'm actually not that good at swordsmanship. Not good. If you're not good, then who is? Okay, real talk. I'm actually not that strong. Maybe only around second tier within the guild. That swordsmanship wasn't mine, it came from the character I channeled using my magic. That's your takeover magic though, isn't it? That means it is yours. Urza and Mirajane had fought since childhood. They were extremely familiar with takeover magic. She naturally understood that the sword skills Kyan used came from Yorichi Tsujikuni, but that magic was Kyan's. That's true, but the consciousness was still mine. I can use those skills, but I don't know how to teach them. And besides, what suits me may not suit you. You're a swordswoman, but not purely a swordswoman. What suits you best is what's truly best. The last thing he wanted was Urza chasing after him all day calling him master. That thought alone was terrifying. Best to refuse gently. And he wasn't entirely lying. In the anime, Urza's strongest form was her all-out attack state that sacrificed defense, but even that wasn't her real magic. Her magic was requip magic. If you really want to train in swordsmanship, I can use takeover magic to channel Yorichi and spar with you sometime. Really? That's amazing. Urza lit up with joy. That made Kyan suspect this was her goal all along, she just wanted to fight him. Magnolia. Fairy Tale Guild. Bang. Makarov slammed a thick stack of newspapers down in front of Kyan and Urza. The front page was all about the events in the Kingdom of Sobia, with Kyan and Urza as the main headline. They had only just returned to the guild, but the news had already spread across the entire Ishgar continent. After all, a legendary dragon had appeared. And Kyan had become a dragon-slaying hero. This buzz wasn't going to die down anytime soon. Explain. What exactly happened? Kyan and Urza knelt obediently in front of Makarov. Ah. Master, we were just going out on a mission. Who knew we'd have such bad luck and run into something like that? Kyan's tone screamed, I'm innocent. Here's what happened, Master. Urza quickly gave a full report, including how the king had already planned to slay the dragon, and how the two of them took on an SS rank mission. Reckless. You two were completely reckless. An S-class mission is one thing, but an SS rank one. That was a dragon. A single dragon could wipe out a nation. This time, Makarov was genuinely furious. Even from the newspaper report, he could tell how dangerous the mission was. And these two lunatics had the guts to accept it. Kyan cried out, Master, it's not our fault. We hadn't even started the mission yet when the target came to us. We couldn't just stand by while innocent people died. Still making excuses. You think that's what I'm mad about? Slam. Makarov pounded the table. Mirajane stepped in to mediate, calm down, Master. They made it back safe and sound. Sure, it wasn't wise to take an SS rank mission, but it all turned out okay in the end. You two, come on, promise him it won't happen again. She gave them a subtle wink. The two immediately got the message. Master. We promise. It won't happen again. Makarov grumbled but seemed to calm down. Humph. If you ever pull this again, I'll break both your legs. Now get lost. Understood. Chapter 44, Another Summon Draw. 1010 words. Makarov sighed helplessly. These brats were all growing up, each with minds of their own. Honestly, when he first saw the newspaper, he was scared out of his wits. Even though Kyan had defeated the dragon in the end, the whole ordeal had been terrifying. After all, dragons were legendary creatures. But when he saw Kyan winning the sword tournament and protecting an entire city, he also felt an immense sense of pride. Kyan and Urza quickly slinked back into the crowd. Kyan. Kyan. You really beat a dragon? Did it say anything about Igneal? Natsu rushed over, eyes shining. He had spent years searching for Igneal, but to no avail. Kyan shook his head. No. And it might not even know who Igneal is. It had been sealed for 400 years, and went straight for revenge against humans after it was released. Kyan knew the truth, that Igneal was inside Natsu's body, building up antibodies, but that wasn't something he could explain. It was too hard to justify how he'd know such a thing. Besides, if Natsu found out, he might just stab himself in the stomach to see for himself. Better not stir up trouble. Gray muttered, Kyan, are you cursed or something? Both times you've gone on missions, the missions have leveled up midway. Cursed? I'd say I'm lucky. S-rank missions pay better, after all. No one could keep that conversation going. It was way too humble braggy. Elfman asked, Kyan, what exactly is your takeover magic? I thought it was like my sister's. Mirajane uses takeover, Satan's soul, but how come you can transform into a swordsman? His sister used demon-type takeover. He himself used beast type. His little sister used animal type. But Kayan clearly didn't fit any of those. Everyone was curious. After all, Kayan's takeover forms were way too powerful. He even slew a dragon. Kayan had already prepared an answer. I take over the souls of heroic spirits from other worlds. Heroic spirits from other worlds. Everyone looked confused. Kayan explained, you may not know this, but beyond our world, there are many other worlds. My magic allows me to take over the souls of heroic spirits from those other worlds. Urza asked, then are Yorichi Tsujikuni and Ulquiorra for real people? Kayan nodded. Yes. Yorichi was the strongest swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps in his world. Kayan began telling them the story of Yorichi. Having inherited the man's memories through takeover, he was able to describe it in far more detail than what was shown in the anime. Suddenly, Elfman burst into tears. Wawa. Yorichi was too tragic. Yeah, it was heartbreaking. He was branded as cursed from birth, his own father tried to kill him, forced him to become a monk by age 10. He didn't even speak a single word until he was 7. His beloved mother died, his wife and child were killed by demons, and even his own brother became a demon. It's horrible. Those demons are too evil. Mira Jane also broke into tears, sobbing along with him. Others, too, were silently tearing up. No one had expected that such a cruel world existed, where man-eating demons roamed freely. What about Ulquiorra? Someone asked, since they hadn't seen Yorichi in action, but they had seen Kayan use Ulquiorra's powers at the guild. Ulquiorra's life was simpler. He lived in a place called Hueco Mundo, and he was a kind of spirit known as a hollow. Hollow. Everyone was startled. Yes. In that world, hollows devour each other to grow stronger. Kayan gave a brief introduction to Ulquiorra. His life was simple, rejected by his peers due to his unusual color. He grew strong through sheer willpower, eventually reaching Vasto Lord level. Even before meeting Aizen, he had already undergone resurrection. He only followed Aizen to try and understand the meaning of his own existence. Kayan's description was concise, but everyone was completely drawn in by the Bleach world setting. No one had expected such a bizarre and mysterious world to exist. Afterward, the guild members asked more about the sword tournament, the monster tide, and the dragon. Kayan answered everything in simple terms, satisfying everyone's curiosity. Eventually, as it got late, people started to disperse. When the Fairy Tale Guild closed at sunset, Kayan, Mira Jane, and Elfman headed home together. Part of it was because they lived in the same direction, but the real reason was that Kayan wanted the goddess's blessing again. Soon, Kayan arrived home first. Mira Jane, can we do that thing again? That thing? Mira Jane blinked, then realized what he meant. Kayan, why do you keep asking me to do that? Oh, that. Well, since my magic is heroic spirit summoning, I try to summon heroic spirits from other worlds. But the odds of summoning a powerful one are really low, so I want the goddess's blessing to boost my chances. I see. Mira Jane blushed slightly, then said shyly, but I'm not really a goddess. I doubt I actually raise your luck. No. In my eyes, you are a true goddess. Kayan stared earnestly at Mira Jane, his tone completely sincere. After all, she gave him 2 golden legends with just 2 10x draws, what else could she be but a goddess? Flustered by his heartfelt words and intense gaze, Mira Jane smiled. Oh, okay then. Kayan, I hope you're lucky again today. Her smile was like a blooming flower, so pure it healed Kayan's soul. Ding. You've received the goddess's blessing. Luck plus 100. Yes. Kayan pumped his fist. With the blessing of the goddess, he had to pull something amazing tonight. Mira Jane grew a little shy. All right, Kayan, we're heading off. See you tomorrow. See you. Kayan waved from the doorway. After the two left, he turned back into his house. He hadn't realized it, but he'd been away for nearly half a month. Being home just felt right. He enjoyed a long, hot bath, washing away all the fatigue from the journey. Once everything was settled, Kyan sat down on his bed and opened the system interface. Let's do this. Chapter 45, The System Speaks. 1081 words. If you asked Kyan when he felt the most nervous, he would give you a clear answer, whenever he was about to do a summon draw. Would you like to perform a 10x draw? Confirm. The panel's screen lit up with shimmering starlight, streams of it converging in the starry sky. Kyan prayed in his heart, gold. 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 He cautiously opened one eye to peek at the animation on the screen. One glance, and his entire expression froze. Not a single golden glow. Not even purple. 7 blue cards. 3 white ones. Kyan thought he must be hallucinating. He shut his eyes, rubbed them, and looked again. By then, all 10 character cards had already flipped over, every single one a no-name scrub he didn't recognize. No gold. No purple. Just a pile of blue. System. Why didn't I get any gold? Kyan demanded, furious. Host, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. I said, why didn't I get a gold card? Isn't not getting gold the most normal outcome? The pity rate is 1 gold every 100 draws, not every 10. The chance of drawing a gold per card is 1%, and the probability of getting at least 1 gold in a 10x draw is only 9.56%. Not getting a gold is actually more normal. Then what about purple? Why didn't I even get one of those? Host, are you underestimating purple cards? The odds are slightly better than gold but still not great. The chance to draw a purple per card is 5%. In a 10x draw, the chance of getting at least 1 purple is only 40.13%. So not getting one is also perfectly normal. Kyan had gotten into college, sure, but he was hopeless at math. He still counted money by breaking it into parts. Only now did he realize that the chance of getting a gold card in a 10x draw was barely 1 in 10. Host, your luck before this was insanely good. You got gold cards every time you did a 10x draw, and even scored purple cards with single pulls. But that doesn't mean you'll always be this lucky. Gold and purple cards are exceptions, green and white cards are the norm. Honestly, getting 7 blue cards out of 10 is already decent. Kyan's face twitched. He suspected the system was being passive-aggressive. What good were a bunch of blue cards? I don't believe it. I'm a chosen transmigrator, 1 in a billion, and I awakened a system. There's no way my luck is bad. I even have the goddess's blessing. Add in the pity buffer from the last 10x draw, 3 stack buffs. No way I don't get gold this time. Would you like to perform a 10x draw? Confirm. Once again, starlight flickered across the panel, gathering into constellations. Kyan stared at the screen intently. White. Blue. White. Green. Blue. White. Blue. Green. 8 stars lit up, each representing the rarity of the cards. Just when Kyan thought this pull was another bust. Whoosh. A purple star burst into view. A purple card. Kyan's face lit up in joy. A purple character card might not be the most powerful in any given series, but it was still top-tier strength. For example, one of his previous single pulls had given him Kisame Hashigaki, whose overall combat strength was incredibly high. Even Might Guy had to open 7 of the 8 gates just to beat him. And when Guy fully opened the 8th gate, even the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Madara Uchiha acknowledged him. I, Uchiha Madara, declare you the strongest. So while purple cards might be slightly below gold in potential, their overall power was still elite. Just as Kyan thought the summon was over, a brilliant golden star streaked down from the sky. A gold. Kyan leapt to his feet, ecstatic. System, say something. He shouted arrogantly, practically jumping in excitement. Even the system was speechless. It was starting to suspect that this host's luck was actually unnatural. Could he really be the so-called chosen one? But then it dismissed the thought. A 10% chance wasn't that low, this idiot had just gotten lucky. Kyan now stared intently at the interface as the cards began flipping one by one. He didn't even bother looking at the white, green, or blue cards. Those were nothing more than EXP fodder, totally worthless. What really mattered were the purple and gold. Soon, the purple card flipped. It's him. Kyan was stunned. The character had black hair, normal skin tone, freckles across his cheeks, and wore an orange cowboy hat adorned with two emoticon badges, one smiling, one frowning, as well as a skull pin. A red bead necklace hung around his neck. He wore black shorts and shoes, with a bare chest that showed off a perfectly sculpted torso, and a dagger at his hip. That's right. He was one of the most painful regrets for One Piece fans. Fire Fist, Ace. His death triggered the most iconic arc in One Piece, the War of the Best. In order to rescue him, Whitebeard led his entire fleet against Marineford. In hindsight, it had been a suicide mission, but that man had to go. He was the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Sadly, the hero was aging, and the Marineford lineup was far too powerful. Although they eventually broke Ace free, the price was immense. And in the end, to protect his younger brother, Ace was pierced through the chest by Akainu's magma fist, from the back. Kyan had cried when he first read that scene in the manga. He never thought he'd actually draw Ace one day. Ace's power needed no introduction. Even though Haki got heavily emphasized later in the series, Logia-type devil fruits were still some of the most powerful, and Ace's Flame fruit was no joke. The whole Flame fruit isn't worth eating meme. Just a joke. If someone actually offered that fruit to your face, who wouldn't want it? Ace's only real weakness was appearing too early in the story, before Haki mechanics were fully developed. Even if he had mastered Haki, he probably still wouldn't have withstood Akainu's punch. Akainu's one-hit burst damage was still among the highest in One Piece. That's probably why Ace was only classified as a purple card, but within the purple tier, he was undoubtedly among the top. Now Kyan turned his eyes to the last card, the golden one. This was the main event. As the card flipped to reveal the character, Kyan's eyes widened in shock. It's him. Chapter 46, The Heavenly Tyrant. 1115 words. A golden character card. And the person who appeared this time was completely beyond his expectations. It was a man wearing a tight-fitting black t-shirt, made tight only because of his burly frame. He wore gray pants with a black belt cinched around his waist, and simple black slip-on shoes like the kind worn by old men. His hair was black, his skin was pale, and his eyes were filled with wanton defiance. A vertical scar tugged at the corner of his lips, twisting his smirk into one that mocked all who dared overestimate themselves. Compared to the other golden character cards, this man's appearance was plain to the point of forgettable. At a glance, you might not even recognize who he was. But just standing there, he exuded a terrifying sense of pressure and presence. And the moment Kyan saw him, he instantly knew who it was. The Heavenly Tyrant, Toji Fushiguro. That's right. The Heavenly Tyrant from Jujutsu Kaisen, Toji Fushiguro. Born Toji Zenin, a member of the prestigious Zenin clan from the Jujutsu world, he was ostracized for being born without cursed energy. After leaving the clan, he married into the Fushiguro family. A professional sorcerer-killer. He possessed a natural cursed restriction known as Heavenly Restriction, because he was born without cursed energy. In exchange, he gained a peerless physical body and absurd athletic talent. His 5 senses were enhanced to a monstrous degree. With his sharpened touch, smell, and hearing, Toji could perceive the movement of curses without even relying on his eyes. These enhanced senses made him more accurate than even observation Haki from One Piece. After all, Haki required active concentration, whereas Toji's abilities were entirely passive. If Yorichi was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, then Toji was the pinnacle of raw physicality. He appeared twice in Jujutsu Kaisen, once nearly killing the strongest sorcerer, Gojo Satoru, and once during the Shibuya incident, where even with only a fraction of his power from when he was alive, he effortlessly crushed the special-grade cursed spirit Dagon. In the end, upon recognizing his son Megumi Fushiguro, he took his own life to avoid hurting him in a rampage. Yes. You're the best, Lady Luck. Seeing that he had pulled Toji Fushiguro from the golden character card, Kyan jumped up in excitement. As expected from a golden character card, not a single disappointment so far. Having received a new card, Kyan couldn't resist trying it out immediately. Full takeover, Ace. Kyan first received Ace, one of his longtime favorite characters. Freckles appeared on Kyan's cheeks, an orange cowboy hat materialized atop his head, and he now wore black shorts. A tattoo of the Whitebeard Pirates emblem showed clearly on his back, along with a variety of accessories. Memories of Ace began flooding into his mind. Taken in by Garp and raised by Deiden, Ace grew up with Sabo and Luffy as sworn brothers. At 17, he set out to sea and founded the Spade Pirates, defeating one of the 7 warlords known as the Lizard King Hazar. He was invited to become a new warlord of the sea, but turned it down out of pride. Passing through Wano, he clashed with Yamato, daughter of Kaido, before challenging Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. After his defeat, Ace was moved by Whitebeard's strength and charisma, joining his crew, and becoming the 2nd Division commander. After learning that Blackbeard had murdered the 4th Division commander Thatch, Ace, enraged, chased him down despite warnings. He lost the fight, was captured and publicly sentenced to execution. This triggered Whitebeard's war, as he led his grand fleet to rescue Ace, thus beginning the Battle of Marineford. In the end, Ace died protecting his brother from Akainu. What a tragic man. Kyan sighed after seeing Ace's memories. To the world government, anyone who disobeyed their rule was labeled a pirate. But in truth, the world of One Piece was simple, everyone was a pirate. And the world government? The biggest pirates of them all. Kyan raised his hand. Fwoosh! His entire arm transformed into blazing flame. If he wanted, he could unleash a massive fire fist just like Ace. But it was nighttime. And he was a man of culture. So, maybe not. Fwoosh! His whole body ignited, turning into fire, and he soared out the window, then reformed midair. So this is the ability of a Logia-type devil fruit user. Kyan was thrilled, flying around the yard like a kid. Back when he watched One Piece, he had dreamed of eating a devil fruit. Especially a powerful Logia-type fruit. He never imagined that dream would come true in such a wild way. In a sense, this was a childhood wish fulfilled. Though Ace was only a purple-tier character card, in some areas, his strength wasn't inferior to gold-tier characters. Unless absolutely necessary, Kyan had no intention of recycling this card. After playing around for a while, Kyan finally had his fill, and reverted to his original form. Nice. Very nice. He was extremely satisfied with Ace's character card. He might even use it as his main battle card going forward. After all, golden cards consumed far too much power. The purple-tier cards were far more manageable in comparison. Then, Kyan turned his eyes to the golden card, Toji Fushiguro. Now this was the real deal. Full takeover, Toji Fushiguro. Kyan immediately felt his magical energy being drained at a staggering rate, while his physical strength surged in ways that defied logic. His appearance began to change. This transformation was simple. He now wore Toji's outfit, and his face became a perfect fusion of Kyan and Toji, half and half. This fusion face was standard for all his character takes. It was also why Urza couldn't recognize that Yorichi in the arena was actually Kyan. Toji's memories began streaming into Kyan's mind, dark memories, filled with killing and blood. As a sorcerer-killer, his methods were terrifying, so brutal, Kyan felt his heart race just watching them. The memories filtered through rapidly, ending on the moment Toji took his own life in front of his son Megumi. Kaien clenched his fists. So strong, this is the body of the heavenly tyrant. His body now radiated extreme physical power. A confidence surged within him, one he didn't feel even when he took in Ulquiorra or Yorichi. Ulquiorra's power came from spiritual pressure, and the body of a Vasto Lord-class hollow. Yorichi's strength came from supreme swordsmanship. But Toji, he was pure physical prowess incarnate. Kaien felt like he could punch a bull into paste, literally, not metaphorically. Energy overflowed through every fiber of his being. He stretched. Crack. 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 Every bone in his body popped with satisfying force. Let's test it out. Chapter 47, half a year. 1,190 words. Kaien stepped out of his house, crouched low with one knee bent forward and the other extended behind him, planting both hands on the ground in a sprinter's stance. Boom. With a powerful push, Kaien vanished from the spot. Back in Magnolia, townspeople strolling the streets after dinner suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past. Kaya. A gust flipped up the skirt of a passing girl, giving a few nearby onlookers an unexpected treat. The girl quickly pressed down her skirt with both hands, cheeks flushing red. Huh? Where'd that wind come from? There wasn't supposed to be any breeze tonight. So where did that sudden gust come from? About 30 seconds passed. Whoosh. Kaien reappeared at his doorstep. Whoosh. As he came to an abrupt stop, the wind stirred up by his movement sent small stones rolling across the ground. 33 seconds. He didn't need a stopwatch. His body was like a machine, capable of timing with pinpoint precision down to the decimal. Even Kaien was left speechless by what he had just accomplished. To adapt to the intensity of his transformations, he had made it a habit to complete the system's daily training routines. There was no reward attached to them, but for him, the true reward was the improvement in his physical capabilities. The first time Kaien ran a lap around Magnolia, it took him a little over 30 minutes. But now, he had done it in just over 30 seconds. A full lap around Magnolia was roughly 10,000 meters. 33 seconds meant he was covering almost 300 meters per second. 1 second, 300 meters. Kaien was startled by his own calculations. That was near the speed of sound. No wonder even Gojo's 6 eyes wouldn't be able to track it. He could feel it, his current body was still holding back Toji Fushigiro's full potential. If he could unleash everything, he was sure he'd break the sound barrier. Powerful. Insanely powerful. Kaien was ecstatic. This golden card was too good, Mirajane really was his goddess of fortune. He released the takeover form. Just as he did, a wave of excruciating pain erupted across every muscle in his body. Yoa-aya. Kaien couldn't help but scream. It hurt, way too much. He had never experienced this kind of pain before. His muscles felt worse than if his bones had snapped. System. What the hell is going on? When in doubt, just ask the system. You've exceeded your body's physical limit. Your base stats can't keep up, so your muscles are tearing from the strain. What? There's a side effect like that. Why didn't you warn me? You didn't ask. But if you keep training and master sun breathing and total concentration, the pain will decrease significantly. So it will still hurt. Kaien ground his teeth in frustration, but the pain was so intense he couldn't even be mad properly. He could only lie flat in bed, unable to move. Even a slight breeze made him grit his teeth. He didn't dare scream again, it just hurt more when he did. The night dragged on. Kaien suffered through it all, feeling like it would never end. Only when the sun began to rise, casting its rays through the window, did he barely regain some movement, just enough to twitch his fingers. Kaien opened his system panel. He selected all his blue, green, and white character cards. Recycle these character cards. Yes. Recycle successful. Congratulations, magic power. A surge of magic flowed from his magic source, spreading through his body like a warm current, easing his pain. System, what the hell? I recycled so many character cards. And you're telling me I only gained half a star of magic power? Magic was the foundation of everything. The stronger your magic, the more you could unleash the true strength of your character cards. All values are determined by algorithm. The higher your star level, the more points it costs to level up. Always with the algorithms. What even is this algorithm? To upgrade from 4 stars to 5 stars in magic power requires 1000 magic points. White, plus 10 points green, plus 20 points blue, plus 50 points purple, plus 800 points gold, plus 3000 points. Kyan's mouth twitched. So there really was a formula. Purple and gold cards were clearly worth the most. But to him, the value of a single gold card far exceeded that of thousands of lower-tier ones. Below blue. They were just experience fodder. He clearly wasn't going to the guild today. With the high-intensity missions he'd been doing lately, his body needed recovery. It was the perfect time for a break. Just as he was dozing off. Bang bang bang. Kyan. Kyan. Groggily, Kyan opened the door. Only to find a crowd gathered at his doorstep. All familiar faces: Natsu, Gray, Happy, Urza, Mirajane, Elfman, Levi, Loki. Kyan blinked. Why you guys, why are you here? We came to hang out with you. They all answered in unison. Mirajane smiled. You moved into a new place, right? We all heard and came to celebrate. Kyan slapped his forehead. Ah, sorry. I've been so busy I completely forgot. Welcome, welcome. I'll go buy groceries and cook. He remembered he still owed Mirajane a meal. Urza said, no need. We brought everything. Let's have a barbecue party right here. Oh! Everyone sprang into action. Some started the fire, others set up the grill. Everyone brought their signature dishes. The courtyard quickly filled with laughter and delicious smells. They gathered to eat meat, drink, and chat, carefree and joyful. Kyan sat back, watching the scene unfold. His heart felt strange. It had been so long since his home, previous one, had felt this lively. The party lasted late into the night before people reluctantly went home. Lying in bed afterward, Kyan reflected on the day. The guild companions. Only now did he truly understand what the guild meant. Only now did he truly feel like a member of Fairy Tale. This feeling. It's not bad at all. Time flies. Months pass like flowing water. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ishgar continent, eastern region. Kingdom of Urari. Inside a hidden building. Over 1,000 figures clad in black robes stood together, performing a mysterious ritual. In the center, a group of people had been tied to wooden stakes, the bases piled with firewood. There were hundreds of them, men and women alike. Their mouths were gagged, but their eyes brimmed with fear and despair as they looked around in panic. A masked man stepped forward. Let the sacrificial ritual begin. These villagers are innocent. These 300 pure lives shall serve as the guide for his arrival. O great black wizard. Zeref. Oh hi. The robed figures roared with fanatic fervor. To walk beside him in this world, let the sacrifice begin. Suddenly. Boom. An explosion tore the gates apart. What's going on? A playful voice called out. Ah. You guys were a pain to find. A young man stepped into view, bare-chested, freckled, wearing an orange cowboy hat. Yo. You cultist scumbags from the Black Magic Order. Good evening. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Yes, it's him. 1199 words. Take him out. The leader of the Black Magic Order gave the command without hesitation. Whoever saw them had to die, no exceptions. Kill. Dozens of Black Magic Order members raised their weapons and charged at Kyan. Hey hey hey. You didn't even say hi before swinging. That's a bit rude, don't you think? But since you already started, if I don't fight back, wouldn't that be disrespectful? Fire fist. Kyan pulled back his arm into a punch stance. His fist morphed into a blazing inferno and slammed directly into the approaching Black Magic Order members. Yoa Aya. Argha. Terrifying flames engulfed a massive wave of enemies. Those swallowed by the fire shrieked in agony. Fire gun. Kyan brought both hands up, fusing his index and middle fingers together like twin pistols. Streams of small fire bullets shot out from his fingertips. Gya. Each one struck its target like a bullet. In the blink of an eye, bodies from the Black Magic Order began dropping in droves. Damn it. Die. One of them tried to ambush Kyan from behind, slashing down with a longsword. It cut straight through his body, only to ripple like water. It was the Logia-type elemental body effect, common to those with devil fruit powers. What? Before the attacker could even recover from his shock, Kyan's fingertip tapped gently against his forehead. Bang! The man didn't even have time to scream before being consumed by fire. You bastard! How dare you interfere with our sacrifice to the great Zerif? Get lost! Another cultist gathered a surge of dark magic in both hands, and fired a black shockwave at Kyan. Solar flare. Kyan's arm turned to fire, shooting a blazing pillar straight from his palm to meet the attack head-on. Boom. The two energies collided with a deafening explosion. Still a bit slow. Full takeover, Toji Fushiguro. Kyan switched his form. His bare upper body was suddenly clothed in a black t-shirt. His shorts extended into black slacks, and his boots turned into flat-soled shoes. Turn into minced meat. Suddenly, a massive brute came up from behind, raising a steel hammer overhead and bringing it down toward Kyan's skull. Boom. Kyan didn't even flinch. The giant hammer bounced clean off him, sent flying across the battlefield. What the hell? The brute stood dumbfounded. He had clearly seen the hammer make contact. Why was it the one that flew off? Kyan gave him a sideways glance. Hey, standing this close is a bit rude. I don't like people getting in my space. So get lost. He calmly placed his palm against the man's abdomen and gave a light push. The brute instantly felt an irresistible force slam into his gut, sending him flying backward. Boom. 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 His body crashed through wall after wall like a wrecking ball. Lord Quill. Kyan turned to look at the remaining Black Magic Order members. A sinister smirk curled on his lips. 3 seconds. That's all I need. Whoosh. Kyan vanished from sight. Bang 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 bang. Yuwa. Argh. All the cultists were sent flying, crashing into walls like rag dolls. A moment later, Kyan strolled out of the Black Magic Order's hideout. The military captain waiting outside immediately rushed forward. Mr. Kyan, how did it go? Kyan made an OK sign with his fingers and smiled. All done. What? There were over 1,000 members in there. The soldiers couldn't believe it. He'd only gone in 6, maybe 7 minutes ago, certainly no more than 10. And he took down over 1,000 mages in that short a time. But to Kyan, this was completely normal. Sure, there were a lot of them, but they were all cannon fodder. For high-tier mages, they'd be a pain, but to him, no different than weeds. You can go verify the job before paying. Also, there are a few hundred kidnapped villagers inside, might wanna rescue them too. Move in. With the captain's command, the troops braced themselves and charged inside. What they found left them stunned. All around were fallen members of the Black Magic Order, burned, broken, some crushed like they'd been hit by trains. Walls were shattered and scorched. It's real. He really wiped out over 1,000 dark mages in just minutes. The captain quickly took control. Team 1, rescue the villagers. Team 2, arrest every last cultist. Yes, sir. Soon, the villagers were freed, and the cultists dragged away. Mr. Kyan, thank you so much for your help. The captain looked at him with complete respect. At first, he'd thought Kyan looked far too young. How could one person face off against over 1,000? Now he was completely convinced. This man was just as powerful as the legends said. Kyan waved it off. I was paid to get rid of a problem. I did the job. The captain immediately had the reward brought out. Mr. Kyan, here's your payment, 10 million J. Please confirm. Kyan glanced at it and grinned, accepting the case. No need to count. I trust you. If you get another job like this, give me a call. I'll give you a 20% discount. The captain smiled bitterly. If I can help it, I'd rather never deal with something like this again. Kyan laughed. Ha. Who knows what the future holds? Anyway, job's done, I'm heading out. I won't hold you up then. I need to go report this anyway. Safe travels. Kyan waved as he walked off, another S-class mission complete. He was in a great mood. Captain, who exactly is that guy? Yeah. Taking down 1,000 mages alone, that's crazy. The captain stared at Kyan's back, eyes serious. You all remember what happened in the kingdom of Sobia half a year ago. Half a year ago, wait, you mean? Yes. It's him. Harujan Port. The nearest port town to Magnolia, Harujan was where fairy tale members came and went for any overseas missions. A cargo ship slowly docked. A young man stepped off, black hair, black eyes, wearing a gray half-sleeved mandarin collar shirt and black pants. His skin was fair, his features sharp and handsome. It was Kyan, now 6 months into his time in the fairy tale world. Phew. Finally back. This mission had taken him far. The round trip took nearly 20 days. He'd rest for the night here, then catch the morning train to Magnolia. Gurgle. His stomach rumbled. All that time on a rocking ship had killed his appetite, but now on land, hunger hit him like a truck. He remembered a cheap but delicious hole-in-the-wall joint nearby. He'd grab some food, check into an inn, get a good night's sleep, and return to the guild tomorrow. Just then, a commotion broke out ahead. Kyan looked up to see a group of young girls rushing past, clutching autograph boards. I heard a famous mage is in town. It's Salamander. Kyan blinked. Salamander? Natsu's here. Since when is he this popular? Curious, he walked over. If it was Natsu, maybe they could return to the guild together. But when he got close, he saw a middle-aged man swarmed by excited girls. Wrong guy. Kyan turned to leave, but then, a familiar voice reached his ears. Igneal. Chapter 49, you're really talkative. 1,028 words. Kyan turned toward the voice and saw a familiar figure crawling out from between a girl's legs. With his cherry-pink hair and a dragon-scale scarf, it was unmistakably Natsu, Happy the blue cat trotting right beside him. As soon as Natsu emerged and realized the person wasn't Igneal, cold sweat beaded down his face in embarrassment. Who are you? I'm talking about the salamander, you've heard of me, right? The man struck a pose he clearly thought was cool, but before he could even finish his sentence, Natsu and Happy had already slipped through the crowd and turned away with their heads hanging low. They left fast. Seeing their idol ignored, a group of girls immediately rushed forward and grabbed Natsu's scarf, dragging him back. You two are so rude. Yeah. Lord Salamander is an amazing mage. Apologize. Natsu looked bewildered. What are you guys doing? The moon waved magnanimously. It's fine, it's fine. He probably didn't mean any harm. Ah. So gentle. Hearts sparkled in the eyes of all the girls. The moon pulled out a signed board, scribbled Salamander in bold characters, and handed it to Natsu. This is my autograph, go show it off to your friends. Ah. So jealous. I don't want it. The moment Natsu said that, the idol-crazed girls hoisted him up and tossed him out. What's your problem? Get lost. The moon snapped his fingers, and a red flame rose beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. Thank you all for the warm welcome, but I've got things to do at the harbor up ahead, so I'll take my leave for now. I'll be hosting a party on the ship tonight, be sure to come. He waved and zoomed off, riding the flame. We'll definitely be there. The girls cheered and squealed in excitement at the magical display. What the heck was that about? Natsu muttered, completely baffled. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Natsu, Happy. That voice. Natsu and Happy froze, then quickly turned toward the sound, and saw Kyan standing not far away, smiling at them. Kyan. Seeing him, both Natsu and Happy lit up with joy. Over the past half-year, Kyan had grown close with Natsu, Happy, and the rest of the guild. Ever since Kyan moved into his new house, the two would often drop by to hang out. They were really good friends. You're back. Happy ran over excitedly. Yeah, I'm back. Natsu scrambled over and clung to Kyan's leg. Kyan. Help me. Feed me. I'm starving to death. You again. You must have caused trouble during your job, huh? Seeing Natsu like this, Kyan guessed right away, this guy must have wrecked something, and had to pay compensation again. Otherwise, with Natsu's strength, a 200,000 J job should have been a breeze. We lost money again this time, Happy confirmed. Kyan sighed and shook his head. Let's go. I'm hungry too. I know a place up ahead that's cheap and tasty. Awesome. Natsu and Happy jumped for joy. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. If it's okay, let me treat you guys to this meal. The three of them turned around in surprise and saw a cute girl standing behind them. She had radiant golden hair, with a lock tied up in a blue ribbon, giving her a playful look. She wore a sleeveless white top with blue edges and a blue pleated skirt. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, and that stunning figure of hers made her an absolute head-turner. Kyan blinked in surprise. Even though the real-life version looked a little different from the anime, he recognized her instantly. It was Lucy Heartfilia, the heroine from Fairy Tail. Thanks for earlier. Lucy smiled and waved at them. Huh? Natsu and Happy blinked. Lucy was clearly talking to them, but they had no idea what they'd done to deserve thanks. Lucy explained. That guy who called himself the Salamander used a magic called charm. It manipulates people's hearts. It was banned from sale years ago. Using something like that to seduce girls is just disgusting. Thanks to you two barging in, the magic's effect broke. So please let me treat you to a meal as thanks. Natsu and Happy exchanged confused glances. I see, but no need. Kyan's treating us. Natsu grinned and clapped Kyan on the shoulder. Kyan's paying. They both knew Kyan was the biggest sugar daddy in Fairy Tail. A single job of his earned more than they did in a whole year. This time he had gone off to do an S-class mission. It clearly went well, so they were more than happy to mooch. Kyan rolled his eyes. Haven't you two freeloaded enough? Still, he didn't really mind. Every now and then, he'd invite close guildmates to his place for a meal or a little get-together. I insist. Lucy said sincerely. I'd feel terrible if I didn't properly thank you. Hearing that, the three of them didn't argue anymore, and the group headed to the restaurant together. I'm Lucy. What are your names? Kyan. Natsu. Happy. Kyan, Natsu, and Happy, huh? Oh. By the way, I may not look it, but I'm a mage too. I haven't joined a guild yet though. A guild, you see, is a group that gathers lots of mages together and acts as a broker for jobs and information. If a mage doesn't work through a guild, they're not really seen as capable of standing on their own. But there are tons of guilds in the world, but famous ones have super strict entry requirements. The one I really want to join has so many amazing mages. What should I do? I want to join so bad, but I bet their standards are super high. Sorry, I was rambling about mage stuff. You probably didn't understand any of that. But I have to join that guild. I heard they get tons of really high-level jobs there. Kyan, Natsu, and Happy all stared at her blankly and muttered in unison. You're really talkative. From the moment they met her, Lucy hadn't stopped talking. This was their first meeting, and she was already going on and on like a chatterbox. Chapter 50, Lucy. 1175 words. Kyan had watched the anime, so he knew Lucy was a talkative girl, but this talkative. That caught him a bit off guard. Still, while she could talk a lot, it wasn't annoying. In fact, it was kind of cute. At that moment, Lucy turned around. By the way, you guys look like you're looking for someone. Happy nodded. Yeah, we're looking for Igneal. We heard he came to this city, but when we got here, turns out he didn't. That guy who calls himself Salamander, just one look, and I knew he wasn't the one. I was so sure Igneal would be here. Ugh, another wasted trip. Kyan looked at them, expressionless. You two really are idiots. Why would Igneal show up in a place like this? If he actually did, the entire city would have been thrown into chaos. Lucy was visibly startled. Wait, what kind of monster would cause that kind of panic in a city? He's a person, isn't he? Huh? He's not a person. Igneal's a real, honest-to-goodness dragon. Lucy froze, stunned. Then why would he be walking around on the street? Are you guys brain dead? Whoa. Natsu and Happy suddenly had a lightbulb moment. Hey. Don't act like you just now figured that out. By this point, the group had arrived at the rundown diner Kyan had mentioned. It was already half full. They found a table by the window and sat down, ordering a few dishes. Well, I should get going. You guys enjoy your meal. Lucy paid the bill and stood up to leave. After all, they'd just met by chance, she'd only wanted to thank them. Thanks for the meal. Thanks. No need to thank me. You guys helped me out too. It's just returning the favor. Anyway, I'm off. Bye. Lucy waved and walked away. She's really nice. Natsu looked at her back and sighed. For someone to treat them to a meal just because they helped out without thinking, it was rare to meet such a kind person. Kyan scoffed. She buys you one meal and she's a good person. Then what about all the meals I've bought you guys? Well, that makes you a great person. He. Waiter. We're ready to order. Natsu waved over the server, grabbed the menu, and started ordering with Happy. In no time, the table was packed with food. Oi! Natsu grinned. We didn't know her well, so we didn't want to go overboard. Just ordered a bit to be polite. But if it's you, Kyan, then no problem. You just finished an S-class mission, I'm gonna pig out. Happy agreed enthusiastically. Like hell you are. Kyan flicked Happy on the forehead. Natsu might seem like a carefree idiot, but sometimes, he could be surprisingly thoughtful. As the three of them chatted and ate, Kyan's mind wandered back to Lucy. Even though he didn't remember all the plot details from Fairy Tale, he did recall how the story began. He thought of that middle-aged man surrounded by girls. His eyes narrowed with a trace of killing intent. Someone was impersonating Fairy Tale. It had been over half a year since he came to this world. To him, Fairy Tale was like a second home. Anyone who tarnished the guild's name deserved to die. But for now, he'd let them enjoy their last bit of fun. Evening fell. The pale, warm moonlight shimmered over the sea. Its glow cast a silver hue over the entire town of Harjan, making it bright even at night. The cool sea breeze made it feel comfortable despite the summer heat. Many people were strolling along the coast, some to enjoy the seaside night view, others to help digest their meals. Kyan and the others were among them. Ah! That was such a satisfying meal. Natsu patted his now round belly in contentment. It's been so long since I was this full. You two sure didn't hold back at all. Try causing less trouble from now on. If Urza finds out, brrr, Kyan shivered. Natsu's face turned pale. Don't say stuff like that right now. Now you're scared. Ha ha ha. Kyan found it oddly fun to tease Natsu. Oh right, didn't Salamander say he'd be hosting a party on a ship? That one, right. Happy, walking along the seaside railing, pointed toward a ship sailing off into the distance. He remembered the man calling himself Salamander had mentioned the party. Ship. Ugh. I feel sick. The sight of the ship immediately triggered Natsu's motion sickness. Just then, a girl's voice rang out nearby. Look! That's Salamander-sama's ship. Oh, I wish I could go to that party. Salamander. Her best friend didn't seem to recognize the name. You don't know? A super famous mage just arrived in our town. He's from Fairy Tale. Natsu and Happy were stunned. They turned to look at Kyan, who simply shook his head. Natsu's eyes darkened. A vein bulged on his forehead as he clenched his teeth. That bastard. He's impersonating Fairy Tale. Happy. Happy spread his wings and grabbed Natsu, flying straight toward the ship. Oi! Kyan didn't even have time to stop them. That idiot, he forgot he gets seasick again. He had planned to wait until the ship left and then silently take care of things. But now. Guess he had no choice but to act. Full takeover, Ulquiorra cipher. A pale green glow enveloped Kyan's body, which began to rapidly transform. In an instant, he took on Ulquiorra's form. He pushed off the railing with force. Boom! The barrier shattered and Kyan shot off like a bullet toward the ship. On the ship, the girls were all dressed to the nines, dolled up for the party. Inside the cabin, Lucy sat stiffly in a black evening gown, a forced smile on her face. She had run into the man calling himself Salamander again at the park. He'd promised to help her join her dream guild, Fairy Tale, on the condition that she attend this party. Wanting to join Fairy Tale so badly, she reluctantly agreed. Her plan was to play along and ditch the creep once she got into the guild. You're Lucy, right? What a beautiful name. Thanks. Let's have a toast. There are other girls here. Don't you think it's rude to ignore them? She didn't want to be alone with this guy for too long. Don't worry, don't worry. Right now, I just want to drink with you. Snap. Salamander snapped his fingers. The wine in the glasses floated into the air, forming suspended beads. Open your mouth. The wine gems will glide down your throat. Lucy screamed internally, so annoying. Cheap tricks like this might impress normal girls who couldn't use magic, but to her, it was just disgusting. Still, she had to endure. 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 Lucy closed her eyes and opened her mouth. Swish, smack. Suddenly, she stood up and swatted the wine away, her expression turning cold. What the hell do you think you're doing? There's a sleeping drug in the wine. Chapter 51, Paying the Price. 988 words. Lucy had been raised by a housemaid who taught her from a young age to be cautious of bad people. She was more than familiar with the taste of sleeping drugs. You'd better get this straight, I want to join Fairy Tale, not become your woman. Sure, she wanted into Fairy Tale, and maybe using a little charm was one thing, but giving up her body for it? Not a chance. Ha ha, so you figured it out. You really are a troublesome girl. If you'd just passed out quietly, none of this would have hurt. Seeing that his little trick had been exposed, Salamander dropped the act altogether. Ha! Lucy barely had time to react. Suddenly, the curtain behind her was pulled open, and two large hands grabbed her arms, locking her in place. Oh! As expected of Salamander-sama. Haven't seen such fine goods in a while. Only then did Lucy realize there were several thuggish-looking men hiding behind the curtain. What are you doing? Who the hell are you people? She cried out in a panic. Smack! Salamander grabbed her chin with one hand, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Welcome to my slave ship. Be a good girl until we reach Bosco, yeah? Bosco. Wait, what about Fairy Tale? I told you, didn't I? This is a slave ship. I was planning to sell you off from the beginning. Give it up. Salamander-sama predicted that all the women under his charm magic would come running on their own. This one's got some resistance though. Guess she needs a little training first. He he he. The traffickers around them all laughed lecherously, their gazes raking over Lucy's curvy figure. Lucy began to panic. She never imagined her first day out of the house would lead to something like this. Abusing magic, lying, trafficking humans, is this what fairy tale mages were like? The dream she'd cherished for so long suddenly felt like it was being torn to shreds. Let's brand her first. It'll sting a bit, but you'll get used to it. Salamander pulled out a glowing hot branding iron, preparing to mark her as a slave. Once branded, anyone in Bosco would recognize her as property, no matter where she ran. Lucy clenched her teeth, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. Fairy tale mages are the worst. Suddenly, crack! The ceiling of the ship's cabin exploded, and a figure dropped down from above. Natsu. Lucy's eyes widened in shock. That brat from earlier. Salamander recognized him too. It was the kid who barged in earlier that day. Ugh, no good, so dizzy. Bleg. So useless. Lucy thought she was being saved, only for Natsu to immediately collapse. What's going on? Where'd this kid fall from? Whatever, two of you, break his arms and legs and toss him to the sharks. Salamander waved his hand. Yes, sir. Two traffickers charged toward Natsu. Suddenly, boom. The cabin door flew inward, crashing into the two men and sending them flying. Ugh. The door knocked them both into the air with a crash. Seriously. You know you get motion sickness and still came charging in. A figure appeared in the doorway, Kyan, fully transformed into Ulquiorra, clad in white. And who the hell are you? Salamander scowled at the new intruder. Ugh. Kyan, save me. Kyan. Lucy stared, stunned. That's Kyan. The transformation was unbelievable. Happy fluttered to Kyan's side and asked, Lucy, what are you doing here? Happy. I was tricked. He said he could get me into Fairy Tale, so I came to this party. I didn't know they were traffickers. Kyan tilted his head toward Salamander, lips curling with disdain. Fairy Tale. You? Yeah. Got a problem with that? Salamander raised his chin at him. Damn right I do. I don't care that you abuse magic. I don't even care that you lie. Human trafficking. That's up to the Magic Council. But the one thing you should never have done was impersonate Fairy Tale to do it. Impersonate? Lucy's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Salamander. You're not really a member. He scratched his face dismissively. Huh? Who told you that? Got any proof? Proof? I'm standing right here, and you're asking for proof. My word is proof. You dared impersonate Fairy Tale to do this garbage. Are you ready to pay the price? TCH, brat, I don't have time for this. No one ever taught you not to board someone else's ship uninvited. You guys, deal with him. Yes, sir. Two bulky traffickers charged straight at Kyan. No. That's dangerous. Lucy cried out in warning. But as soon as the two reached Kyan, bam! Arg! They screamed as they were sent flying back even faster than they'd charged. Crack! Their bodies crashed through the wall of the cabin. What? Everyone froze. No one had even seen what happened, just that both men were suddenly down. Salamander snapped. You idiots! Use your guns. Ah, yes. The traffickers quickly pulled firearms from the crates nearby. Guns? Kyan, run. Lucy's face went pale as she saw them raise their weapons. Bang bang bang. Dozens of bullets were fired at Kyan. Lucy squeezed her eyes shut and turned her head, afraid of what she might see next. Ding. 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 The bullets hit Kyan's body with metallic pings and bounced off. What? Everyone on board was stunned. He was taking bullets, bare-skinned, and nothing was happening. Was his body made of steel? TCH. As expected, a bunch of normies are useless. Red Flame Typhoon. Salamander threw a blast of fire directly at Kyan. Kyan! Lucy cried out in panic. Salamander smirked. Heh! I don't care if your body's made of iron, my fire'll still melt it down. Oh? Is that so? Kyan's voice came calmly from within the flames. The fire quickly began to recede from his body. A young man stepped forward, freckles on his face, wearing a black pair of shorts and an orange cowboy hat, his upper body bare and unscathed. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.